Well, good morning and welcome back. Glad you can make it today. The final day of our Great American Real Estate Summit Part 2. I hope you enjoyed it so far, but we got a powerful day today. We're going to start with Mr. Ted Thomas. You're going to like this guy if you want to learn how to make money from your home, that is. And then I'm going to question him a little bit. And then we're going to go to lunch. And right after lunch, here's what's going to happen. First of all, we're going to have a drawing. And there's going to be 5 winners, and each of them are going to get 500 Gold Club points to spend however they want to spend them. So all you got to do is be there. So make sure you're back in here after lunch. And now, I didn't mention it yesterday, but we coerced Miss Dixie Decker to be on here today. She is the queen of student housing and also a really cool success story from a single bankrupt mom to a multimillionaire in just 3 short years. So you're going to want to hear from her. And I'm going to question her on how she's done what she's done, because it's truly amazing. And then I'm going to do a session on vacant land, and I'll show you what's going on in that world with my mastermind students from the commercial boot camp. I think you'll like that. And that's going to be followed by the Wolf couple talking about getting leads for free using a few social media sites that most people don't know how to use. And the last thing we're going to do today is deal structuring. I got 7 deals here that I got to process this afternoon. So we're going to quit when I get those done somewhere around 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock or whatever, however long it takes. Okay. So we got a lot to do today. Now, before I get started, the feller who asked for the source for the door hanger distribution company, I found it. All right, so I'll do that after lunch as well. And in fact, you got to give them 2 weeks notice, and I just put in my 2 weeks notice this morning, and I'll even show you the ugly door hanger that we're having printed up right after lunch as well. I mentioned about our Monday event called How I Did It. And that's going to be all about me interviewing 4 or 5 students, much longer interviews than we've been doing, on how they step by step on how they run their business and how they do the deals that they do. These will be 4 people from 4 different parts of the country, all student, of course. And I think it's going to be interesting to compare how they work together, because there are vast differences in what they do. However, they all come back to the basics. It's just how they run their operation. And some of them think bigger than others, and so you get a good variety. Also, well, that'll do it for now. Let me get Ted up here, because we're going to need all the time we can get with him. You're going to like this guy. Ted, are you?
Yes, good morning. Good morning.
Look at that shirt. My God. Now, Ted, I wore my Robert Graham shirt this morning to impress you, but it doesn't look like you're going to get impressed. You actually wear that thing out in public?
Well, I like yours too, but you're more of a corporate executive than I am. I'm kind of just an entrepreneur kind of guy, so I can wear these kind of shirts.
Hey, you and me probably the only one that would buy something like that.
That's right. That's right.
All right. Well, listen, I'm going to get you going and turn it over, and I'm going to come back and hit you with a couple of questions.
Okay.
So before I do that, guys, you are now looking at the most qualified expert in this country on tax liens and tax deals. Been at it for 70, 80 years now. And 25. And he's older than dirt, but look, he's still kicking.
Yeah.
And he and I go back. We got to go back at least 30 years or more, don't we? I don't know.
Yeah, we go back 30 years. Absolutely.
I can't remember.
We both had I had black hair.
Yeah, me too.
Yep.
So I'm anxious for you to hear what Ted's got to say. And if you've never heard it before, you're going to have trouble believing some of it, but it's absolutely true, because you're dealing with a government here, not humans. So, and he's going to give you plenty of proof. So Ted, I'm going to turn it over to you, and I'll be back.
Okay, so I'll see you, and I'll get done in 55 minutes or so. And thank you. Thanks for the invitation, first of all, and thanks for all of you folks for showing up this time of the morning, and glad to have you here. And my name again is Ted Thomas. I'll be with you for about 55 minutes, and we're going to do things relatively quickly because I've got a lot of information, so I'll try to jam it all together for you. But if you came here because you'd like to make an extra $15,000 a month, well, I'm certainly going to show you how to do that. And if you want to make even more than that, maybe even $25,000 a month, I'll be happy to show you that too. And we're going to do all that in the next hour. So I want you to kind of open up your mind. This is going to start quickly and it will end quickly and we'll be right on time. So here we go.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. Today, we are about to discover a little-known government program called tax certificates that allows you to write a check to the government and get a check back from the government with a return on your money that can be 16, 18, 20, all the way up to 36%. Our very special guest today is self-made millionaire Ted Thomas, a man who has made millions and millions of dollars for himself and his students over the past 25 years, teaching them how anybody can profit with tax certificates.
Anybody can make money, and I found that out at age 19. I was a high school dropout.
You don't have to have a college degree to use Ted's program.
It's really just about learning the process. Anybody can do this business as long as you have the right guidance.
Ted is a best-selling author, a highly sought-after lecturer. Ted Thomas is quite simply the most trusted and respected authority in America when it comes to tax certificates. And the good news is anybody can buy them anywhere across this great country, and you can get it at any level of income or education.
You can get into this business for a $100 bill. Tax loan is only $67.
The big guy, anybody can use it.
We took the tax loan certificate that we bought $27, and we went on and we bought about 400 of them over the next year and made about $100,000 profit that year.
You're going to love this business, folks. If you don't have to do that, because Ron and I will stop at the end and we'll do questions and answers. So we'll be happy to take your questions as we go. So I'm going to move along quickly. I have a lot of proven and tested ideas that you're going to like. It's going to take me about 55 minutes to do this, but I'm going to give you some transformational money ideas that will work immediately. I mean, right now. So you're going to like what you see. And so just kind of follow along with me and you'll get it. And if you make some notes, you'll make it even better for later. Now, I'm going to show you some pretty amazing real estate information that's going to surprise you. Most people are just shocked when they hear this information. You will be too as you hear it. But open up your mind, let this new information fall in, and we're going to show you how to change your economic life. I'm going to do it relatively quickly. Now, I've been doing this myself. I started 30 years ago in this business, but I've been teaching it for 25 years. So I've helped really hundreds and hundreds of people, and you're going to get some pretty amazing knowledge just on this 45 to 55 minutes that we spend together, okay? All right, so now this is a proven system. So everything I talk about is proven. You're going to find out this is step by step. I'm going to show you how to make $25,000 up to $50,000, even $100,000 on one deal. Now, how can we do that? We do that by buying right, as you'll see. So you're going to see many of the students that have done that. I do everything by I do all my teaching by case history. So you look, you'll see a real case history of what's going on. So now open up your mind, let this new information fall in. This is not going to be pie in the sky. This is going to be the real stuff, and you'll be able to make money right away. This is not going to take you a long time to learn how to make money. All right, so here's how I'm going to break down the time we're going to spend together. First, I'm going to teach you about tax lien certificates. Now, these are safe and secure certificates. You don't invest with Ted. You're going to invest directly with the government, and you're going to get a check back from the government. That's what's going to make it predictable, certain, and secure. Now, when you invest in tax certificates, you can earn 16, 18, 24%. And that's the rate is going to be paid by the government. Now, tax lien certificates, if you ever end up with one, you're going to end up with an income certificate. So I'm going to talk about income, cash flow, and income generation. Then I'll talk a little bit about how to get some of these properties for 60, 70, and 80% discounts, if you can imagine. And then finally, I'll finish my talk and I'll show you how to buy property for 15 to 35 cents. 15 to 35 cents on the dollar. So just kind of open up your mind, let this information fall in. Now, here's what you're going to discover about tax certificate. Depending upon the state that you want to buy it, you can earn 16%, 18%, 24%, 36%. Now, this is perfect for an IRA. Anybody that's an older person loves these because they're not going to invest with a broker, a bank, or anybody else. You're going to invest directly with the government, and your check's going to come back from the government. So people kind of say to me, well, Ted, what if I don't get paid on this tax certificate? If you don't get paid, then you're really going to like this business because It wipes out the mortgage, and they're going to hand you the property. That's right. The government will award you the property if you don't get paid. And I'm going to go into that in detail for you in the next couple of minutes. So we're going to talk a lot about tax certificates. So let's learn about the basics of this first of all. So look on the left of your screen. You see that property there. We're all familiar with houses, but with tax certificates, it could be a ranch. It could be a farm. It's any taxable property in the United States. And that tax is owed to what's shown there as a government center. And you like to call that the county. So the county has to collect those taxes. And if they don't collect the property tax, only two things can happen. Only two things. In half of the states, they'll issue a tax lien certificate. Nothing more than a piece of paper like the one that comes out of your printer right next to your computer. Just a piece of paper like that. But that tax lien certificate has power. Now, when I say power, property can't be sold. It can't be mortgaged. Nothing can happen until you get paid. So you see, what you did is you gave your money to the government. They're going to give you a certificate, and now you control that property. Nobody can do anything on that property until you get paid. So this is a mandated, guaranteed rate of return. Some states pay 16, some 18, some 24. I'll show you how to make all the way up to 36%, and the check is always going to come from the government. All right, you got the basis. Stay with me, and we'll kind of learn the basis of it. It's not a complicated business, but I can tell you this. When you raise your hand like I'm doing now and you get a certificate, you now have the priority lien. You're ahead of the mortgage. So that simply means if they don't pay you, you can get the property. You can wipe out the mortgage. Now, we're not going to worry about that because the government does most of that for us, but I'm going to show you how that step-by-step process works. All right, now here's what you're going to like the most. This investment is the safest, most lucrative investment in America. Why? Because we invest with the government. We're going to get our checks back from the government, and we're going to get high rates of return. So let's talk about those returns just briefly. All right, Arizona would pay you 16%. If you went in a place like Iowa, you would earn 24%. In Illinois, you can earn all the way up to 36%. And keep in mind, the check doesn't come from Ted. It doesn't come from a broker. It always comes from the local government. So some people are making money all the time on these certificates, and there's thousands of them. For example, I'm in Florida talking to you right now. In this state, in the month of May, they will issue 1 million certificates. That means 1 million property owners will not pay their taxes this year. And you could buy the certificate, control that property, and be earning 16, 18, or 24%. Now, if you got a little gray hair like I do, you fall in love with it. This is perfect for grandma. It's perfect for someone in a pension plan or something like that. So government tax certificates are safe and secure investment. Now, it's the law that when you buy that certificate, they're going to put you in first lien position. Absolute first lien. Now, first lien position is ahead of the mortgage. I know most real estate people think the first lien is the mortgage. It's not. It's always the taxes. And now you own the controlling interest in that. All right, so let me quickly go through the rates of return that you can earn. If you own a certificate for a whole year in Arizona, it would pay you 16%. Now, compare that with Bank of America, compare that with Wells Fargo Bank, they're paying like 1%. Excuse me. So let's go to another state. Let's go to Illinois. Now, in Illinois, in the first 6 months, you could earn 18%. Now, imagine that. 18%, that's 3% a month, and the banks are paying 1% for the whole year. Now, in Illinois, they allowed that certificate to go a second 6 months. So in Illinois, you can earn all the way up to 36%. Now, they have dozens of counties doing this, and I'll show you that as we go. All right, Georgia, that's my favorite state, and I'll come back and tell you about that in a minute. In Georgia, in 1 day, I said 1 day, you can earn 20%. So if you buy a certificate today and the people come in and pay their taxes tomorrow, you get all your money back. Let me say it again. You get all your money back plus 20%. Now, where are you going to get an investment like that? 20%. Some of us work all year on a property to make 20%. 1 day, you get 20%. So any day from day 1 to day 365, you make a 20% return. Now, Iowa pays 2% for every month that the certificate's unpaid. These are powerful, powerful rates of return. Now, Texas, you're going to shock in Texas, because in Texas, they sell the certificate. When you buy it, if they pay it off the next day, you make 25%. That means you get back all your money plus 25%. Now, I told you, Georgia is my favorite state. I'm here in Florida, so I buy them here, but I like to buy them in Georgia because, as you can see from that graphic in front of you, Georgia pays 20% in the first year, but in the second year, it pays 30%. And the year after that, it pays 40%. The year after that, it pays 50%. Most people don't even know what I'm talking about. They say, what are you talking about? Are you crazy? Sounds too good to be true. These tax certificates have been around for 200 years. Everything I'll tell you today is 200 years old. All the words that I have now that I conveyed to you come from the statutes of the particular state that I'm talking about. Okay, let's quick review. Every property has a tax, always owed to the local government. Half of the states sell tax lien certificates. You can buy those. I'm going to teach you how to do it online. All right. If they don't sell tax certificates, they sell tax deeds. Now, tax deeds are pretty severe. They're not benevolent about this. If those states you don't pay your tax, they're going to kick the people out and they're going to sell the property, usually very close to the back taxes. Very close to it. Imagine buying a property for back taxes. And again, there's no mortgage. So some people say to me, well, Ted, if they won't pay the government, why would they pay you? Here's why they'll pay you. Because you have that certificate and you can wipe out the mortgage and take over a property. So keep that in the back of your mind. This is a powerful, safe investment. All right, now this is the most important slide I can show you all day. Most important one all day. It says the government gives you the right to get all your money. With a tax certificate, when you buy that certificate, the government mandates that you get paid, and you get paid the rate that the government says, 16, 18, 24, whatever you buy, you're mandated to get your money. If you don't get your money, you get the property. Now write this down. If you don't get paid, you get the property without a mortgage. Without a mortgage. Now, if you wrote that down, you now see the power in tax certificates. I've been doing this for 30 years, and I'm telling you, this is a powerful investment. It just gets better every year. Tax collector does all the work. This is a passive investment. You just sit on your rusty dusty. You don't do anything. You raise your hand, you buy the piece of paper, and you sit down. You don't do anything else. There's no work. The government does all the work. So the tax collector does the work. They can pay you all the way up to 36%. Imagine 36% and the checks coming from the government. Not bad, right? Well, you got to learn how to do this. It's something you need to do. All right, now why does the government sell the certificates? So take a look at my graph there. You see all the money that comes in on property taxes goes right back out. What does it go out to do? It pays for the police department, the fire department. Well, we have to have firefighters. Okay, what about the hospitals? They need a little bit of money. But most importantly, the property taxes pay for the schools and the school teachers. So you couldn't have those things without property tax. So the local government has been given power to collect taxes. If they don't collect the taxes, they do one of two things. They either confiscate the property and resell it, and if they don't confiscate it, half of the states are very benevolent. You like those benevolent states because they don't foreclose, they issue a tax certificate. Now, when those people do come in and pay, now just so you know, most people don't lose their house for taxes. 97% of these people will pay their tax. And when they do, you get back all your money. I said you get back all your money plus 16, 18, 24. So you can see this is a powerful investment. You want to get involved. Take my word for it. You want to get involved. Now, why hasn't your broker told you? Why hasn't your attorney told you about it? Well, I'll tell you why you don't. Because they can't earn a commission on a tax certificate. They can't get paid on that. But I'll tell you, the biggest investors are always going to be the banks. But let's stay with this and let's learn how we can make some money. Now, I don't care whether you're 16 or 60. I don't care how old you are. Let's give you a demonstration. I do everything with demonstrations, so you're going to get onto that before we get done. All right, now this guy's name is Rocco, okay? Now look behind him. You can see the houses. You guys know a lot about houses, okay? Okay, Ron's always talking about vacant residential lots. Look behind over his shoulder. There's some vacant lots back there. So Rocco heads over to the sale. Actually, he did it online now that I think about it. So he purchased the tax lien certificate. Now, he didn't purchase the house. So he doesn't have to collect the rent or cut the lawn or have tenants, toilets, trash in there. He just bought a certificate on that house. That's all he did. And he did 27 lots. All right, so he invested his money. He gave it to the government. Let's see what happens.
I bought tax certificates, people that did not pay their taxes. I paid their taxes. I paid around $6,900, just shy of $7,000. I got 18% of my money. I just got redeemed in December, and I got $1,890 back, which is 18% on your money. Where in the economy of today with the banks and the mutual fund are you going to get 18% on your money? It's not going to happen.
18% on your money, and he's sitting on his rusty dusty. All he did is take that piece of paper home, stick it in his desk drawer, and he just sit there and wait. There's no work to do. So if you know anybody that's a senior or it's your parents or whatever, perfect investment for them. If you've got an IRA, it's a perfect investment. If you got money sitting in the bank, perfect investment. You're not investing with me. There's no brokers involved. There's no bankers. There's no attorneys. You just buy the certificate from the government, take it home, sit on your rusty dusty. Practice sitting on your rusty dusty. You're going to like it. All right, so here's our same graphic again. Every property has a tax, always owed to the government. They only can do two things, the government. One, they can issue a tax certificate. So that's a benevolent state. Like I live in Florida. There's about half of the states are very benevolent. They say, look, we don't want to take your house, but there's a tax certificate issued. So when you pay your tax, you're going to have to pay a penalty. Well, you guys already know that, because if you pay your master charge late, you pay a penalty, right? It's the same deal. The government just invented it 200 years ago. All right, the other half of the states, they're not so benevolent. They confiscate. You forfeit the house to them, and they're going to sell it out into the market. So I'll show you both of these before you're done. So remember, I said, I'll start out with tax certificates, and then we'll learn how to get 60, 70, 80% discounts, and then we'll learn how to buy these things for 10, 15, 20 cents on the dollar. You're going to be shocked when you see my people doing it. All right, so let's keep moving. I know you guys are getting it, and I know I'm going fast, but we only got a little bit of time. But you know what? Pretty soon, Ron and I are going to do a 3-day workshop. You'll want to be there. We'll tell you how I can do that in a little bit. Okay, now I've got solutions for you. When people call me and they want help, the first thing they always want help with, Ted, I need more cash flow. All right, then you need to learn about tax certificates, because cash flow is what they do. So when you buy the certificate and they pay you, you got cash flow, and you can buy more or you can roll them over. But there's always going to be tax certificates. Now, most people outside of this industry, my industry, have no clue that there's millions of these certificates. There is going to be in the United States at least 2 million and maybe closer to 3 million defaulted tax properties this year. Every year there's too many. The local governments can't sell them. I'll guarantee you the local governments can't. All right, so the first thing everybody has trouble with is cash flow. So tax lien certificates, they're going to help you with that cash flow. Now, the second thing people tell me, so, gee, Ted, I've got no future in my job, and that's why I go to Ron LeGrand. He's going to teach me how to do this. Can you teach me how to do this in tax certificates and tax deeds? Yes. So both of these things are what the two big things that people come and want. So I'm going to show you both. I'm going to show you massive growth quickly. I'm talking about massive growth quickly. You're going to see that. So stay with me. You're going to get a lot of solutions, and I'm going to show you how to keep your risk down to an absolute minimum. All right, quick review. Tax certificates are the safest, the most lucrative investment in America. You invest with the government, you're going to get a check back from the government. This is a safe haven investment. Safe haven investment. So keep that in the back of your mind. All right, now I know what you guys are here for. You understand my graphic now, and we'll see that a few more times just so I get it firmly planted and you understand the better, because we got to get you a lot of content, because the more content you get, the more you'll like this business. So I load these things now with content for you. Now, how would you feel if you could make on one deal 50,000, 75,000, 100,000. I'm actually going to show you that. So just be thinking about how you would feel if you did that. Now, and you're going to see that happen in just the next few minutes. All right. Now, you can't imagine this, but try to imagine getting a property for 6 cents on the dollar. Well, that would be impossible, you say. How about 6 cents on the dollar with no mortgage on it? You say, Ted, I don't believe you. Well, I'm going to tell you, in the tax lien business, what happens with people, you're going to see it happen right now. This young couple, they learned in my classroom. They learned to buy tax certificates. Now, the young couple, they're just getting their family going, so they didn't have a lot of cash. They're both in tech, so you know how tech people are working. They're working 10, 12 hours a day, so they're working. So they said, well, wait a minute, we better go slow. So they wanted to buy tax certificates. So that's what they did. Now, tax certificates, we've already taught you, they're safe and secure. But here's the big thing that you're going to learn right now. If you don't get paid on your tax certificate, they're going to hand you the keys to the property. The property will be awarded to you if you don't get paid. So the rule to remember is you get paid on a tax certificate, and watch how I demonstrate it. You're going to be in shock. This couple took $11,000. They lived in Phoenix, Arizona, and they bought a tax certificate. Okay. Now read the screen on the bottom. They invested thinking they were going to get 16% on their money, because 97% of all the certificates pay off. But we always tell our clients, whenever you buy a certificate, be sure and go out and look and see what you bought. Don't just pick up a newspaper and start buying these things, because you could really get hurt. So we say, go and look and see what you bought. I'm going to show you what they bought. They bought a tax certificate on a condo sitting on the water. Now, I live in Florida, so water's nothing, but Arizona, in the middle of the desert, you get a place on the water, it's worth a lot of money. $180,000. All right, now the property's worth 180. They invested 11, and don't you know, the people didn't pay them. They didn't get paid. In this business, if they don't pay you, you get the property. So sure enough, they went through the process, and the judge awarded them the property. Wow. And the property doesn't have a mortgage on it. The mortgage is wiped out as a result of the auction. Now, I didn't make that rule. The government made that rule 200 years ago. And they told the mortgage lenders, look, if the people don't pay, you better pay. If neither one of you pay, the customer that bought the tax certificate gets it. So these folks got that They not only got that property, they started renting it. Now take a good look. You're looking at a piece of property that any one of us would be proud of. Now these aren't fixer-uppers, these are nice. So I want to demonstrate people with money do this. You don't have to buy junk, you can buy really good stuff. So what do you think they did with it? Well, why don't we find out what they did with it? Let's find out exactly what happened to the two of them.
It's a lot easier than you think. It's not so scary once you know, okay, you can just ask these questions. And we turned to Ted, we turned to all his education, we turned to the coaching staff to get the questions we have answered because they're experts.
This particular property was a very nice property, and in our opinion, nice enough to actually live in. We were in it total for $11,000.
Both of those. And we rented that at $1,225 for 15 months.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So we collected all the money back from our initial investment and more.
And more.
And then after holding it as a rental for some time, then we decided, okay, the property is appreciating so quickly.
Yeah.
Phoenix was really hot. And so it was appreciating so quickly. We ended up selling the property, and the sales price was?
We had a contracted sales price of $184,000, and $169,000 hit our bank account.
Wow, think about that. $11,000 investment. They got all their money back, and then what did they end up with? Well, they ended up with $169,000.
It's a lot easier than
I clicked it the wrong way, so now I got the right way again. So they got Zillow to sell it for them, and they got $106,000. Now, folks, think about that. The average family in the United States makes $50,000 a year, and they made $169,000 on one property. How many of those would you have to do to be happy this year? You know, kind of think about that. Now, I want to explain something that most people don't understand. I'm not in the fixer-upper business as a lot of people are. I like to teach people, buy them low and then sell them low. So as a result of that, this has turned out to be quite a business for women. 63% of my clients are women. So you'll see as I go through the rest of this presentation, there'll be a lot of females that be involved in this business because we buy it low and then we sell it low. So now you're starting to understand these tax certificates. You need to ask yourself, would this be something that would be in your best interest to learn? Well, you know what the answer to that is, and I know the answer too, but here's the next part of that. Okay, how much do you want what you want? Are you willing to learn some new things? Well, I'm going to teach you a lot more new things in the next 35 minutes that I got left. And so if you're willing to leave your old ideas and put them aside, put your traditional ideas aside, you're going to see a lot of new viewpoints in the next few minutes. All right, now open your mind because I know what you're thinking right now. What you're thinking is, Ted, this is too good to be true. Well, a number of years ago, I've been doing this a long time. I used to have black hair and I was skinny. And guess what? I wanted to do an infomercial for television. So I went to CBS and NBC and I said, I want to do an infomercial. And they said, wait a minute, tell us all about this. So I told them, they said, Ted, it sounds too good to be true. We can't put you on television. I said, well, look, why don't we get an attorney to be on television with me and he can explain it to them. They said, well, if you can get an attorney, we'll kind of take a new look at all that. So here's what happened.
Ted, I have to tell you, when we heard about your system, the producers of this show said this sounds almost too good to be true. And they wanted to get an outside opinion from an attorney. So we contacted real estate expert, attorney, and the author of the New York Times bestseller, How Come That Idiot's Rich and I'm Not? Welcome now, Robert Sheeman. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Lynn, it's a pleasure to be here with you.
Now, Robert, Ted Thomas has been telling us about tax certificate investing and how it is a government-backed program and totally legal. And we wanted to verify with an outside legal and real estate expert like yourself that what Ted is saying is true.
Well, it's not only for real and it's not only absolutely true, but it's legal and it's statutory. It's not just out there as some investment. This is backed, approved, and written by state governments. This is how the governments collect their tax money when people don't pay their property taxes.
So is it safe to say that this is not a far-fetched get-rich-quick scheme and that tax certificates are a predictable, certain, and secure investment that is government-sponsored and backed up by property tax laws in each state?
That's right. They occur everywhere. Wherever there's a property tax to be collected, they're legal, they work, the returns can be absolutely fantastic, and this is all for real.
Robert, thank you so much for taking the time to join us today.
Okay, I hope all this is making sense to you guys and you're really getting it, because you can see the power in these certificates. Okay, now this next slide is kind of going to open up your mind a little bit, and you're going to realize exactly what's it. The slide is black and white, and what does it say through the middle of it? It's the law is right there. You get paid or you get the property. So now you've seen both sides of tax certificates, where you could earn high interest. If you don't earn the high interest, you're going to get the property. So either way, you're going to do very well. So why don't I show you how to make some money real quickly with tax certificates, and then we'll move on, and I'll show you how to buy properties with 60, 70, 80% discounts on the property, because you're going to go to tax defaulted auction. Half of the states sell certificates, which I'm going to finish up with another minute or two, and then we're going to go into how to do this with regular real estate, which most people don't even realize, but there's going to be 5,000 tax auctions this year. 99% of the people don't even know how to find them, but I'm going to show you how to find them from your kitchen table. Okay, so let's go ahead and learn about these tax certificates a little bit. All right, now, when you want to buy a certificate, you want to make as much money as possible. So if I talk to people, what they say to me, they say, Ted, I've got money in the bank, and I ask them how much they have. So I have a friend lives in Phoenix. He said he was making 3 3/4%, and he had a $2,000 investment. And I said, well, look, if you invested $2,000 and you put it in the bank at 3 3/4, what's it going to be in 20 years? He said, well, I don't know. So I figured it out real quick with a calculator. I put $2,000 at 3.75, and I figured 1 year, then I just reiterated it. Well, that small $2,000 investment in 20 years, not going to be worth very much. So he asked me what to do, and I said, why don't you put it in tax certificates, and you could earn a lot more. You live right in Phoenix, where they pay 16%. So he said to me, he said, well, for goodness sake, how much would I have if I took my $2,000? I said, well, if you put $2,000 in tax certificate and you just kept renewing it every year, just that small $2,000, it's going to be worth a lot more money. For example, it's going to be worth $30,000. Now think about that. It's the same investment. In the bank, he would, even at 3 3/4%, he was only going to have $4,000. Now he's got $30,000. Now, look, I know what you guys are afraid of. You're afraid you're going to lose your assets. You're afraid you're going to lose your assets. Well, because other investments are going to break your heart. This is safe and secure. You invest with the government, you get a check back. So why don't we go for the gold and go to a place like Iowa, where they pay 24%? So if you take the $2,000 at 24%, what's going to happen to that? Well, if you just kept rolling it over, $2,000, you're going to end up with a bunch of money. There it is, $120,000. Folks, you decide. It's your money. You do anything you want with it. I'm showing you a place that you can make big bucks, and you ought to be able to go out and make big bucks and do it in a very simple manner. So that's what I've done. All right. So now remember, every property's got a tax. We were talking about tax lien certificates. Now we're going to kind of change over, and I'm going to show you the big discovery I made. I went into shock when I found this, and I'm going to show you, and you're going to be pretty shocked too. Okay. All right. So let me show you how this works. So I called Baltimore, Maryland, and I wanted to buy a tax certificate. And when I called, I got a woman. I said, listen, I want to buy some tax certificates. She said, okay, great. I said, well, can I get a list of those? And she said, oh, my goodness. She said, I said, first of all, how much do you pay? In Baltimore, they paid 24%. That was in Baltimore County. Other counties pay other amounts, but Baltimore County paid 24%. She said, I'll send you a catalog. And you know what? She did. She sent me a big catalog of that. But that's not unusual. If you want to do the same thing in Jacksonville, Florida, you want to do it in Tampa, Florida, you want to do it in Chicago, Illinois, I can show you, you'll be shocked. I called Tampa, Florida, and I said to the woman that answered the phone, I said, can I buy some tax lien certificate? She said, yes. I said, could you send me some list? She said, no, I can't send you the list. I said, well, how much do you pay there in Florida? She said, 18%. I said, why can't you send me the list? And she finally said, the list is too big to send. I said, what? She said, the list is too big to send. She said, you'll have to call the newspaper. So I called the newspaper, and there's the list. 40,000. Look how thick that newspaper is. 40,000 certificates. Now you guys all know where Jacksonville is, because you know you're around LeGrand kind. So I'm just going to turn around and go off camera for just a second, and I'm going to show you. There's the Tampa paper, so you guys can see it. There's a Tampa paper. All right, now hold on a second. I'm going to show you Jacksonville. This is Jacksonville, Florida. Okay. There's that many tax certificates just in Jacksonville. Look at that. That's over 34,000 at the last auction. They'll have more this month. 34,000 certificates just in Jacksonville. You can be buying those certificates. Anybody can do it. But let's learn about real estate now, because you see the other side of this is there's half of the states that don't sell the tax certificates. What they do is they sell the tax deeds to the property. So what did I do? I called New York. And I called in. I said, do you sell property? And they said, yes. And what they do is they confiscate the property and then they sell it for real close to the back taxes. Now, every single county in America has these auctions. There's some auction lists for New York. Now, look at that first one. It says Sullivan County. You can read that as well. And they show you the picture. And if you open up that brochure, there's actually pictures of the property. Wow. All of these properties are sold mortgage free, just like the tax lien certificate. So when you buy the property, it's got no mortgage on it, and you're not buying it from Ted, you're not buying it from a broker, you're buying it directly at a government-controlled and mandated auction. They make the rules, you just have to follow them. So I decided I'm going to start buying there. Now, I bought about 9 properties past 2 years in New York. I'll show you some of those before we get done. Okay, but this isn't about me. I want you to show you what my clients are doing, and now you're going to see where the real money is. All right, now that's Sullivan County there. Now you read it with me. Look up on the right-hand side. You can see how many properties. 468 properties at one auction that they're going to sell for the back taxes. Now look on the left side in the big red circle. It's going to take them 2 days. This is a business of abundance. There's going to be too much. It's going to take them a long time. Now, where's Sullivan County? Look at that outline of New York. It's right up from New York City. It's about an hour and 15 minutes. So what you're going to see next is you're going to see one of my clients that I sent to that auction. Now, you need a pencil and paper. I hope you got one close. Just write this down, but not to worry. I'll go over and see you. You're going to be sure to get it. They went to this auction as soon as they finished my training, okay? Now, this is the same brochure, except it shows that there's no mortgage on these properties. Now, this couple, they were from the Canadian provinces. Now, you understand New York borders Canada, so they want to come into the United States and get in on these good deals. So these people bought properties, and she's going to tell you exactly what she did, and I want you to write it down. I said, write it down, okay? Here we go.
I first met Ted last August through Dave Dubois' webinar, and we had decided that we really needed something more for our retirement. And when I saw tax deeds, I really knew that this was something that we could do and that would work for us.
The first time Joan brought this tax liens and deeds business to my attention, I thought it was just one of those other get-rich-quick schemes that we've seen so many of before. You know, they're always too good to be true until you actually investigate them, and then you know they are. This one here was different. Once you got into the auction part of it itself, the more we researched it, the more we found that it was viable.
We went to our first auction in June.
You want to write these numbers down, write them down.
In Sullivan County, New York. And there were 500 properties up for auction, and we ended up buying 4 of them. The first one we got was a single family home. It was valued at $70,000. We paid $25,000 for it. It has a tenant already in it. She's on renter's assistance, so the government is actually going to pay us $800 a month rent. The second property we bought was 27 acres of land on a beautiful side hill overlooking the river, forested land. It's divided into 5 lots. It's valued at $175,000, and we paid $12,000 for it. Then we also bought 2 residential lots. They're both about 2 acres, and one we paid $1,000 for, one we paid $600 for. They're both valued at $20,000.
Without taking Ted's course, we'd never have learned how to do tax deeds and liens. We had heard about it before, but you know, it's very difficult to find the lists of properties that are available, and let alone trying to find which counties have sales on at what time and all that kind of stuff.
But Ted gives us all that information. It's very well laid out, and we're just excited about our future. This is going to give us all of our dreams and hopes fulfilled, because we do it together, and the earning potential is unlimited.
Retirement, here we come.
Now, folks, I'm going to give you a competitive advantage right now. When I go through this, it's only going to take me a minute, but you're going to be surprised, real surprised. Now, the first property she bought was a home that already had a renter in it. All right, so she paid $70,000. Excuse me, it was $70,000 value, and she paid $25,000. But she already had income, so you probably wouldn't want to sell that because it got about a 35% return. But let's look at the second property. Now, the second property was worth $175,000. It was already subdivided. It was on the water on the side of the hill. Okay, they only paid $12,000 for it. Folks, that's 6 cents on the dollar, and there's no mortgage. Now, how many properties would you buy if you could get them for 6 cents on the dollar? You'd buy a lot of them. But you know what? Most people are afraid. They say, Ted, who would I sell it to? Well, I'm going to show you how to sell it, and you're going to sell it quickly. Okay, this is a strategy that's been around for decades because Walmart uses it all the time. And all I did is copy their strategy. They buy stuff low and they sell it low. Well, these folks bought for 6 cents on the dollar. Could you sell it for 36 cents on the dollar? Could you sell it for 46? Could you sell it for, of course, you could easily do that. So watch what I do with this property. I'm just going to say that I want to sell it. But you know what? The value of the property was picked out by you, by the tax assessor. So I can use that in my ad. I can say tax assessed value, 175. Well, people will believe that because they don't believe the broker and they don't believe you and I when we're trying to sell, but they believe the tax assessed value. Now, what I do is I use Craigslist because that doesn't cost anything. And then I use eBay, a couple of $100, that's all. And I'm going to sell the property. That's right. So I'm going to put that property on there, tax assessed value, watch close what's going to happen, except I can sell it for any price I want. Nobody knows what I bought it for. So I'm going to give a 65% discount and sell it for 62. Now you think to yourself, how long is it going to take me to sell that property? 4 months? 4 weeks? 4 days? I don't know. It's going to be a short period of time. But when people see that kind of pricing, you know my email is going to be flooded. You know my phone's going to ring. And so it's not going to take long. Now, what about the other properties they had? Same kind of thing. But look at the profit. Look at the profit I made on that property. And I'm still way under the market because it was worth $175,000. How many deals like that would you have to do to be happy? The point is we can do that with all the properties that we just looked at. They were buying properties for $600 for a lot, $1,000 for a lot. Ron teaches a class on to buy those kind of properties. Every auction will have 25%. 25% of every auction will be open residential land of some kind. Every single auction. I've been doing this for 25 years, doing the same thing. Buy a property for $1,000 and sell it for $5. What do you care? Buy it low and sell it low and move on quickly. Now, I know you want to do this online, so let me show you some people doing it online so that you get the idea. Now, you can do it anywhere that you want that there's an internet connection. I teach this class in Singapore. I teach it in Melbourne, Australia. I teach it in Bangkok. I teach it in the United Kingdom, Mexico City, because those people want to buy online. This guy is going to buy online, and he's going to make it happen now. And that's the beauty of this business. You can buy and then quickly sell because we're going to be under the market. So let's listen to him.
My name is Joe Rickards. I live in Kelowna, BC. I do creative real estate in Canada. Have been doing that for 20 years. I've purchased about $200,000 worth of other real estate courses over the span of about 7 to 10 years, looking for the next big thing in real estate investing, looking for something better than I was doing in Canada. Well, TEDS is one of the only systems I would say, especially as a Canadian, that he was very upfront that, okay, if you're going to do this, you're going to need to do it down in the States, as opposed to the US gurus coming up to Canada and saying, oh yeah, this works up here too. I found that not to be the case. So it was refreshing to know that what I'm getting is what I'm getting with TED. From TED's course, then I participated in the Pinellas County auction online and bought a property at my second auction in Clearwater Beach, in actually an area called Island Estates, which is a very prestigious area. And net, it's about a 40K profit flip. So that was my first deal.
Folks, he made $40,000. He didn't spend 4 years in college. He didn't have to go step by step to learn how to work in a cubicle. He didn't do any of that. He just bought one property. He resold it. So he bought it low and he sold it low. Bought it at the auction. He bought it online. He did that whole transaction online. And that's the way you want to start thinking in the future. Now, I know your family's going to really respect you if you can do this. This is a repeatable business. There'll be 5,000 auctions this year. I'm going to show you a few more online things over the next few minutes. Okay, now I've got this nailed down to a plan, okay? So if you can follow the plan, you're going to be okay. You're going to be able to grow your income as much as you want. So you want to do one once in a while, you want to do a bunch once in a while, it's going to be up to you. What are you going to need to get in this business? Here's what you need. You're going to need a laptop. You're going to need a smartphone. You're going to need some clothes so you can be nice and warm when you come to the seminar and learn how to do it. That's all you're going to need. I'll give you all the skills you need because this is a step-by-step process. We've been doing this for 25 years. You're about to be shocked when you see some of the profits that some of these people. All right, so here's a question I ask all my people when I'm talking. How would you like to make 50 or 75,000? The answer is always the same. Yes, they want to do that. Yes, they would feel very good. But more importantly, this is life-changing stuff. Why is it life-changing? Because once you understand this, you can do it for the rest of your life. Everything that I've taught you in the 35 or 40 minutes we've been together has been 200 years in the making. All of this business has been around that long. People just don't know how to do it. Now with the internet, you can do the whole world. It used to be we'd go to one state and we'd have to roam around to try and, we can do everything from your desktop. Now you guys know, just as well as I do, you know, there's an old saying in real estate. What is it? You make your money when you buy. And that's why you want to be at these auctions, because the government is discounting 60, 70, all the way down 80%. So you're going to make your money when you buy. So I'm going to give you a game plan, show you step by step how to do that. And you're going to see people right now that are actually doing that. They're doing exactly what I'm telling you about. And so they're going to make, my minimum standard is try to make 25. If you can make 50, that's great. In many cases, you'll be able to make up to 100,000. But the key was, we're going to buy it right. We're getting real estate at 60, 70, and you're going to see even higher discounts than that before I finish up here. All right, now if you're a person who likes to stay home and work, I get it, okay? Females like this because they don't have to go out and do any fix-up. We're going to buy it low, and then we're going to sell it low, and we're going to have good luck selling it because we're going to be way under the market. Now, people are going to say to me, and they're going to say it to you, oh, no, don't sell it low. Every real estate course in the world said, buy it low and sell it high. I'm the contrarian guy. Now, I'm going to show you people from outside the United States buying inside the United States. Why? Because they can do it online. So this young lady and her husband, they run their tax lien and deed business 5 to 10 focused hours a week. I didn't say they're goofing off. They're working 5 to 10 hours a week, and they're buying properties in the United States. Now, you already read that screen to the left. They wanted to buy in Los Angeles. Now, Los Angeles is the probably 4th or 5th most wealthy county in the United States, and they're buying there for pennies on the dollar. And they're buying from the tax collector. You're not buying from me. You're buying directly from the government. And you're going to listen, and she's going to tell you how she got a property for $14,000 that had a tax assessed value of $200,000.
I came across Ted Thomas material sometime in July of last year, and it was just really good timing because we were just about at time looking for something with greater returns. Something that will give us more time to spend with family and enjoy our family more while, being able to live the life we've always dreamed of. Because I attended Ted's 3-day workshop, I knew that LA has a 2-day auction. What happens is whatever they don't sell on the first day, they sell half price on the second day. And that is how we ended up with our lot. We paid $14,000 for a lot that was assessed, I believe, $210,000.
You more than doubled our money.
And move on to the next deal. Yes. So we have 2 girls, almost 11 and 6 years old, and this new business will really give us more time to focus on our family, spend more time with our family, travel more. For instance, when we went to King County, we took the kids to Vancouver because that's where our family is, so they can visit grandma. At the same time, we spend time with them. So it was a bit of a family vacation / business trip, which is always nice. And being able now to work on this, not every day, 7-8 hours a day, but more kind of come and go basis, you have more free time to take family trips, to enjoy each other and make those memories that most people are just too busy, too stressed out to do when they simply, employed somewhere and they don't have time for themselves and their loved ones.
Well, there you go, folks. There's it. 7 cents on the dollar. Think about that. In Los Angeles County, 7 cents, and the property had no mortgage. Folks, it doesn't get any better than that. Those are terrific deals. Now, that's about a 93% discount. So I'm not overburdening you here with numbers and blowing them up. All right. So lots of deals. The beauty of this business, if you're a female, you're going to like this because you don't have to do any more commuting. You don't have to get dressed up. You can do this just like this young lady here. She's working on a laptop. I'm going to show you a lot more about that. Now, in a few minutes, I'm going to tell you that this month, we're going to do a 3-day workshop to teach you how to do this. Now, if you're learning a lot in this small session that I'm doing, just imagine what would happen in about a 3-day event. So we're going to do a 3-day virtual that you guys will want to sign up on. Now, with tax certificates, you've got power. You got real power. What kind of power do you have? lots of power, because you're going to be able to get properties for 60, 70, 80% discounts. So let's listen to this woman. She's going to be another one. And I show you people from outside the United States doing it inside. Why? Because they're doing it online. So we are experts at teaching you how to do this online. So if you want to sit at your kitchen table, great. If you want to go to the auctions, we'll teach you how to do that.
My name's Deb Murphy, and I'm here in Kelowna, British Columbia. I had purchased my first property. I bought it for $24,000. It'll literally sell for $70,000. I'll probably list it around 75, 76, and it'll sell. I did it all online, by phone and by computer. Ted's material showed me that I can depend on the county records, what's online as far as property appraisers records, what's online as far as all the documentation around a property, that I could depend on knowing 75% of what's going on with that property without even stepping foot on it. So there's just so much more available online, and that's why we can do it successfully now from Canada. Ted really fills out the full picture. He wants you to be successful.
Now, folks, I recognize that women have a little bit different investment philosophy than men. And I've got 63% of my clients are females, okay? She didn't want to sell, so she rented it. And the only reason she rented it is she could not find a return as good as the rental. In this case, because she bought it right, she had a 40% return on her rental. So there's another option for you. If you're one of the people that want to buy property and hold them, she doesn't have any mortgage to pay on that property. A couple of years later, you're going to see 20 years, she's going to have made a lot of money. So lots of ways to do this online, but I want to show you something that no one else can show you. Now, this takes me a minute to tell you, so kind of open up your mind and let this new information. I'm about to give you a competitive advantage that nobody else can give you. No one else can give you what I'm going to. This took us decades, it seems, to get it developed. All right, what you're looking at, you think that's the United States, but it's a county map. That's all the counties, and there's over 3,000 of them. What if you could sit at your kitchen table and access through my database every one of those counties? Well, you can do that. That would give you access to 100 million properties. I said 100 million properties, and all the auction lists, so you could know any auction that you wanted to go to across this great country. And we've got that perfected, and we have people doing it, which I'm about to show you. But first, let me show you the auction calendar. The blue states represent one kind of auction, yellow's another, red's another, but tax liens, tax deeds, whatever you want, you're going to be able to do it. I'm going to have a man show you. Just do that for a couple of seconds right now. Okay, so we have access to every property in the United States. We even have pictures in many cases. If there's a picture in the county records, we can pull that up. All of this information is accessible from your kitchen table. Nobody else has this. And if they came and copied me, I wouldn't even care, because we have classes on this 2 days of every week. You're going to meet the man that does the classes. So we get tech people that teach you how to do this from your kitchen table. Okay, so this is Florida. How would you know which auction to go to? You never would. You used to be able to travel in a car, whatever. Not anymore. Now you can sit there and go. You can know every auction in the state of Florida within 30 minutes sitting at home. All right, now this is that auction map. Let's listen to Lance for a minute.
This is called our interactive map. It's pretty cool. So what you can do is hover your mouse over any state on the map, and you're going to notice a little box pop up. So inside that box, it's going to tell you whether that state you're hovering over has tax lien certificates, or tax defaulted properties. Let's go down here and I'll show you how to find an upcoming auction. So if we just scroll down, now you've noticed all these columns. This is our auction calendar. And again, if you're wondering what the color coding is, it's the same as the interactive map. So blue are going to be tax deed auctions, green are tax lien auctions, and then red are redeemable deed auctions.
Now, folks, I'm going to do a three-day workshop so you learn how to do that. Now, this is Georgia. Now, Georgia has 160 counties. Now, I told you in Georgia earlier, it was my favorite state. Why? Because if you raise your hand and you buy a certificate, you're guaranteed to get a 20% return. Now, I use that word guarantee, and the only reason I even dare use that word, because it's mandated by law in the state of Georgia that you get a 20% return, even if you only own the certificate for 1 day. Now, where are you going to get returns like that? You won't even know which county to go to when they have an auction. There's 160 counties. You would spend your rest of your life doing that, but not with an auction calendar. We can be there in seconds and know what's going to happen. Now, I have a whole class that just teaches you how to do that, but I can't do it now. I'm down to my last 10 minutes. So I got to get a lot of stuff in this 10 minutes, but no, we're the only ones in the world that have an auction calendar. Now, this guy, he's a minister and a preacher, and he preaches in the prison system in Georgia. Now, he teaches Islam and Christianity. Now, there's two things to be teaching in the prison. Now, sure enough, he called me and said, Ted, I don't have any money. You got to show me how to do this. So I showed him how to do it, and he called me up. He said, Ted, check your phone. So I checked my phone, and there's his house. And I said, well, what is that? Well, he said, it was in the auction today. I said, well, did you buy it? He said, no. I said, well, why didn't you buy it? He said, I can't believe they'd sell a house for $300. I said, well, why didn't you try it? He said, well, do you think I should? I said, well, it's too late now. The auction's over. He said, well, they have one every month and nobody shows up. I said, what? He said, nobody shows up. I said, okay, well, go back. And so he did. And he bought this house for $300. Now, it's just a 2-bedroom, 1-bath house, not the fanciest one in the world. Now, $300 he's got invested in this. Now, I want you to think about that. What is his risk? What is his risk? I'm going to tell you, you spent that much for Thanksgiving last year. $300. I don't care whether they went out to eat or they ate in. You spent $300 for Thanksgiving. This guy's got a property. All right. Now he calls me up and he said, all right, I bought it. So he bought it at the next auction for $300. Nobody showed it. So he bought the property. He said, what should I do? I said, well, sell it. So, oh, Ted, I don't sell stuff. I said, well, then why don't you rent it? So he said, well, what should I rent? I said, I don't know. I'm in Florida. You're in Georgia. I don't know what to rent it for. So sure enough, he checked in the neighborhood, put a couple of signs up. The neighbors told him he should rent it for $700. He's got $360 invested here. The neighbors told him what to rent it for. Well, this young kid came along. He and his girlfriend were renting an apartment in town. They said, look, we'll give you, my dad gave me the money for the whole year's rent. He said, I'll give you $6,000 for the year. He didn't want to buy it. He just wanted to rent it for the year. So he did. All right. Now, how would he have ever known about that property? He'd never know. His rate of return, look at that rate of return. That's just after doing a little fix up on the property. Folks, you want to get in on this. All right, now I'm going to run out of time, so let me show you the big money. Now, look, you want to be a small investor, we'll teach you to start small. You got big bucks you want to invest, I'm going to show you people now that are going to shock you. So open up your mind. Just open up your mind. This is a big money business. You want to make big money, we'll show you in your first year so you can make $100,000. We'll show you how to make 100. If you don't want to do it, it's going to be up to you. So this guy, he also lived out of the country. And he did everything that you're going to see from his basement office. Now, if I had another 20 minutes, I'd tell you, but I'm going to go through this case history really fast for you because I've got to get on with it so the next speaker isn't delayed, and I don't want to delay your lunch. Now, this guy lives in Regina, Saskatchewan. Now, Regina is spelled with an R, so all you guys stop laughing, okay? All right. So he lives in Regina. That's the capital. And I said, here's what I want you to do. I want to teach you the same kind of stuff that Ron do. Buy some residential lots. Why? Because nobody else is buying them. That's number one. And number two, there's going to be about 20% of the auction is going to have residential lot. And there's no toilets, tenants, trash. So buy it online. So he went to online and he called me up and he said, I'm going to buy in Riverside, California. All right, now he's clear up in Saskatchewan. He's going to buy like 13 or 1,500 miles away. He's just going to buy a residential lot, not a big risk deal. But in Riverside County, like all of California, the prices are over the top. So the tax assessed value, not Ted's value, not a broker value, tax assessed value. Well, he did pretty good. He bought it for 15 cents on the dollar. You guys would like to do that. Why not? 15 cents. What did he do? He followed my system. My system is easy. Buy it low, sell it low. Do it again. Buy it low, sell it low. Everybody else is teaching us. So he called the broker. He said, I want to get rid of it. He did. 60 days later, he made $20,000. Now, folks, $20,000 is nothing in life, but it'll make a little difference in your life right now, $20,000. However, he made it sitting on his butt. He made it sitting on his rusty dusty in his basement office. Wouldn't you like to learn that? Yes, you would like to learn that. So what should he do? What the heck? He made $20,000. Might as well go on vacation. Take it easy, right?
My name is Kelly Osmack, and I'm from Regina, Saskatchewan. I'm a Ted Thomas student. I had purchased a lot in Riverside County, at Riverside. I purchased it for $35,000, and after I got my title, I listed it. It was listed for a month, and I got a full cash offer of $55,000 US.
Wow. So what should you do? You should just take it easy, or should you do something else? Well, he wasn't going to take it easy.
After that deal, I went to the Kitsap County in Washington and purchased a 5-acre parcel in Kingston, and I paid $131,000 for that property. It had a 1,300 square foot manufactured home and a barn on the property. Really nice property. I had it listed at $280,000, and I received a full price offer in 4 days.
Folks, he said 4 days. Now, how are you going to sell a property in 4 days? Here's what you do. You got a high value, you sell it for a lower price. He still made himself $100,000. So should he give it up? No, he didn't want to give it up. One last deal. Let's see how he did. He used the auction calendar, went back to the same county. Here we go.
I went back to Riverside because it's a great place. I love Riverside for whatever reason. In May, I bought another property. It's in Desert Hot Springs. It's another 5-acre parcel. It's awesome. Yeah, I bought this property for $177,000. 5 acres of land. On Zillow, they had it listed in 2011 for $798,000. There's this house. There's another 900 square foot nanny mother-in-law house. There's outbuildings. It's a beautiful property. I had a realtor go look at it, and he said, "Yeah, it's in, like, from the exterior, looks like it's in decent shape. Depending what the inside is," he said it could range for anywhere from 500 to 800. I'll probably clear 100,000 US on that deal. I've never left my basement office.
You heard him say it. He never left his basement office. How about that? Well, here's what he actually did with it. The house is worth, as you heard them say, he sold it for $300,000, made himself $100,000. Now look, I'm down to my last 2 or 3 minutes, so I can't teach you everything I know in 1 hour's time. So we're going to do a 3-day virtual workshop. You want to write this down. We're going to do it this month on the 27th, the 28th, and the 29th. Usually that's priced at $2,500. The value of that is just what you saw today. You saw about 50 minutes of real intense, how much money you can make. You're going to be able to get into that workshop for the right price. Okay, now what are you going to learn? I've got 2 minutes left. I'm going to go quickly over the things you're going to learn, okay? You're going to learn about tax lien certificates and how to make money, and how to make money safe and secure. You're going to do that from the government. These are the kind of properties that I buy at tax auction. I don't buy junk. I don't teach people to buy junk. We buy good property. These are all properties that I bought. We're not here to talk about me. We're here to talk about you. But all of you can just copycat exactly what I do, okay? This is unbelievable. The people I've showed you got 90% discount, 6 cents on the dollar, 7 cents on the dollar. Where are you going to get things like that? If you'll come to that 3-day, I'll show you a man that bought in Los Angeles, California. He bought $1 million worth of property for 8.5 cents on the dollar. Now you tell me, if you want to be in business, if you can buy at 8.5 cents on the dollar, can you, for God's sake, make some money? Yes, and you can make some big money. I'm going to show you people that buy lots in a subdivision like you see right there for $200 to $800. Ron LeGrand can't teach you that. $200 to $800 in subdivisions like that. There's big money to be made here. I'm going to introduce you to this guy. He's a student of mine. He bought 60 properties in 10 years, 60 properties in 10 years. He did every one of them with a credit card. Nobody else can teach you how to do it. I can show you how to do it. If you want to make money in tax certificates, 25% in Texas in 2 days. Georgia, you can make 30% in 300 days. Folks, I'm out of time. You've got to think of what you're going to do. Now, this thing's going to sell out. I can tell you that right now. So what you need to do is write those dates down right now. Now, for goodness sake, don't everybody go register. Some of you have lunch and then go register. But there's going to be plenty of time. But you got to get registered today because it'll sell out. Now, I don't know how many people we're going to take, but you need to get that done today. So I hit it right on my 1 hour point, and I told Ron I promised him I'd finish. So Ron, here we are, and I'll hand it back to you if you want to do questions and answers.
Well, Ted, did you tell them how much this 3 days going to cost?
I told them they could have that for absolutely free, but it was valued at $2,500.
Absolutely free? Has anybody taken your temperature this morning so far?
Well, you know what we're going to do is we're going to fill this, and then I'm going to videotape it, and I do everything with video. And so,
okay. If you want to give it to them free, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
We've been selling stuff all week. It's about time they got something free. You're welcome, guys. You're welcome. All right. Well, we don't have enough time on this today, boy. I mean, so much more for them to learn. But we do have a few questions on here
Okay.
for you. If you don't mind, go ahead. While he's looking, we happen to be waiting for the Blue Angels and the Thunderbirds to fly over, but so far, no sign of it.
Okay. Okay. Do you want me to take them out of the chat box, or do you want to ask them?
No, Nick will ask them.
Oh, okay. Go for it, Nick.
I'm pulling them up here. I have to go back through and find them. I saw quite a few good ones out there as you were talking there. So, all right, here's a good one from Megan. Do you pay the tax each and every year, or do you simply purchase a tax certificate on a one-time basis?
Depends upon the state to answer the question. Here in Florida, you pay a tax certificate. When you go to pay for one, they'll say, do you want to pay next year? Because it could be outstanding for 2 years in Florida. So I tell people, buy both certificates because you're going to get that high interest rate on both. A place like Arizona, the certificate could go 3 years. So you don't want to pay it all three, but you only have to pay 1 year. You only have to pay one. They'll sell it to somebody else if you want.
Yeah.
All right. Next one from Winnie Freed. When I had some in Florida, the state said I didn't get the property. It went up for auction. I just got my money back with very low interest.
Okay, Winnie, that's the cost of education right there, young lady.
Yeah, exactly.
Go ahead, I'll let you answer it.
All right. In Florida, at the end of 2 years, you petition the county, and that's why you want to only get certificate. We show you how to buy certificates. You earn big money. So in Florida, at the end of 2 years, you don't get the property. What they do is they say, we're going to have another auction. So you just tell the county, go ahead and auction it. But it's a safe, secure certificate because you're still going to get paid. When they auction the property, you'll still get your tax money. You'll still get.
Let me answer it, Ted, because that's not really what she's asking.
Oh.
She bought a tax lien certificate for 1 year.
Right.
Okay. 2 years later, somebody else filed for the tax deed, which was probably the one that bought it for the year before she did. And she got paid off. So what she didn't know to do was to file for the tax deed sale herself. And then she would have either got the property or paid off, either way. But by the way, when you got paid off, you got a good rate of interest. So either way, just learn the rules and then you'll be in better control.
Oh,
and that's
listen,
in a different every state.
In this business, if you don't know the rules, you need to be looking at your computer and know the rule. Every rule is open to the public, and we have every one of our clients has some way to ask us questions. So we're always there to ask questions 24/7.
Okay, so you're not going to get the property unless you're there at the tax deed sale bidding on it, or unless you're filing for the tax deed sale and nobody is bidding on it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so you got to force that sale. Go ahead.
All right. Christian says, is the 16%, 14%, 12% the max rate for each state? And if so, does that mean there is a good chance it will get bid downwards? What's a likely interest rate versus a max rate?
Okay. Some states bid down, some states bid up. But what we teach people to do is you want to get the highest rate possible. So because there's so much abundance, we tell people, let everybody go through the craziness of the auction. When the auction is over, buy the certificates after, and there's no bidding, so you always get the highest rate. So we teach people how to do that.
In my experience, the more quality of the property, and it's a bidding down state, the lower the rate's going to go. So, hey, there's plenty of states. You told them about Georgia, didn't you?
Yeah, Georgia, guaranteed 20% no matter what.
Yeah. So, you get to choose where you want to go. And it is really difficult going to some of these states from your computer. Now, Georgia's the one you got to go to physically, though, isn't it?
Georgia, they don't have the online auctions for that. But Texas is always 25%. I mean, anybody that's getting low rates, it's just because they don't know what to do. I mean, people think that they're going to learn a business by spending money. You learn a business by getting educated. And anybody buying low rates, it's because they don't know what to do. They're just guessing.
Cost of education is cheap compared to the price of ignorance, isn't it?
Oh my God, it's so cheap to learn how to do this. It's unbelievable.
If you guys aren't happy with this 3-day event you've just been gifted, just let us know. We'll give you 3 times your money back.
Yeah, exactly.
It's free. Jeez.
3 times.
Free. Now you got all day to register. Please do not kill our computers. There's no immediate rush, and we have had that happen before. So just register sometime during the day, if you will, please. But it's a free event. And you ought to let everybody you know hear about it after you register. Let them know how to get on as well. It's free. I've never seen him do this before, ever, for free. So I don't know what it is. It must be a virus or something going around and it's making us crazy, Ted.
Yeah. We haven't been out of the house for a while.
I haven't. I'm already crazy. Go ahead, Nick.
All right. Damien says it's a great business, but he has no desire to fly from state to state to hit the auction since most.
I don't either, but that's already been answered. Most states, you do it from your computer, including Jacksonville, where I live.
Robert Putnam, who we had on here yesterday, if you purchase a tax certificate and get first position, does the subsequent tax certificate purchased by someone else get in front of your first position, effectively putting you in a second position?
That's a good one, Ted.
Nobody can get in front of you. If you bought the first certificate, you bought the first. First is always first. And then next year, if there's another. But first of all, you see, there's a lot of people who don't understand this business, a lot. All right. If you buy a certificate today, I don't care whether you're in Florida, in Georgia, or wherever you are, they're going to ask you, do you want to buy the subsequent certificate? Your answer is yes. Why is it yes? Because you want to make your investment more secure. Plus, where are you going to get 18% return? You're not going to get that in the bank. So buy as many certificates on that property. If you took the time to research the property, then you might as well buy as many certificates as you can. So they'll ask you. Now, when the person comes in to pay their tax, they're then going to have to pay you on all of your investment. Well, where are you going to get it? Florida pays 18, Texas paying 25. So you want to make sure that you buy as many. Don't buy one. See, the people that are buying one, they just don't know what the hell they're doing. If you want to learn what you're doing, come to class and I'll teach you what the right thing to do. Anybody that's asking these questions just doesn't know. And I understand that. I spent years not knowing myself. But now I can tell you the way to do it and a way to make money.
Okay. And this will be your one and only chance to go to this class for free, too. So, why don't you procrastinate a while and think about it?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Go ahead.
Procrastinate.
I still don't hear the Blue Angels, so go ahead.
All right.
This question is I think you'll know what he's referencing, but it says, why so low? Why not 50% or 40% off?
What?
I think that was when you were referencing either selling the tax liens or selling the house to make a quick profit.
If the property goes to sale, it's whatever they bid on. It's whatever the bid brings. You have no control over that. So
it might have been referencing if you actually get the house and then sell it. Why so low? Why
if you get the house, it's because you filed for the tax. Go ahead and answer that, Ted.
Yeah, what I teach people is to buy low and sell low. All I'm doing is using a strategy that Walmart and Target and Costco use. They buy stuff low and then they want to sell it. I'm in the cash business. I said the question that people ask me is, where can I make cash? All right. Sometimes real estate can cost you a lot of money because you're going to fix it up, and it takes time to do that. I want my students to buy it and then quickly sell it. Now, if you can make 25 grand, get out and get another one. Here's what other companies can't do. Here's what other real estate can't do. They don't have the abundance that we have. There is too many tax defaulted properties. There's too many tax certificates. I have never seen them sell everything, and I've been at it 30 years.
No,
there's always some left over. So this
they don't even put a dent in the list here.
I say, buy, make your money, and get out. And do it again and do it again. Let's make 100,000 this year. If you want to hold real estate, I'm not the guy to teach you to do that. You got to go to Ron's class to learn how to hold. You got to learn how to do the financing. My people, we buy and we quickly resell. I'm in the cash.
All right. Well, I'm disagreeing with you on that because I want them to hold some for various reasons. But you're my elder, so on this video, I will concede. All right. Why don't we do all of it? Why don't we grow wealth while we're growing our cash coming in up front? But I got a question for you, Ted. But all these millions of certificates and properties going to the sale, how does one go about deciding where they want to go?
Well, I tell people, and I'm just flashing pictures up there, the kind of properties I buy. These are hold properties if you want to hold them. These are hold. But I teach people, get cash. 90% of the people come to me, they need cash now. When you got $500,000 in the bank, you do any damn thing you want. You don't need advice from me or anybody else. But the point is,
yeah, you do. Got to do something with it.
Exactly. So these are the kind of houses that you want to end up holding. And I bought all of those houses. I'm not here to
brag.
You
didn't answer my question, old man.
Yeah.
How do I decide what to do? I got all these choices. I got all these states. I got this monstrous list of yours.
The easiest thing to do is do what's close to you. Do what's close to you. In other words, if you're close to Georgia, then you're just going to make a lot of 20% returns all the time. All right.
Yeah.
So nothing wrong with that. If you're in another state where they got a lot of, like this is New York, the pictures I'm showing you, they could buy big houses like this. Well, some of these make $75,000, $125,000. It's going to be up to you. But once you've done a half a dozen deals, my system will let you buy anywhere in the United States, including Los Angeles County.
And by the way, I also like small lots and marginal areas where they probably torn down houses, because there's a big market for those right now. And we're talking about buying them for hundreds, not thousands of dollars.
Right.
And I flip those out as fast as you want to put them out.
Right. And the guys that have money buy them for $1,000 and they're worth $15,000, and they donate them to Habitat for Humanity and get a $15,000 tax deduction.
Yeah, I can do that too.
Yeah.
All right.
Here's a good question. Can you do this with a Roth IRA?
Absolutely. In fact, what a great use for your Roth IRA.
Nick, if they come to my 3-day, one of the coaches at the 3-day has bought 100 properties, 100 properties in his Roth IRA. He hasn't sold anything in 15 years. He's been with me for 20, and he's worth well more than 7 figures. And he's not a guy that makes $100,000 a year. It's
yeah. And in other words, are you saying? He's keeping the property, Ted? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, in the Roth IRA, absolutely.
Okay. Well, thank you for making my case for me.
Okay.
Okay. I forget it.
Sophisticated holding on to property. Average guy that comes to me or gal that comes to me, they just need to make 35, 50, 75,000, then they change. But I got to get them making money. Once they're making money, they can make all kinds of financial and strategic investments later.
Okay, I get it, but I'm not
cash now, and all your strategies, you got plenty of time to learn that.
All right, but I'm not going to let my folks think that small. Expect them to make a lot more money than that. And let me get this in. If you got kids under the age of 18, you better get them a Coverdell IRA for educational purposes, and it's very easy. And you do 1 or 2 of these things in their Coverdell, and you just paid for their college and all their educational expenses till they're age 30.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, one more, Nick. We got to go.
Okay. Jim says, is there any source for money to bid and pay for the properties at the tax deed auction without having a private lender to borrow it from?
A private lender is not going to work at a tax deed auction, folks, because you got to have the money that day in most places. Right, Ted?
Right. And you're going to have to know ahead of time. You're probably going to have a bank account with a deposit because they're going to check it.
There's no way. There's no way an attorney could get the documentation done on the same day. So private lender does not come at the sale. You got to come up with the money, MasterCard, Visa, borrow it, whatever. But if you can't do that,
you can learn how to do it.
Partner, huh?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So, but remember, you're bidding on the taxes. You're not buying the house at retail price. You're usually not talking about a lot of money. Now, I heard the one guy say $177,000. Okay, he could write the check, but look what he's getting back for it. That's how he got the money to write the check. All right.
Well, he's a player. Players, we're really kind of catering to people here that aren't players, but there's plenty of people that are listening, have money, and they want to buy the kind of houses that you're seeing up on the screen now. That's what they want. They want that kind of stuff. Because that's where the big money is going to be. And
this afternoon, I'm going to show you a property I bought at the tax deed sale here in Jacksonville. We paid $215,000 for it, and a partner brought it to me. And my partner didn't put a dime in this thing. He found some extremely good-looking, smart guy to put up the money, and that thing is appraised for about $1.6 million now. So hey, you find the deal, the money will come. And Ted, I've got to go here. I actually have a schedule.
Okay, I got it.
Okay? Register for his 3-day event now. Honestly, be kind of foolish if you don't. And if you're going back to work, this is 3 days you want to take off and watch this thing. You will not get another shot at it for free. So with that said, any last brilliant statement you can think of you want to leave everybody with?
Well, I just tell people to look at the date, go ahead and register, and I'll look forward to seeing you again. And good luck on your event. You guys are really packing on a lot of information here.
Yeah. Well, thank you, sir.
Bye.
See you soon.
Somebody in the comments can't see the link there. It's ronlegrand.com/TED.
Can't see the link? Okay. ronlegrand.com/TED. Now, remember, if you have a problem, it's because we're overloaded. So wait a little while and go do it again. A lot of people will be on that event for free. All right. Are we ready to go to lunch now, guys? Or is there any more tasks I got to do before we go? Okay. Well, after lunch, we're going to have a drawing for 5 winners, each getting 500 Gold Club points. And then I'm going to show you the source for distributing door hangers, which I just talked to while Ted was talking, and just put my next order in. And also, I want to make sure you guys are aware of the event coming up Monday. In fact, let me do that right now if I can. You got a link for that event? Okay, Monday, all day, we're going to be doing something I named How I Did It. And I'm going to be, all it is me interviewing students. And that's what it is, how I did it. They're going to tell you how they got from point A to point B and how they get these deals done step by step. So I thought that'd be kind of neat. It's free. How do they get to it, Nick? ronlegrand.com/student. Okay. All right. Okay. So go ahead and register for that as well. It's from 9 to 5 Eastern Standard Time, or from 9 to whenever we get through, but it won't be later than 5. All right. We are going to take 30 minutes for lunch, and I'll see you guys back. Well, wait a minute. Am I going to take questions during lunch or not? Okay. Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to go eat my lunch, and then I'm going to come back and ask Ron questions to publish in the Gold Club weekly newsletter today, actually, right? Okay. So I'll answer those questions just for that. If you want to tune in on that, great. If you don't, I'll see you back here at 10 minutes till 1. 10 minutes till 1. See you then. Welcome back. All right, we're going to answer the questions for the Gold Club weekly online newsletter that we deliver every Friday, and today's Friday. So we got, what, 7 questions? And then we'll get back to business here.
Well, hello, everyone. This is Nick and Ron with another edition of Ask Ron. We are streaming live right now on our virtual summit, and we took a quick break here to eat lunch and then answer your questions from the Gold Club. How you doing today, Ron?
I'm outstanding.
Final day. We're almost wrapped up.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So our first question here is from Ellis in Pennsylvania.
Ellis?
In the aftermath of the pandemic, are we going to see law changing that will affect how we apply acts? Will our forms and agreements still be applicable? Can acts be used when purchasing commercial real estate?
Okay. The answer is yes. The answer is no, yes, and yes. Next question. Okay, no, I'll answer it. First of all, I don't think this pandemic has anything to do with changing the laws having anything to do with real estate. Second question, yes, it can be used in commercial, absolutely. But remember, with commercial now, you have a totally different exit strategy. You have a long due diligence period, and there's a lot more money involved just to even tie up the property. It's measured in thousands, not hundreds. So, I don't know how successful you're going to be with most commercial projects. So what was the middle question there?
The middle question was, will our forms and agreements still be applicable?
Your forms and agreements will be applicable to used, but you still got to check them out with your attorney and let him fix them if he wants to fix them, or her, or whoever it is. Yes. This thing is going to create a lot of opportunity. You watch. Go ahead.
Okay, next question is from Mike in Virginia.
Mike?
Are tax assessed values a good way to determine ARV?
Mike, if you're using the tax assessed value to determine ARV, you're never going to get anywhere, because the tax assessed value has nothing to do with the market value of the property. Nothing to do with it. Sometimes it's like 50% of the market value of the property. So no, don't. There's only one reason you need the tax assessed value, and that's for you to go look and see what the taxes are. But you'll find if they're correct, it's a fluke. When they put a tax assessed value on a property, they don't even go in it, and most of the time they don't even drive by it. They do it right from downtown.
Okay, next question is from Rick in California.
Okay.
If I'm doing a sandwich lease option and my tenant buyer is getting a new loan to cash me out, I've heard Ron mention that he has the seller and buyer sign a new purchase agreement.
That is correct.
How do we explain that to the buyer? They will be closing with someone else.
Just tell them the truth. I have an option to buy it from the seller, and I'm going to get a contract from you and the seller to make it easier for us to close, so I don't have to take title in the middle. What do they care? They're paying the same price. They're putting the same down payment, which they've already done long before they get to that point. What do they care? It's them. Look, they've already given you the money. They don't get it back. They don't buy. So I wouldn't worry about buyer giving you a problem, and I certainly wouldn't worry about the seller that's about to get cashed out give you a problem. Look at it from their point of view. You've done them a huge favor by getting this done and getting everybody what they want out of this deal. Quit worrying about what other people think, especially after you've already got their money.
All right, then it says, how does the option fee get applied on the new purchase agreement with the seller?
Okay, let's say you lease option it to someone, and they give you a $20,000 deposit. That goes directly toward their down payment, and it will show when they apply for the loan, because the loan processor will know that. So when you have a contract from seller to buyer, it will show that the seller's already received the $20,000. And so that means there's $20,000 less got to come to closing. Although you've raised the price, most likely, for more than what you owe to seller. So the difference, your profit has got to show on the closing statement as an option fee or a consulting fee. It's very simple to instruct the closing agent to do, and the loan processor will be fully aware of what's going on and let them explain it to the lender and whatever length they need to explain it. But you got all the documents. They'll probably want to see the original lease option agreement, and they're probably going to send you a notice asking you if the rent's been paid on time, which is also why you need to keep deposit slips when people pay you rent. You may have to prove that they paid it and when. In fact, you will have to prove that they paid it and when they paid it. So be prepared for that ahead of time.
All right. Adam from Nebraska says, I am thinking of working with my dad on pretty house deals who lives in Canada. What is the ideal way to work on real estate deals with a family member out of state in order to avoid possible issues that would come up with joint ventures such as real estate?
Okay, well, frankly, if you live in the States and your dad lives in Canada, it's totally irrelevant. You're going to take title in a land trust in the States, and it makes no difference if your dad is part of that land trust or not, and nobody knows it anyway. It's all private. Now, from a tax point of view, that's something you need to discuss with your CPA, because if he lives in Canada and he's getting money he made in the States, I don't know if he has to pay taxes in the States or not. But I think it's going to depend on whether the money stays in the States or whether he brings it into Canada. That's a tax issue. But an ownership issue, it's irrelevant where he lives.
All right. Another question from Adam is, how do you recommend managing our VA's quality over time? Should we trust the quality control on your end? Or do you recommending us taking extra steps to see how the VAs are handling outbound calls?
Look, you're paying for a service and you're paying a pathetically cheap price for that service. I suggest you get the hell out of the way and let them do what they do best. And you remember, you got Pam Patton supervising them. There's nothing you can do. And you can't determine the results. So I don't know how the heck you think you're even going to monitor them. Monitor them to do what? They work by the minute and you pay by the minute. It's all electronically monitored. That's all they can do. So what results they get is going to depend on a lot of things, not having to do with their time, having to do with your source of leads and so forth. So I suggest you quit worrying about that and go worry about getting some more deals in the loop. And you don't have time to think about all that little stuff.
It should be noted that you don't have one VA calling your leads either. We have a whole team of VAs. So
that is correct.
Even if there's one who's not performing, we're going to see that on our productivity reports.
Yeah.
And we'll address that. But you're not just going to be stuck with one non-performing VA. You'll have a lot of different people calling.
Well, we don't have non-performing VAs very long. That's Pam's job, to weed them out if they don't want to do the job anymore. And she does a really good job of it.
All right. Theodore from Illinois. I am a new Gold Club member and happen to be a licensed realtor. I have wholesaled a couple of properties last year. I'm having a hard time finding an attorney to handle Ron's way. I've been told to owner finance to take over payments, that a quitclaim deed would be issued, and when tenant buyer is ready to buy, then we would close on the property. Please help. Hopefully you have some references. I am having a difficult time here.
Illinois?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know what you're having a difficult time with. You're going to have to give me a whole lot more clarity on the question than that. I got thousands of students in Illinois, so I don't know what the issue really is. I'm thinking I know. I'm sure it's you. So it's whatever you're saying or not saying to the attorney, because Illinois is full of attorneys. In fact, where do you think the land trust originated in the United States? They used to call it a Chicago land trust. So you shouldn't have a problem with that. That's for sure. If you're having a problem finding a good real estate closing attorney, that means you're just calling the wrong folks. You should ask people that are having real estate closings on a regular basis, and they'll guide you to who the investor-friendly attorneys are. So other than that, I'm not sure what else was in that question I need to discuss. By the way, any real estate closing attorney will do wraparound mortgages and subject tos and all that other stuff as well. So maybe if that didn't answer your question, clarify it and send it back.
All right. Two more questions. One from Richard. What is the process for an attorney to learn from and be certified Ron's way?
Well, right now, I don't have any more training scheduled. My partner that I've been working with on that has been so busy doing things. We don't, there's 6 of them posted on our website, and that's all I can tell you right now. I have no idea when we're going to train any more of them. You don't have to wait for me to train them anyway. Go find the attorneys that are already closing real estate transactions, and you'll discover they don't need to be trained. They'll train you.
All right. Last question from Douglas in Pennsylvania. Why can't we have the seller put the property into a land trust and have them assign the trust? Then if we have the trust set up to make payments to the seller to cover what is sold for until we cash them, if we cash them out.
Well, you can have the seller put it into a land trust, and they can assign you their beneficial interest. and I'm thinking you're trying to avoid transfer tax, and there's a case to be made that you can, but on the other hand, I'm not the one that's going to enforce that, because even though the seller put it into a land trust, ownership of that trust changed, and it's up to your state to determine whether that's going to trigger the transfer tax or not. Now, again, the seller is not selling real estate when they sell it to you. They're selling personal property, which is the beneficial interest of that land trust. So that's the only case you have. Do I have to pay transfer tax on this property? And that's a question for an attorney who is very good at real estate closings and will take the time to investigate it instead of just assuming that it has to be paid. I've often thought about pursuing that here in Florida, but just haven't got around to it. I just pay the transfer tax.
That's all the questions.
That's all the questions we have. That's all you guys can come up with. All right. We will see you same time, same channel. But hey, all day Monday, we're going to have a free 9 to 5 workshop called How I Did It. And it's going to take several students I'm going to interview step by step. And they're going to tell you just that, step by step, how they put these deals together and how they got from where they were to where they're at right now. So the link is right there. Go register for it. It's absolutely free. And tell everybody you know about it. Anybody that wants to learn what's going on in the real world, get them on that live free simulcast. See you next week. Okay. All right. Almost on time. All right. Ready? Okay. Welcome back, guys. You just saw what goes on every week for your Friday broadcast. And I promised you that I would give you the door hanger distribution company. So I'm going to do that right now. You're probably going to want to screenshot this. So get your camera out or get your screenshot button out or whatever the heck it is you want to do. And then we're ready for that drawing. Okay, here you go. The door hanger company is called Global Flyer Distribution. Yeah, let's put this up here. The guy's name is Anthony Thompson. I talked to him this morning. Global Flyer Distribution. And they do it all over the country. And they do just that. They got a whole team of people that they put together, and they will literally put door hangers on the door in the area you choose. In fact, he just told me you pick an address of a house in the middle of a circle, and depending on how many you want, he'll put them out. They'll tell you how big the circle needs to be to use up the flyers that you have printed. I had 10,000 flyers printed. In fact, I'm going to get them Monday or Tuesday. I'll just show one to you. Mine are ugly. I can tell you that right now, because I really didn't. Next one I have would be prettier than this, but ready? Okay. It's a door hanger, and there's one side of it, and I just give them no commissions, no closing costs. You don't have to be out at the house the day we buy. So all the benefits of selling to me. I mentioned nowhere in here that it's terms, because it might not be. It might be an all cash purchase. Then I put a 24-hour number. That's a Pat Live number. They can either call it or they can text it. And you can do that in Dreams, incidentally. One number they can call or they can text. Now that's one side of the flyer. And the other side says full price for your house, virtually, and then gives more reasons why they should call me. So imagine people coming home and finding this hanging on their door if they're coming home. If not, next time they go out the front door, they'll find this. They'll find this on their front door. So before you ask, no, I'm not going to send you that because it hasn't been tested. And if I haven't tested it, I'm not going to put it out. And besides, the next one I do a little different than that. So create your own door hanger. I mean, they're not that hard. Just put on there what you'd put on your card or a flyer, or if you got my stuff, you can pull stuff right out of there. Just the benefits. Why should they sell to you? All right. So oh, geez, pay attention, Ron. All right. Here's the cost. I'm going to blow this up. Now, this does not include the cost of printing the actual door hangers. Okay. Now, by the way, Christy King is printing my door hangers. And don't ask me what it cost. I totally forgot. It's a few $100s to print 10,000 of them. Now, of course, you don't have to print 10,000 of them. So look down here. It's going to cost me $1,600 to put out 10,000 flyers. Now, that's the distribution cost. And I'm going to tell you, that is really, really cheap. Really, really cheap. I'm happy to pay that to put out 10,000 flyers. So how much is that per flyer there, Nick? Quickly. Dollar. Huh? $1,600 to put out 10,000 pieces. 16 cents each. There you go. Man, that's cheap. That is cheaper than the United States Post Office putting a flyer in their mailbox. And boy, you can't get it hardly more targeted than that. Right on their front door. By the way, they're going to work 48 hours. I don't know how many people he's going to use, but 48 hours is what they're going to work to put these out, and they do it quick. Now, put that back up there, John. There's the contact information. So if you want it, get it. And I already told Anthony, his name is Anthony Thompson. I already told him to expect some phone calls. By the way, he has no idea who I am. None whatsoever. He has no idea what he just got himself into. Now, let me tell you how I found Anthony. It's a lesson for all of you. I had no idea who he was, but they got this thing called the internet. And I went on it and I put flyer distribution companies, and here he comes. How hard is this? There's nothing you can't find on Google. And so I simply called him, and here's what he got me. Now he's sending me a contract. Gee whiz. How do I find? Google got everything. All right, you got it? You got it? Get it quick. I'm about to take it down. Now, that's not for everybody, because I'm going to have about $2,000, I think, in putting out 10,000 flyers. I mean, door hangers. To me, that's really cheap. By the way, how many houses do I have to buy to get my money back? I'll give you a minute. If I can't buy one house out of 10,000 flyers, somebody's not making the calls after we get the calls, because we'll absolutely get calls. Now, I mentioned yesterday where I'm going to put them, and that is a toss-up in my brain. So I'm going to have to, by the way, he can put it in more than one area. He can put them in several areas for you, which is what I'm going to have him do. I'm going to put it in what right now is about $200,000 house areas, right up the street from here. And then I'm going to put it in an area that is lower than that. Our median price here is $185, so I'm not going to get it much lower than that. But I promise you, I'm going to plaster a lower income area, because that's where your best deals are, on the lower end. The lower end area you get in, the easier the deals are. I think I'm going to go use all 10,000 of them on those kind of areas the first time, and then I'm going to go into the higher priced areas the second time, and I'll compare the two. And I promise you, from what I know about these door hangers, that they will be a consistent thing that I'll continue to be doing. So anyway, that's that. All right. Have we got Miss Dixie ready to go? Oh, drawing. Okay. Okay. We're going to draw 5 names. And what do they got to do to confirm they got the message there?
All right. So if we draw your name, you have to send an email today to drawing@ronlegrand.com.
Drawing@ronlegrand.com. Okay. Did you put that up there? There you go. You got to send an email, or you know what, get to the points. Okay. Now, if you're not a Gold Club member, well, first, shame on you, because you should be, especially for only $59 a month. That's ronsgoldclub.com. If you're not a member, go join it, because we're going to send you 500 points. In case you're not aware, that's $500, because you can use that 500 points for anything that we offer them on, which is all of our events and many of our other, like mentoring. You can use them on mentoring. That's $500. $1 a point, up to half of whatever the purchase price is. So these are valuable. All right, who's first?
All right, our first winner is Sylvia Roque, San Antonio, Texas.
Sylvia, go on there right now and email us.
All right.
So we know that you're a winner.
Do another one. Christopher Sibert. I don't know. How do you say that? Florida. Hialeah, Florida.
Hialeah,
thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Christopher, send us an email, drawing@ronlegrand.com.
All right. 3 more.
Next one. Jeff Hall from Albuquerque.
All right.
All right,
We're
Jeff.
spreading them around.
How many more we got?
Two more.
There you go. Randall Rouse from Michigan.
Randall.
And the last one. Bruce Majors, Bedford, Indiana.
Bruce Majors. Okay, you 5, get hold of us right now. I hate to see you lose those points. If we don't hear from you, you will lose them. Okie dokie. Is Miss Dixie ready to go? Miss Dixie.
Hello.
Hey. So are you sitting in your home today?
I'm not. I'm at the office today.
You got what? Okay, are you the only one in it?
There's too many kids at home during this pandemic. You can't do anything there.
Well, I'm at the office today too, so I can't complain. Except there's only 4 of us in it.
Yep.
Folks, this is Dixie Decker, who hails from Springfield, Missouri. And how long you been on Planet Ron now?
Since 2013.
Yeah, about 5, 6, going into 6th year, huh?
Yep.
Okay. Well, why don't you take a minute to tell your story, where you were, where you're at now, and then we'll talk about how you got here. All right?
Okay, so I came to one of your one-day events in 2013. The reason I got to that event was because in 2010 and 2011, I pretty much lost my whole world. So all in that year, I went from married to divorced. I got full custody of my kids. I found out I had a little over $150,000 in credit card debt that wasn't mine with my beautiful credit score I had. So I was bankrupt, no money, no credit, working a $30,000 a year job, divorced. And I always just say now, like, that was the gutter. I was like below the dirt. And so I had ran back into one of my middle school best friends, Brandon, and he had told me this, I hate to say this hot air myth. He was a real estate investor. And I thought, that's really cool because I have my realtor's license and I could just go be his realtor to make some extra money. And he turned me down. He said he had his own realtor. He didn't need me. I'm like, you've been my best friend and I can't be your realtor. I don't understand. And I need help right now. And so he told me what he had done. He got out of the military and him and one of his battle buddies had fixed up this little house next to campus with that. They get money, like GI money for going overseas. And so they were going to fix up this little house while they were going to school. And when they got done with college, they were going to rent it out. And at that time, we were having lunch at Panera Bread, and I said, "You are crazy. I don't even think you can get homeowners insurance on a house that college kids live in because they're absolutely going to destroy it." Yeah. And he said, "No, we can get at that time $400 a room from these college kids." So I'm just like, well, you're crazy. Well, what I didn't know was he really did one house. He wasn't really a real estate investor. He was just swinging the hammer and fixing up this one little house by himself. And so that's kind of how it started. And he told me about you at a Recia in Kansas City, actually. So that's 3 hours from here. And his idea of a date was to ask me if I wanted to go to your event on a Saturday.
Okay.
So I said, sure, let me get a babysitter, right? And so we came to your event and you talked about your 4-day quick start.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was broke and he was broke, unbeknownst to me. And so we ended up buying Jay Connor's private lending program because it was cheaper. And he and he said he would give us a refund if we really did his program. And so we came home and did a deal with private money. And then Brandon asked me, what do you want for your birthday? And I said, I want to go see Ron live. And he said, well, we can buy that crap off eBay. And I said, no, you asked me what I wanted for my birthday. And so we drove to Chicago, which is 9 hours from here. We decided the day before your October of 2013 event. And that was life-changing for me. So I sat in that room that first day of Quick Start and realized there was hope at the end of this ditch I was in, that I had never heard what wholesaling was. Private lending, I mean, aside from your seminar, private lending, subject twos, owner financing, I had no idea those things existed. I knew how to go to a traditional bank, have a traditional job with traditional income, and buy a house. So I just cried at the end of that first day after your event because I was so excited to know I could still do something with my life, because I really felt I didn't deserve anything after what I had, done with bankruptcy and divorce and all that stuff.
A couple of tough years, huh?
It really was. It really was. So it's still to this day, I just, that first year I got a mentor after I came to your event. So I got my mentor in January of 2014 and I did 37 deals that first year.
What?
Yeah.
37 deals.
I wholesaled my ass off, Ron. and amongst but you know what? That's what I thought I was going to specialize in, was wholesaling. And because I knew all the tools you guys had taught us, I was able to go ahead and pick up my first subject to deal, my first owner financing deal. So after learning all of this, no lead was trash anymore. Because if you only know wholesaling, then all the other leads are trash. And that's what led us into student housing. I then remembered the conversation with Brandon about that house he was going to put college kids in. And the reason was I had bought a house on a lease option, and everybody that called me did not want to give me a down payment because they didn't want to live there for more than a couple years. So if you know Ron's way, you put out your marketing and you ask them what's the most they can put down and the most they can pay per month, right? And everyone was saying, I don't want to put anything down because I don't want to live there for more than 2 years. I just want to rent it. I'm going to college. Or my kids are going to go to college and I'm looking for a place for them. So I don't want to buy it. So I thought, okay, well, Ron didn't approve this, but can I put college kids in this house? And what Ron had taught me was I could sublease this house. So I said, let's see what the market says. So I put out my ad for $450 a room, and I put out my ad for lease option rent to own. And guess who won? The college kids.
Yeah.
And so I ended up getting,
Hey, do you think we ought to disclose that you're actually married to this Brandon guy now?
I did marry him. Yes. In Jamaica at Thanksgiving.
Okay, so how many years did it take for that to happen after your divorce?
7.
Okay.
We're slow. So yes, I married him, and I decided I ended up getting $1,250 a month for that college house, for that house I put college kids in. And in my market, I was hopeful to get about $800 a month from a rent-to-own buyer.
Yeah.
And so the cash flow was substantially higher for me. And
you're in this business because of the high cash flow.
Absolutely. So
you sacrifice the great big checks up front.
100%, yes.
Permanent high cash flow.
Yes,
All right.
and I never kill the goose. No one ever cashes me out, and I just keep doing it over and over again.
Okay. So where are you at today, girl?
So, I want to say one other thing real quick, because what I learned, or I made sure I did well, was manage these correctly. So I could reap the benefits of your theory of rent to own, people who do all the repairs and maintenance. So I still put, aside from major mechanical type issues, all repairs are on my college kids or their parents. So they're all on the lease. The parents are on the lease, and I don't deal with crappy houses and crappy damages. So today's world looks much different for me. Today, I have a little over $12 million in net worth. I bring over a little over $150,000 in passive income every month. And I have a little over 300 college kids that rent from me right now. And I don't check the bank account before going to the grocery store anymore.
What a difference.
It is, because I was eating at my parents' house when I was down and out. And when this pandemic hit and everyone was hoarding groceries and toilet paper, it was another reminder to me that, holy crap, if this would have happened 7 years ago, my kids and I'd be in real big trouble. Yeah. I wouldn't have been able to feed them. I wouldn't have been able to, gather the things we needed. So again, I'm reminded every year why I'm so thankful for this business. And it isn't always those flashy objects that so many people think is the reason they're in this business. Last year, I was out of my business for over 3 months because I had ended up with 2 herniated discs in my neck and had to have surgery. And so I ask people, if you had a day job and you couldn't work for 3 months, would you have a job when it was over? And what would you have gotten paid during that time off? So this business has done more than just buy a condo in Florida for us to enjoy. It has saved our lives.
Yeah. You said that you're getting about $150,000 a month. Is that gross cash flow?
That's gross.
Mm-hmm. That's gross. And out of that comes the mortgage payments?
Yep, I pay my sellers or my private lenders out of that. So right now my profits, they range between about 55 and 60% net profit.
Okay. Oh, that's a pretty substantial income.
It's a pretty nice income.
Dixie, are you sure you're worthy of making that kind of money?
I am now. It took a real mindset shift to be able to say that.
Did you ever think you'd be here?
Oh, I think I could say before meeting you, absolutely not. After meeting you, I think it felt like a dream. And now that it's reality, there are days where I don't feel different about who I am as a person, but I see opportunities that I couldn't see when I was broke. So right. my mindset has shifted. And
what university is in your city?
Missouri State University.
Okay. And I remember you telling me one time, how many, they got beds too. How many beds do they have?
So our enrollment is 24,000 students 24, are enrolled, and they can house 4,000 of them on campus.
Wow. That leaves quite a big hole for you, huh?
Every year I have 20,000 kids looking for a place to live.
Man, you better get to work getting some buildings, huh?
Yes, I did my first apartment building this year, Ron.
You're building it? I heard you're building it.
I built it last year, yep.
Well, how many units?
20 units.
20 units, and you're up students in all of those?
48 students.
So 2 per apartment, huh?
Yeah, I got some 2 bedrooms and 4 bedrooms in there, yeah.
Is that what you normally do, 2 per room, or?
No, they each get their own. They each get their own room. So that makes me better than the dorms because they don't have to share anything.
I could see that. So you rent them out by the room. They all share the same kitchen.
Yeah.
Probably the same bathroom or 2.
Yes.
And so they all have a place to go fix food or whatever. They all share the same living room with the TV and all that in it.
Yep.
But they have their own room. So what is the average you collect for these rooms?
So my average right now is $525 a room. And what is cool is even though we market a by the room rate, when they call in here, I have 3 questions for them. You might recognize one of them. What's the most you can each pay per month per person?
Mm-hmm.
What month would you ideally like to move in? And how many roommates do you have? That's it. That's how I qualify them. That's all there is to it.
Yeah. Now, furniture.
Yep.
Do you furnish the place or not?
I do not.
You do not.
No.
They got a whole room
I don't want to work that hard.
No. Okay. So do you usually rent the whole house out before and then let them all go worry about their furniture as a team?
Yeah. So usually like that one person calls in, and that's also what's really cool about my way is they get to pick their roommates. They get to pick their friends. But then what's really cool for me is they all sign one lease. So that lease says they all owe the total amount, and then their parents co-sign saying, yeah, you're going to get paid. And so people ask me, well, how many parents do you have on a lease? And I'm like, I'll take as many as I can get. People have step parents now. Some people have 4 parents. I'll take all the parents I can get. So for a girl that was broke, this provides a lot of security for me, for who I am.
So you don't even furnish the appliances?
They do get the refrigerator, the stove, and microwave.
Well, that's mighty nice of you. Okay. So they got to bring in their own living room and bedroom stuff.
No washers and dryers because they don't know how to do laundry and they're going to break them. So don't do that.
Okay. So what about the repairs, the upkeep and all that?
So I have a really large amount of cash flow. So I will spray for pest control and I will change filters. I write it in my lease and I even explain it in a video. I call it their lease summary video. But basically what it says, if you break it, you pay for it. So don't call us. You call and get it fixed yourself. If you're unsure of someone's craftsmanship, you can ask us for a referral, but you're paying the bill. Because last time I checked, a garbage disposal rarely just breaks. And remember, I'm buying pretty houses or I'm buying deeply discounted houses using private lending and I'm rehabbing them. So I don't have dumps that just have everything going wrong with them all the time. And so when they hear us tell them, you know, this isn't our first rodeo. If your garbage disposal breaks and there is a beer bottle cap in there, you paying the bill, not us. They're like, okay, we're not going to trick this lady.
So do you let them paint their own rooms if they want to?
No. So our lease also says they can't make any alterations to the property. And if they do, there will be a penalty. Most of these kids want to do good. I know it sounds crazy, but I call it training your tenant up front. So we set the expectations up front. We really want them to be successful because we want to give them back all of their security deposit. And remember, who paid the security deposit? Mom and dad.
Yeah.
So mom and dad really want their money back because some of these places I have paid $600 or $650 a room, and there's 4 rooms. So they have well over $2,000 sitting on the line they want to get back. And we want to give it back because my staff only physically works outside of the office 3 times a year. And that's the last day of May, last day of June, and last day of July, because that's when everybody moves in and out. So if I had crappy properties, I wouldn't be successful with students. And if I didn't train them up front, I wouldn't be successful because we turn over 25 properties at the end of this May. And then we have 25 new groups moving in the first day of June.
So you have no vacancy to speak of because
No
they're
vacancy.
waiting in line on a waiting list.
Yes. So I have been pre-leased for everybody moving in this summer since Thanksgiving time and Christmas time.
That's something. That's something. So these students bring in the students. You don't even really have to advertise, do you?
We put so we do all the normal landlord marketing, but I learned from you, put phone numbers on your marketing methods to know what works. And so for us, what works the best is a yard sign that says pre-leasing. And we put those out all year long in every yard we have.
Okay, you put them in your own yards. I got it.
And we build a list. That's it.
So, a big question everybody's going to ask, like you mentioned, do these kids tear these things up? Is this like the Animal House?
They don't.
Do they get drunk and have parties in there and drugs and all that?
They do that. So if you don't like parties and you want to be their mama, don't get into student housing. So I tell them up front, I'm not your mama, I'm your landlord. If it's not a problem with my property, don't call me. If you don't like your roommate tomorrow, don't call me, just replace your roommate.
Okay. Well, so in other words, you're not worried about them tearing it up because they're responsible to fix it anyway.
Yes, and the parents ultimately carry that burden.
Yeah, and if the parents don't, there's 3 others on the same lease.
Yeah, so I'm going to get my money no matter what.
So you don't have a collection problem, is what I'm saying. Okay.
I don't.
Well, I'm thinking to myself, how does this bankrupt, broke, single woman get the money to start buying houses?
Well, I didn't have any money, Ron. So the first thing we did was private lending, and we had already put a house under contract to buy it, and we had no money. So I think it's interesting when you sometimes, well, I believe always, you get the deal first and find the money second.
People don't believe that, right?
I know, but it doesn't work the other way around.
Yeah, okay.
It just doesn't.
In fact, I was out to your place and I saw were those the first units you bought that you got private money on?
That was the first one.
2-story, what was it, 2 or 3 2-story buildings there? Yeah.
Yep.
So you borrowed private money and paid cash for them?
Yep.
And you renovate them?
Yes.
So you borrowed the money to buy them and renovate them. So that's not rocket science.
Right.
And you got that from a person, not from a bank or a lending institution.
Correct.
Right? And that's what Jay taught you to do that, didn't he?
Yep.
Before you got a refund on his course.
Right. That's how I got the refund on his course.
Does Jay know this?
Yes, he does. Yes.
I'm going to see him next week and I'm going to remind him.
Yes, he does.
He and I are going fishing up where he lives. I'm going to take the camper up there and we're going to go offshore fishing up there.
Nice. And then I do your lease options. And I wish I'd have done less lease options. I wish I would have done more owner financing.
You mean from the seller?
Yeah, but I was so scared when I first started to own anything that I was like, I'll just do lease options all day long.
Well, why don't you go back and convert them to owner financing now?
I have.
Okay, so you've done all of that. So you own most of them?
I ended up selling a couple of them that the sellers just were crotchety and didn't want to work with me. And my term was up with them because it's been 7 years now on some of those deals. So I ended up selling a couple of them this year. And let me tell you, that's not a bad little savings account because a couple of those netted me $40,000 cash today. And I cash flowed them for the last 6-7 years.
Yeah. Plus the debt keeps paying down, doesn't it? Huh?
Yes, because I structured it how you taught me to, that I owed X dollars above the payoff at the time of payoff. So I got my principal pay down.
And I'm just sitting here thinking, it really doesn't matter what you pay for these properties, does it?
It doesn't.
Purchase price is not what's important. It's the cash flow that's important. So you want to get that monthly payment down so you have a great big old cash flow. Every one of them. That gives you an advantage buying them with owner financing.
Absolutely.
Okay. So are you going to keep building apartments?
As they come, I'll do any real estate that comes our way.
Well, you need more units. You're always looking for units, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It's like a shoe addiction. I don't need any more real estate, but I can't stop buying real estate.
Yeah, I understand that. Look how old I am. I can't either. Okay. So, Dixie, when you first got started, I mean, you're a rare story. Would you say that what compelled you was the most was that you were about as low as you could go and really didn't have any place to go but up?
I had nothing else to lose, Ron. And the family I come from is nobody gets divorced. You go to college, you get a job, you have a retirement account, you get married, and then you have kids. You know, everything is done just so. And so I giggle a little bit that I'm the black sheep of the family, but everyone very much supports me now. But in those first few years was pretty rough because they kind of thought I was crazy. How are you going to do this? Go get a real job. And now I tell my students that I teach real estate to now, and your students I've taught, that everything I went through is now a badge of honor. I carry those because somebody out there listening has experienced what I have in some facet, and they have lost hope because there was no other place to go but up.
Sometimes you just got to get down low to turn the switch, to make up your mind you're going to do it. We all have turning points. Yeah. Me too. In 1982.
I call it grit. You just need a little bit of grit, and you can make it happen.
That's true. And I'll tell you, some people just don't have that grit.
Yeah.
I mean, either that or the older I get, the grouchier I get, one of the two. But I just don't have patience with people who want to quit and are spend their whole lives looking for reasons to fail. Like there's a ton of them out there, aren't there?
Yeah.
So going forward, what do you have a plan for the next 12 months or so to that you've set a goal to reach?
So I would say I don't have any hard goals to meet, meaning I've met several of those goals that I never thought I would. So I'm kind of in the process of creating my new adventure. My biggest goal to this point was to buy a second home in Florida so my mother could put her toes in the sand. And I did that this last year. So we bought in Destin. That's where she loves. And we love it as well. The kids love it. So I have a kid that's going into college this next fall. So she wants to go to Florida State University. So one of my new adventures might include, drumming up a new little market down there. And I believe because of this pandemic, it's going to open up even more opportunities than we've had in the last couple of years, meaning I've still been buying things on terms. I bought 4 houses from an investor on owner financing just recently. So I've still been doing those deals, but I know after this pandemic is concluding, those opportunities are going to be even more than they were in the past. So I think that's probably the next adventure is another marketplace. Even though I don't need to go to another market, I think it would be crazy for me to pay someone else for my kid to live down there. And she wants to learn to do this. So she needs to come to Ron and learn. Notice I'm not going to teach her.
Are you going to train her to take over that one down there in Florida?
If she wants to. She doesn't know what she wants to do just yet. And we've made that clear to her that you can have a real job and do real estate on the side, or you can learn this and take it over one day, but don't do it because you think we want you to. Because we didn't build this for you. We built it for us.
Yeah, I had a conversation with my kids too.
Yeah. So she works for us currently in the business here. She works for my assistant actually. And today they're out doing complimentary pre-walkthroughs for the college kids so they can be successful to get their money back, which means we'll be successful because how many landlords can turn 25 properties over in one day? We do every single year because that's how nice they leave them.
Yeah. Well, that's really cool. I believe you have you train others to do this, right? You have a training going on.
Yep.
You want to talk about that now?
Yeah, so that's changed a little bit, just like you're doing this virtually right now. I have my next live event is in October, pending we go back to live events.
We will. We will.
I think we will. So I have that. That is a fantastic event. I do a bus tour there, and I know a lot of people do bus tours. And I will just say my bus tour differs because they go in the houses I own that have my college kids living in them a Saturday morning, and that's when the aha moments happen and they really see what real life looks like with the college kids living in these houses and what condition they're in. And so Missouri is the show me state. And so when you put me out in front of your students to start teaching them student housing, I said I have to show them the real deal. And so that's how we do it, by going in my houses. And it's incredible.
So it's a 3-day event, right?
It's 3 days. We do talk in my city, Springfield.
We got to tell them now, if they come see you, they really need to take a couple of days to go to Branson.
So yes, Branson, Missouri is down here. It's like the Las Vegas of the Ozarks, except there's no drugs or hookers.
How you know? You don't know.
So I do on Saturday night. I do take them down to Branson, and we go to a dinner and a show together.
Most people don't even know about Branson. I'm telling you, it's a tourist trap. Tons of shows and theaters and cool stuff. If you've ever been to like Gatlinburg, you've been to Branson. If you've ever been to like Lake Tahoe, you've been to Branson, kind of thing. It's a good way to describe it. It's fun. I've been there several times.
It is. We do have one of the most beautiful lakes. And so we have a little place down on the lake as well. We spend a lot of time during the summer down there. Because, it's like 40 degrees here today, Ron. It is still rainy and cold and nasty. So, but the 3 days, it encompasses a little bit of everything for everybody. So whether you're experienced or you're new, we build it from the start to the finish. We talk about Airbnbs and VRBOs because I do those as well. We talk about hiring and firing your assistants or your virtual people. So it's like a business in a box.
Well, speaking of that,
I
want to know how big is your staff? You got a staff?
I do. So my staff is, I have a full construction company, and I have one guy that works that business for me. But for me, for the college, student housing, buying and selling business, I have one girl that works 40 hours a week. I have another gal who's a mom of 4 kids, and she works Monday through Friday, 9:30 to 3:30. And then I have some virtual people that do handle my leads for buying and selling for me.
You don't have a big overhead, do you?
I don't. No, I don't at all.
In fact,
and we don't show, because she's a mom of 4 and because I'm a mom, we don't show property at night or on the weekends, Ron. I only show a house one time, and that baby's rented out. So we drive traffic we book the last appointment available for this house is on Thursday at 1 o'clock. Can you make that appointment? And everybody goes to that same appointment.
Yeah, that's good.
And then their cell phones catch fire trying to get their parents to wire us money so they can have the house.
They're begging you to get in. You're not begging them to get in.
Yeah. Right? And of course, the ones that missed out, we just take them to the next house that we have and we rent it to them.
Got it.
So,
yeah. So, you know what? When I think about your business, the way you buy houses is no different than the way everybody buys houses. You buy them with owner finance for the most part, and the ugly ones you pay cash at a discount price and renovate them, right?
Yep.
Okay, so your only thing you're doing different is your exit strategy, putting students in them
Correct.
and going for that big cash flow instead of those big checks. It's really it, isn't it? Well, of course, you got to manage all of that, but that's different. But so this is a learned craft, and you're pretty good at this. In fact, you're the best that I know at it.
Yep.
Oh, anyway, back to your 3-day thing.
Yes.
You're going to take them through the whole thing step by step, right? And give them all the tools and materials and your copyrighted agreements and the whole thing, right?
Yep. All the procedures, all the processes, the leases in there, any sublease and agreements that they would need, everything, the scripts to talk to the students, to talk to the parents, checklists for your staff on how to do what they need to do every day, all of it.
Okay. When is the next one?
October 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Okay. Do you have a virtual event yet?
I do. I have broke that into 8 sessions so it's each week we do an hour-and-a-half session for 8 weeks. And I teach everything I teach in my live event on that virtual platform. And so for your people, they can choose live event or the virtual.
Dixie, for my people, they get both of them.
I knew you would do this. I knew you would do this.
Well, hey, it's my option. I'm old. I can do whatever I want. But
well,
no,
Debbie asked me what I wanted to sell, and I said, Ron's going to tell me what his people need.
Well, they need to get on the virtual now. I don't want them sitting around waiting till October. Yeah.
Yeah, and because in there they can immediately access everything.
Yeah. And by the time they get to October, they'll have their head around this thing, and they'll learn, and they'll be able to figure out what they're missing, and it'll really click.
Absolutely.
And you know, you can't do on virtual what you can do in a live event. I can't wait to get back to live too.
I know.
The bus trip is a good point.
I know.
Even more than that, it's way beyond that. It's just so much better when you're live. Different questions, different people. All right. So what do you charge for this event? Well,
normally it would be $2,997.
$3,000. That's a lot of money.
It is, but it's a lot of information that's going to make you a lot of money. I say it this way. You don't have to build an empire like I have. But when I was broke, $30,000 a year job, I only needed like 3 college houses to quit my day job because the cash flow replaced my day job. So we're not talking, you don't have to dream about buying 50 houses. I come across those landlords every day here. They need 4,000 houses to make $400,000 a year, you know? And I'm like, I don't even want that many houses under any circumstance, you know? So you just don't have to have as many with student housing.
Yeah, but today
you're going to give it away, Ron.
All right. Well, we've been giving away stuff all week, but we're not going to give it away, but we're going to do a great deal as soon as I figure out what that is. But you get to today, you get to go anywhere you want.
Yep.
Do whatever you like. Stay as long as you want and not have to worry about the business while you're gone.
Yes.
I mean, you know how few people ever get to that point in their life?
It's rare. I can tell you, when your life changes, other people's hasn't changed. So your circle of influence changes to the folks in these rooms and these places because they're the only like-minded people you have around anymore.
Well, I want to know, what do you think is the difference between what you do and what most people won't do? What's the biggest factor in how you got here?
It's grit. Most people want to quit when it gets too hard. When you first start anything, it's not easy. What I work today is not what I worked in 2013 when I met you and I did 37 deals. I worked a lot of hours, a lot of days, and you didn't have your VA program back then. So we had to find other avenues, and we were that avenue, doing it ourselves to start with.
I remember, dear. I remember.
Yeah. So, you know, those first few years were 80-hour weeks until I started delegating and automating the business.
Yeah.
And most people just won't do it. They would rather go out drinking and partying and talk about how their woes are so terrible than to do something about it.
And complain and criticize and condemn.
Yeah.
It's like a football player. All you do is see them playing. You don't see all those thousands of hours they put in to get where they're at, and how hard it was to get chosen. I remember, geez, I put in those hours myself. As you did.
I hear people say, "Well, she got lucky." And I'm like, there was no luck here. This was a lot of hard work.
Lucky
and we still work hard. We just work different now because we have staff.
Yeah, but you work hard mentally now.
Yeah, so I have, even right now, we have 3 new duplexes we're building. We have 6 other houses we're rehabbing right now. We're going into our first turnover of the season at the end of May. I'm teaching virtual training to other students like yours on how to do student housing in their marketplace.
Mm-hmm.
My kids are not in school right now, so I'm full-time mom. So there's so many pieces going on, yet it's all working, and I'm only working like 10 hours a week, and that's because I want to.
10 hours a week.
Because I'm bored. But that wasn't how life was when I started.
Yeah, because you got other people doing all the crap that you don't have to do.
Yes.
How long did it take you to figure out you don't have to do it?
Well,
every year I beat on you. I know that, but it takes a while, doesn't it?
You did. So it's I would say it was 2016 was when I realized we were automated. Every year you would ask me and I go, I don't know, I think we are. And in 2016, that summer, we had my grandfather passed away, so I helped my mother sell everything, sell his house, the funeral, the planning, all that stuff. And then my kid's adopted grandmother passed away, and then Brandon's mother passed away. So over the course of 4 months, we did a lot of hospital running and back and forth babysitting other people's kids and all this stuff. And we came back to work in October and we still had a business. Yeah. And I was like, we're automated. Check it out.
That's the cool part. Your rents are coming in no matter what you're doing.
Yes.
It's called residual income, and most people live their whole lives and they don't figure that out.
Very true.
We better get back to what we're going to charge for this thing, don't you think? By the way, what if I can't make it to October? When's the next one scheduled? Do you know?
I have one every April and every October.
October's a great time to go to Branson, isn't it?
It is beautiful. Yes.
Yeah. I remember that's when I was there, I think.
Yes.
I've never seen so many shows in one place in my life.
By the way,
is. Most of them are country music, right? So we might disclose that.
It is.
If you're going to Branson to see Kiss, you might not be able to find them there. Huh?
Yeah, that's probably not going to work.
All right. So what are we going to do? How about we do this? How about we offer it for half price? Is that fair?
How about we do it for $9.97, Ron?
Okay. Your money, if that's what you want to do.
Let's do it.
Okay. $9.97. That's for one person.
I've never done that. Not even for your people.
We've never done a lot of things we're doing this week.
So let's do it.
Is that for a couple?
Yes.
Okay. That's for 2 people, but they got to be in the same family or in the same business, right?
Correct.
Okay. Well, can I throw one more thing in there? Huh?
Sure.
By the way, do they get a link
yes.
where they can do the virtual right away, right?
Yep.
Okay. And how many lessons was that? How many lessons
8.
was the virtual?
8.
8? Okay.
8 weeks.
All right. So in the live event, we need to know that they're coming to that right now.
Yes.
And they register, correct?
Yes.
All right. What happens if they can't make it after they say I'm coming?
So if they tell us up front they can't come, then we'll roll into the April event.
Okay.
If they say they're coming and then they don't come because I use their seats for them and not someone else, the next one they want to go to, they have to put down a seat deposit of $100.
All right. So you guys make sure you get to the October event. Trust me.
Yeah.
Especially for this pathetic price. All right, I'm gonna do one more. I'm gonna do one more thing. One more thing. You ready? If they register for this within the next hour, I'm gonna let them bring a second guest at no charge.
So that's 3 people?
Yeah.
Ron!
Why are you looking at me like that? Yeah.
Ron!
Hey, I don't want to hear it. I brought you into this. I can take you right back out just as easy. All right. So you guys better tell Tim that.
Yeah.
All right. We got it.
We'll let him know. We almost have the website update. We weren't expecting that price. I got to change the price on the website.
I totally destroyed everything back here, Dixie. Now they got to start all over. But okay.
Well, what's new?
Phone number up there for them to call?
I've got it here.
Okay, he's going to put the phone number up, guys.
All right, there's a website too. I think they got it updated.
Okay.
So
If you want that second person to go free, you got to register within the next hour because my staff didn't even know that. I just made it up. So
And I didn't know that.
I know. No, we're not kidding either. I know you didn't know it.
Yeah.
So listen, you are always a pleasure to talk to and a pleasure to interview. And, I'm going to make it a point to get out of Branson again one of these days. And I got me a big old 41-foot fifth wheel now. I got to take it somewhere.
Hey, there's a lot of places you can put that here. I can tell you.
Heading out your direction probably next year sometime.
Nice. That's what my grandparents did for years. They traveled in their RV and they stayed down in Branson, and then they would travel the rest of the country in the wintertime. So
All right.
did a great time.
Well, I certainly appreciate you taking your time, and I know our audience loves you already. And
Thank you.
And by the way, guys, she's the real deal. All right. Yeah. She is. If you don't believe it, go see her. You'll see she's the real deal.
I tracked you in my car when I picked you up from the airport for our RIA meeting. And before that, I was just running under the radar. Nobody knew what we did. And so you're in the car, and I was supposed to deliver you to the RIA meeting. And I said, you know what? Well, I've got you in my car. You kind of don't have anywhere to go. Let me show you what I'm doing.
And that was before you and Brandon got married. And you don't know this, but I'm the one that told him he better marry you quick. You don't know this. Yeah. All right, dear. Always a pleasure. I got to get going. I actually have a schedule. And thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye. Oh, what a gal. What a gal. All right. I guess that puts me up next, doesn't it? All right. We're going to take a short break first, though. Okay.
We just came back.
Huh?
We just came back. You want to take a break after?
So, well, my schedule says 2 o'clock, but that's all right. I can go ahead and go if you want me to go now. All right. Okay. I'm just going to keep on going then. And you guys need to take a break. Go take a break. I can't do anything about it anyway. By the way, take advantage of her deal. Look, there ain't no money in it for us at that price. I can tell you that right now. So for $9.97, oh man, that's really cheap. You get virtual and you get the live. And she's really cool. I get rave reviews on her event. All right. I'm going to switch gears now. And we're going to talk about commercial property. And specifically the land part of commercial property, but there's all kinds of commercial properties. And frankly, everything you see on your screen there, I've done them all. I've never owned a hotel. I have owned a resort in Alaska. I have owned a mobile home park. I have never owned an RV park. And I currently own a little piece of healthcare. Everything on the left I've got are done. So I am what they call a generalist, not a specialist. I kind of like to do a little of everything, keeps boredom down. But, there's always a case, generalist versus specialist. I will tell you that the specialist, you usually know their craft better and excel in because they're doing one thing. If you want to buy apartments, you buy apartments. You want to buy shopping centers, you buy shopping centers. That's just not me. Most people are specialists. Now, there's only 2 types of commercial property. There's land, and then there's buildings on that land. And wherever there is land, wherever there's a building, it used to be land. So somebody had to see a use for that land and then carry that through completion to put the building on it. Some of those buildings are designed for income producing and some are designed for owner occupancy, like the one we're in here right now. I own the buildings we're in right now, but they were built to rent. And then, so now they're owner occupied. I like land. I always did like land, but today I'm so heavily into it. Every single part of my day, every day, is devoted to land purchases with students. Now, when I was home this morning, I pulled out my 2 folders and I set the other folder right on my desk so I wouldn't forget it. Okay, so guess what I did? I forgot it. All right. These are deals I'm working with students, but these are the deals I haven't put an offer in on yet. As you can see, I'm still waiting on information on these so that I can put an offer in on them or kill them, one or the other. And these are my student partners. I have another folder at home that's about twice this size of offers that I put in on land. And there's a couple buildings in there. And I'm waiting for that offer to come back and be countered, denied, or accepted. So there's probably 20 properties in that envelope. In fact, I just, on the last break, I responded to one of those realtors who sent me a counter offer on the property. Now, all the properties I'm working on right now that I can think of are listed with an agent, and the students found them on some website, most likely, like loopnet.com. So these properties aren't difficult to find. The more difficult part is you got to learn how to analyze them quickly. So I'm going to help you out with that before I'm done here. All right, so why? Why land? Well, number one, it's very profitable. Number two, I do it from my desk. So far, I've only gone and actually looked at one property, and I'm about to show you that one. That's the one we own now. There's no management of land. There's no toilets to fix. There's no repairs on land. So it's easy to get in and get out of, at least the way I do it, because I'm not building anything on it. I'm just buying the land or putting it under contract at a lower use, like agriculture, and then turning it into a higher use so that I can put it back on the market and sell it, and I can make it worth more by simply changing the use of it and getting it approved by the city. Now here's 33 acres in Portage, Indiana, which is up on the lake, brought to me by Ann Brandel. We interviewed her the other day, my first day. She is an EMT. She actually saves people's lives, but in her spare time, she sent me this little piece of land. And this came in 2 pieces, actually. It came in a 9-acre strip and a 24-acre strip, 2 different realtors, side by side. So we put the 9-acre strip under contract first, and then went back and put the 24-acre strip under contract. Now, this was an all-cash deal. That's the only way they would accept it. I'm going to tell you how we finance. There's only 3 ways I finance these properties, and basically just 2. But this happened to be an all-cash deal. And because the price was so low, at least I felt it was low, I agreed to pay all cash for the property. And by the way, that's exactly what I did. I put up the money to buy this property all cash in 2 different pieces. In fact, we just closed on the second part last week. So we now own this property. And I'll go through the process to see how we're going to get out of it. So we put a contract on it in December of 2019. And remember, I paid $275 for the property. We went through several different things to get it ready to take to the city to get them to approve it for a higher and better use. And then along the way, we got an appraisal on it, assuming it was approved for that higher and better use. And the appraisal came in at $1,047,000. Okay, so maybe that'll tell you why I like land. Now, granted, we haven't sold this yet for $1 million, but we hired a very recommended appraiser up there who has appraised it at $1 million. So we got a good start. I can tell you that. Now, shortly, we're going to list it with an agent up there. Gone back and forth with him a dozen times already. Very highly recommended by the team we put together up there. But I'm not going to list it because we haven't got the final approval for the new use until June the 2nd. So we're going to wait till we get that approval, and then he's going to put it right on the market. What you're looking at there is I took that 34 acres, and I told an engineer, first of all, I sent them to the property to let them tell me what they thought should go on it. And then collectively, I decided to cut the property in half horizontally with a line. Surveyor drew a line down the middle. Here, I can move to that one. I don't know if you can see that line down the middle or not. I can't from here. But if you look hard, you'll see a line right down the middle. I cut the property in half with a survey. Now, this has nothing to do with the city because the city hasn't approved just yet. On June the 2nd is when they're going to approve that the front half is commercial and the back half is residential. At least I hope they are, okay? Now, we hired an attorney up there, recommended to us by many people, a real estate attorney, and he's already visited the city twice to talk with them, and they don't seem to have any problem with my new zoning. But it hasn't been approved yet. And by the way, even if they do, I mean, whatever they do, if they have a problem with it, I'll just change it to what they will approve. I mean, it ain't rocket science. And by the way, the back part of it was already zoned residential, and the front part was already zoned commercial. All I did was move the commercial back and expand the size of the commercial so somebody could put a shopping center in there. Now, you're looking at those black buildings. Those are buildings. But trust me, ain't nobody going to put a shopping center in there that looks exactly like that. This was just a prototype conceptual drawing, so that we could see, and we could also use this for our selling process. So if somebody wants to, they can come in and put, how much was it? I think it's 200 and some odd thousand square feet of strip center in there. Now, I don't know what it'll support. We currently have a feasibility study in the works right now, and the feasibility study will tell us really how much of that front land we should devote to a shopping center or what else we should do with it. If you look at the back part of it, there's 56 house lots on it, 56. And so the back is residential, and there's a road on both sides. There's a road up the left, and there's a road across the top. So we got plenty of road frontage. So all I want the city to do, I do not want the city to approve that plat. In fact, the city told us don't submit that. Because if I get them to approve that plat, then the next person has got to go submit a new one. All I want them to approve is that line down the middle, and the back is high density residential and the front is commercial, meaning retail. It's not raining out there, is it? Okay. All right, so here's the process. First, Ann sent me the lead, which I think she got off of loopnet.com. All right. I then, when I got the information from her, I got on the phone with the agent for the first 9 acres. Okay. And then we made an offer less than what they're asking. I think, I can't remember. I think they were asking 150 or 175. We offered, they took 100. It's all cash. I got to tell you, both the seller and the realtor thought that there was a lot of wetlands on the property. So in their mind, they didn't give the land much value. We found out later that only 4 of the entire 34 acres is wet. So once I got the contract signed, I hired an attorney referred to me by the realtor to be the closing attorney and to help me with the due diligence process. Fortunately, I got a good one because he did just exactly that. He went to the city, felt them out before I did anything, because I don't ever want to try to get the city to approve something for a piece of property that they're absolutely against. I'm not going to fight City Hall. So I'm going to adapt the land to whatever the city wants to see there, is what it amounts to. Because I don't care if it was commercial or residential. My whole goal is to raise the value of the property and sell it to somebody else who wants to do the building. So the attorney went to see the city, confirmed it. It looked okay to them. And then I had the architect draw up the thing that I just showed you, just for my benefit, really. And by the way, for the appraiser's benefit as well. See, the appraiser wouldn't have known what to appraise if they didn't have that line down the middle of that property. And the architect told us how many acres was at the top and how many acres was at the bottom. So now the appraiser knew, I think it was 16 acres of commercial and the rest of it was residential, so he knew how to appraise it now. You can't just say, appraise this property assuming it's something else if you don't know what the something else is and how much of the property is in that something. So the conceptual plan has to come before the appraisal. So now the city's already filed, and again, our hearing is June the 2nd. We should get final approval at that time. And then we already got the commercial agent ready to list it. Now, along the way, we made an offer and got accepted on the other 24 acres right beside it. And so I closed one piece first, then I closed the second one. And along the way, we're doing our due diligence. We also got a wetland report during this process, and my attorney checked out a few other things as well. So that's the process. Frankly, I went up to see this property one time, but I didn't have to. I mean, it's all woods. I'm telling you, it looks just like any other piece of woods. But I did tour the town, and I went next door to the next town beside it, and we have a property over there under contract that I visited while I was there that was listed with the same realtor that had the 24 acres. So these are domino effects. One thing leads to another. All right. Now, Ann is in my commercial mastermind group, and part of that deal is that when you get in my group, if we do a deal together that nets at least $1 million, that I got to buy that partner a brand new Mercedes and drive it to their front door for them. Okay. So now Ann's not going to get that Mercedes on this deal, but we got another one under contract. That's very possible. We got 60 some odd acres under contract for $500,000, very well located. So we're working on the due diligence on that one right now and waiting on a feasibility study. All right. So she's really after her Mercedes, but we're going to have to do another deal to get it. I doubt she's going to get it on this first one. By the way, so far, and sum total buried into this property is $0. That's right. She found some good-looking guy to put up the rest of the money. Yeah, that would be me. All right. Now, you may not need a partner to do the same thing, because let's talk about what I put up. Beyond the cash price. When you're doing commercial property, you've got to do due diligence. And frankly, only an idiot would buy a commercial property without doing the due diligence first. And unlike single family houses, that due diligence is expensive. I'll give you some numbers. The wetland report alone was $6,500. The appraisal was only $1,500, but I probably got at least $5,000 in the architect and engineer, and I promise you I got well over $10,000 in the attorney, and there was something else there I can't remember, but all this adds up. Oh, and the feasibility study, I got $10,000 in that. So, but by the time I'm through, I'll have everything that a buyer would need to know to make the decision to buy the property or not. So, not cheap, and all that money's at risk. Well, sort of. I'm not going to spend all that money one time. It's a domino effect. First thing we do is have the title checked, or the attorney have the title checked, and then we move on and get as much free stuff done as we can, and then that'll tell us whether we want to go to the next step or not. By the way, I kill quite a few deals in that process because I find out that there is no higher and better use, and that it does not make mathematical sense to move forward. Did one this morning just because of that. I couldn't create enough value in it to make it worth all the trouble. So this is called pre-screening and due diligence. And that money's at risk. But if I'm going to kill a deal, I'd never get to a $30,000 point before I killed it. I'll know I'm going to kill it long before that. So there is a risk, but maybe a few $1,000s generally. So now, of course, with all of that done, I could just borrow the money to buy the property with a private loan. But remember, the value is not there till the city stamps the appraisal, and then the value is there. So I put up the money, and I'll get back to where the money's coming from here shortly and talk about financing. There are three kinds of financing, three options. Option number one, seller financing with a down payment. And we usually offer a 2 to 3 year balloon. Sometimes we offer that no interest, always no payments. I am not making payments on vacant land. It is a deal killer for me. Absolutely done before we get started. They think I'm coming out of pocket to make payments on vacant land. I always ask them, how much you getting now per month? Well, good, let's keep it that way. Because I'm not going to make payments on vacant land. And by the way, I'm not going to guarantee any debt either. I've had a couple of sellers ask me if I was going to guarantee debt. I said, not no, but hell no. You will not live long enough to get me to guarantee that debt. And if that kills the deal, that kills the deal. And you know what? They understand. That's exactly the answer they expected anyway. They just wanted me to confirm it. So I confirm it in a loud voice, by email or by voice. No way am I guaranteeing the debt. So we buy it in an LLC or a trust. I closed on the property in Indiana in a land trust. I heard they work. Somebody told me that they work to buy properties. So both of those properties are in a land trust. Now, I usually start with an owner financing offer. And yes, it does require a down payment. Here's an example, because this is a real property right here that I got under contract, actually. And the purchase price was $1 million. So I offered $100,000 down, and the owner would finance $900,000 at 3. He'd come back and he wanted 3.8% interest after I offered him 3. So we agreed on that, and with a 2-year balloon with no payment. In fact, he wanted a payment. I said no. I ain't giving you no payment. Now, guys, look, you might be thinking, geez, what an asshole. And that would be true. But look, I'm going to do the deals that I can live with, and I am not doing deals that I wished I hadn't done. I've been around too long, and then those days are over. I would rather kill the deal than agree to something that satisfies the seller but keeps me awake at night. I am not making payments, and in this case, got to come up with $100,000 to make this deal work, and I got 2 months to do it. In fact, I tell you, I don't remember much about this property, but I think I've already killed this property because the value was not there after I bought it. And yeah, this is the property that we went to the city on, Tish did, and found out that there's a list this long that a developer's got to do to this property in order to be able to develop on it. Well, immediately we figured out, okay, why is this still on the market? Because the owner of it is a developer. So right there, we knew something was wrong. And the answer is nobody's going to develop this thing because of the onerous list of stuff that you got to do to it. It was just ridiculous, actually. I've never seen a more ridiculous list. So we went right to the city and got that and, killed the deal. I'm not going to get in the middle of that. Because remember, my goal is not to put horizontal roads, water, sewer, and electric. My goal is to get it ready for somebody else to do that. And the point is, nobody else would do that because of those city requirements. My exit, this was my planned exit if the city hadn't had that humongous list. Now, all cities have got a list that has to be done if you're going to put in the horizontal structure. But, I'm not going to go down the list and tell you why, boom, boom, boom. Just telling you, by the time a builder complies with that list, they'd have more money in these lots than they were worth at retail price. And that kind of is a deal killer right there. Now, so each lot is worth 80 to 90 grand finished, but an unfinished lot is worth about 25 grand, meaning undeveloped, but approved. Now, this thing was already approved for 103 lots. 103, all I got to do is get the engineering done and put them in there if we wanted to. So you can see there would have been a pretty good upside. If I sold the lots for 25 each without the roads and sewer, that comes out to $2.5 million. Okay, my purchase price was only $1 million. However, and I got owner financing. However, you have to take in consideration of what's going to cost the person you're trying to sell it to, because you can rest assured they're going to find out before they buy. So all I did was get some of the work done that they would do to determine what it would cost to put those lots in. I killed this deal because of the math. I killed quite a few deals because of the math. And if you and I are going to work together going forward, I want to train you how to analyze that math ahead of time as much as we can to keep down some. Of course, we were not told the facts on this property. I did not get all of this stuff until after we had it under contract. So I want you to understand my motive here. I had to put it under contract before I could even get these paperwork, because they had a bunch of reports already done, which already, by the way, that was a red flag. Why did they order all this stuff? Why did they have this plat done and all this tree map done where you got to have trees and all of this and not finish the job? The answer was because it was economically unfeasible to do so. And sometimes you can't find that out till you get a contract. In the world of commercial, at least half the contracts never close. Incidentally, good news about commercial is you got about 60 days or more to do your due diligence with zero risk. Zero risk. You can back out anytime you want along the way and get your deposit back. All contracts I've ever seen say that. You just have to fill in the number of days. I don't care if you buy an apartment complex, a strip center, or whatever. All of them have that in it. So I put up a deposit, I think, of 10 grand, and we'll get that 10 grand back because I've already canceled the contract. Boy, that was pretty fast. Did you have any idea what I just said, Nick? Should I start all over? All right. All right, then there's option 2, all cash, like that first deal I showed you. But usually, in fact, almost always, when I make an all cash offer, I'm only going to pay you cash after the city approves whatever the thing is we want to get approved. Frankly, I don't know of a developer or a builder that'll buy a property and pay cash until after the city approves their new structure they want, or the property they want to put on there, because that is very, very dangerous. Now, the one I just showed you, I did exactly that. I bought this property before the city approved the use of it. However, I was pretty clear that they were going to approve it. And again, in the back of my mind, I know that if they don't approve it, I'm just going to change it a little bit and put something on there that they do approve. I'm sorry, this is not that property. This is another property right down the street. This is a property that we have under contract in the city next door, and it is 63 acres, I think, and it's also all cash. So we'd be paying $500,000 for this property, but if you can just picture 63 acres in your mind, I mean, and road frontage on 3 different sides, a lot of road frontage. Some of that road frontage is going to be commercial. So whenever I see a road by the property, the first thing I look for is how close is other commercial, because at the very least, commercial ought to be across that road frontage and then maybe residential in the back. So we're getting a feasibility study right now to tell us what the highest and best use is for this property. And I can tell you it will be multiple uses. Residential, could be houses, could be townhouses, could even be apartment complex. So I'm going to let a professional tell me what they think based on the economic climate around this property, instead of us trying to second guess it. And then again, but there goes $10,000 right there, whether I buy the property or not. So that's the downside here. Somebody's got to put up this due diligence money. So we got a couple more months to close on that thing, and I know darn well if I need it, I can extend that. But it's all cash, and it'll be all cash before the city approves it. I can tell you that is very rare for me to do it. But look, here's what it amounts to. Buying the property so cheap. There's so many things we can do with the property. There's such a big upside. I am not worried about it. We're going to get the money from a private lender most likely to buy that property. And now it's just a matter of, okay, what are we going to do with it? And we'll know that before we close on it. And we'll also know that the city don't have any problem approving what it is we think we're going to do with it. So we take all the risk out of it we can before we go closing properties. I can't even give you this answer because I just made this up. I'm using MSU on this one. That's make shit up, so in case you didn't know it. Okay, make stuff up. All right. So I know this thing's worth $2.5 million, whatever we do with it. This is 63 acres. It's twice the size of the first one I showed you. And you know, commercial alone is probably going to be worth double the residential. So I want as much of that on there as I can. Now, you see, so Ann might get her Mercedes out of this one before it's over. She really wants that Mercedes. She just bought herself a brand new pickup truck from the house business that I taught her, but now she wants a Mercedes. I asked her, what are you going to do with both of them? She said, let me worry about that. All right. So here's how you fund these things. They're either going to get a private loan to pay cash, or you're going to write a check. I'm raising a new fund to help me. I got to fund a private placement memorandum coming off the drawing board here shortly, where I'm going to actually have people invest in it and get a higher rate of return on their money to buy these properties with owner financing or all cash. Then everybody gets in them that wants to invest in the fund, or get a partner like Ann did, and got a partner. And I can do any combination of the above. And of course, there's always me. Now, I'm not an unlimited source of funds. So today I actually put up the money to do the front end stuff, but I'm going to raise the money to do the back end stuff, or an institutional loan. You're not going to believe this, but I'm actually trying to get an institutional loan to recapture my cash on that property in Indiana. And yes, it will require a personal guarantee. However, I'm not worried about it. I got a property worth 3 times what I'll be borrowing. And don't forget, by the time I borrow on it, it will be worth actually, 3 times what we got in the property. So we build our own value in, and that's the key. We forced the value by raising the higher and better use. Okay, here's a Jacksonville property. It's 13 acres. My student partner brought me this, and we paid $150,000 for it to a family that's had it in their family for years and years and years. And I got 100% private loan on it. So a private lender lent me $150,000. Loan's still on it. It's accruing interest. I think it's got a couple of year balloon on it. All right. Well, the house is on the market right now. We didn't touch the land. Half of it was zoned commercial heavy duty, and the other half was zoned commercial light duty. All we did was have the whole thing zoned heavy duty. That is now done, and now this property is on the market for $895,000. So as you can see, that's quite a chunk of increase in value. And all we did was have half of it rezoned, which cost us $5,000 and took several months. I've never laid a finger on this property. This one just happened to come with a racetrack, a go-kart racetrack that's producing something like $400 a week in income. It just came with the property. So we're collecting $1,600 a month while we're sitting around waiting to get it sold. Now, option 3 is don't buy, but joint venture. I'm working on a couple of those right now. And frankly, this is my favorite way to do these deals because it takes most of the risk off of me. So let's say you have a piece of property, or you find somebody with a piece of land, which is very easy to find. It's everywhere. And you make this proposition to them, which I've got down to a science. I've got a prototyped email that I send them, explain them all the stuff that I'm going to do. And in a nutshell, I'm going to do all of the work. I'm going to, once we get this agreement signed, this joint venture agreement signed, in fact, I got to send one of those out on Monday to a realtor for her client. Joint venture agreement, once it's signed, I kick in and I go to work doing the same thing on the property that I would do if I owned the property. In other words, getting this series of reports done, getting it ready and determine its highest and best use, getting it to the city to get it approved. Now, downside is I'm doing that at my expense, which makes it pretty easy for the seller to accept it if they have a mind to do this. I'm doing it at my expense. So part of the agreement up front is we got to agree on a cash price that you get, and then I'll give you 25% of the net profit above that in addition to your cash price. But the downside, Mr. Seller is, or Mrs. Seller, is that you're going to get paid when I get paid. Because I'm not buying your property. We have no purchase and sale agreement. The development agreement is all I need. It protects my interest. I'm not getting into your LLC. You're never going to write a check. You have zero risk except the time. And then I make the case, and probably will take you longer to sell the property as is than it will take us to get all this work done and sell it at a higher and better use, which is absolutely true. So we agree upon the price, which is less than what they ask, and then I give 25% of the profit above that once the property is resold. I hope that makes sense to you. So once we get the engineering on the joint venture agreement done, I simply start that process. Exactly the same process if I were bought the property and were doing it for myself. Except I don't have to come up with a cash or the down payment. I have to come up only with the due diligence cost. Now, I've also got a version of this where if the seller wants to split the due diligence cost with me, then we split the profit on the back. I don't even offer that anymore. I'd rather just do it myself, pay it myself, and keep 75% of the profits. And remember now, that's the profits over and above the strike price that the seller gets in cash before I get paid. I'll give you an example of that in a minute. So I simply get an agreement, then I hire the professionals to do the exact same thing I would do if I were doing it for myself. Get it approved, put it right back on the market, list it with a realtor. And the seller knows all of that going in. So here's an example. Let's say asking price is $900,000, which is $15,000 an acre for this 60-acre property. And let's just say it was zoned agriculture when I got it. And now I upzoned it to, I got 8 units per acre on it, which is townhouses. I got it zoned for 8 units per acre. So now all of a sudden that same acre is worth over 40 grand. Because anytime I can raise the density of a piece of property, I'm raising the value of the piece of property. I'm cutting down, if I can put 8 density on an acre, that's a very inexpensive price that builder is going to pay for that lot that townhouse is sitting on. So let's say I spend somewhere between $25,000 and $50,000 worth of due diligence doing that. And I probably would do just exactly that. So let's look at the sales price. Based on some simple math, of which I will teach you how to calculate here if you want to come spend some time with me. Based on some simple math, I know that property will be worth at least $2.5 million once I get the city to approve those 8 units per acre rather than agricultural land to grow crops on. So in this case, the seller and I agreed that they will get $900,000 for their cash price before I start getting any profit out of the deal. So if we get the thing done and we sold part of it, they get the money. Now, there's a stipulation in my agreement that I'm going to get back my upfront cost first. And then the seller gets all the money up to the 900. And then after that, we split the profits 25-75. So let's say I got soft cost in there, like, I don't know, taxes and whatever, or whatever the cost is to get it approved. Okay, that comes back to me. And let's say I got a $150 in there in real estate commission and other costs like taxes. So I net in $1.4 million on this deal. Well, as you can see, they're on the screen. Seller gets paid first, and then I get 75% of whatever's left. So that means I made over $300,000 on a property I will never own. I'll never own this property. I'll never take title to this property. I'll never have to come up with a down payment. I never have to raise the cash. I never have to make any payments. So I just went out and raised the use for the seller at no cost to the seller, and then got them paid and got them paid 25% of the profit above that. And again, how do I do all of that? Very simple. I don't do it. I just hire the other people to do it that do the job that I'm hiring them to do. So that's my joint venture agreement. And I love this thing. And honestly, I'm getting to the point to where I present that up front if the agent tells me that this seller is in the mindset to work with me. And by the way, there's a couple sellers I don't want to work with. I told the agent point blank, I'm not working with that idiot. I'm not going to let people control my life, and they're not going to go telling me what to do. In other words, I'll make you a lot of money. You just sit back and relax at my expense and my risk. And if that's not good enough for you, get out of here. All right. I'm going to give you that development agreement if I see you in my boot camp coming up here, because I'm doing a live boot camp in Jacksonville on January the 30th through July 2nd. And it will be live, and there'll be humans in the room. Yes. We're already open here in Jacksonville. We already go to restaurants. Yeah, okay. You'll probably be wearing a mask. You'll be a good-looking audience. and, we'll take the right precautions, but we are going to do it live. So, in fact, I already got the hotel room. Now, I'm going to give you that development agreement as part of the package, and I'm telling you, it's something you're probably going to want to use. And once I teach you, all you got to do is hire the right people to get the job done. And how many of these things can you do at one time? See, what's wrong with having 2 or 3 of them lined up? And, it's even better if they're in the same city. For example, take Portage, where my properties are. There's a city called Valparaiso right beside it. Well, I want to buy several properties up there because I already got the team built. I already know where I'm going to go to get every piece of that done. That makes the job a lot easier. And so, I wouldn't mind having 2 or 3 projects up there going simultaneously. In fact, I already do. So, by the way, people ask me, where do I go look? I'd look where you're at first. I promise you, there's a ton of vacant land ready wherever you live. Everywhere you look, there's land. In fact, when you go out driving, I want you to keep your eyes open and start looking for pieces of vacant land while you're driving. And you'll see signs on them. And of course, if there's not a sign on it, then you can track down the owner, but that's another discussion. And I'll say it again, most of my properties come through real estate agents, not through FSBOs. All right. These deals are coming from my commercial mastermind group because I've just decided recently that those are the only folks that I am going to work with on these partnership deals. So there's a reason. There's always a reason. These things require the student to go collect information for me to some degree, but they also require the student to do some degree of pre-screening before they even send it to me so that we can spot the dud right up front. For example, if you're buying a single family house and they're asking all cash and almost retail price, we're not buying that house. There's no reason to even ask any more questions once you learn those answers. In other words, if it doesn't pass the sniff test in a matter of seconds, then get rid of it and go work on one that does. Well, the deals that these students are sending me because they've been trained, they're pretty good prospects. There's some of them that aren't. There's some of them I turn down quickly. But the only way they get good at recognizing the difference between a suspect and a prospect is by first getting trained and then going out there and working with me and sending them to me like this. Again, these are deals right here that I have not made an offer on yet. So when the student sends me the lead, the deal, we get a package on it. Now the first thing I do is get on the phone with the agent. I get on the phone with the agent, and then I have a list that I go down, and I ask the agent questions that would determine whether we want to move forward or not. First question I ask him is, what do you think the highest and best use is? And by the way, they've all got an answer. And incidentally, all these agents are easy to talk to. I've not had one yet that wasn't easy to talk to. Well, they have dog in the hunt. They got to sell the property. Ain't doing that without talking to me. Okay, I ask intelligent questions, granted. They understand I know what I'm talking about, granted. But I use a checklist that you can use as well. And now some of my students are getting those questions. Well, most of them actually are talking. Well, actually, they all are. Got to talk to the agent before you send me the information. But now when I get on the phone with them, I ask them questions that will quickly determine whether it's a pass or a play. Now, this boot camp is coming up, and I'm going to open the doors to some more commercial mastermind group members, but I don't want to work with anybody that hasn't been through this boot camp. We won't even be able to speak the same language. So I hope you can understand that. Only graduates from this boot camp. Or if you went to the last one in November, in fact, I want you back in this thing if you went this time last year, because everything has changed. You get right back in here. One of the first things you're going to learn is how to pre-screen these things while you're looking, just like houses. Go pick the low-hanging fruit. But this boot camp is not just about land. In fact, there's only a chunk of it about land. The rest of it is about all kinds of buildings, income-producing buildings and non-income-producing buildings, because I work on all of it. I got a couple of income-producing projects in here right now. I like them. And, you know, students can send them to me. It's just that we've kind of got into the land business here all of a sudden, but I'm open to all kinds of projects. And if it doesn't have a problem, you don't want it. So let me be perfectly clear. All right. When you're buying houses, either the house has got a problem because it's ugly, or the seller's got a problem because they're highly motivated. Well, it's the same thing in commercial. Either the property's got a problem because it's ugly and vacant, or at a low use and the seller is not going to do anything about it, or the seller's got a problem. For some reason, they need to sell and they need to sell quickly. If neither of those exist, you're not buying the property. You see, we don't buy anything at retail price, okay? I'll tell you right now, you'll get a lot of properties where the realtor's trying to sell it to you at retail price. You'll even get some where the realtor's trying to sell it to you at a price that would be worth even after it was rezoned and approved and so forth, even though that has not been done yet. Okay, so we can weed those out in fact, I killed one this morning exactly like that. I got to looking at what the value would be if the thing was rezoned into higher density, and that's what they were asking. So that deal gone just like that. All right, well, you're going to learn to recognize those duds so we can focus on the actual deals. But we're looking for problems, and we can fix these problems. If it's a building that needs repairs, we can fix it. If it's a building that's vacant, quite often they go hand in hand, we can fix that. But we're going to get paid to fix it. We're going to buy the thing cheap, and that's the only reason we'd be interested in fixing the problem. Same with the land. I'm going to fix it by raising its use and getting it approved, but I'm going to get paid for it. And I don't want to do any deals we don't get paid handsomely for. In fact, I really don't want to do a deal that's going to net, absolute minimum, $500,000, and that one don't excite me a whole heap. Okay, so I'm looking for the properties that'll net 7 figures, and sometimes even 8 figures by doing what we do. But it's got to be a problem we can fix. We can't fix every problem. For example, I've killed a few deals because there's just no market. There's no market. And if there's no market, there's no sale, because nobody's going to do anything with it, and they're not going to buy it. Kind of reminds me of 2008. I had 32 different developments going on simultaneously in 9 different states. And when September of 08 came, of course, the money dried up, but that wasn't the real problem. The real problem was so did all the exit strategies. Nobody was buying anything. Nobody was building anything. The whole world shut down. So these projects died on the vine because of no market. There was no exit strategy. So one of the first things we check is, what's going on in that community? Are there houses being built? That's easy. We can go online and find out how many building permits were pulled in the last year. If there were 2, Houston, we got a problem. Okay, there is no market. So at least for the use that we were thinking of. All right, next thing I would think, okay, what about a commercial market? What's going on in the commercial? And frankly, if I don't like the answers, we're done. And there will be properties that have bad math like that. There is no exit. And city issues, I told you one earlier, I got 103 lots under contract, but the issue was with the city, not with the seller. The price was actually good. I was paying 10 grand for a lot that's worth 80 fixed, but the hard problem is that fixed number. I'm literally, I mean, I could have made money with that project, but not enough to go through that grief. If you saw the list that I saw, you'd understand why I had a hard time thinking any builder was going to buy that property if they can't get the city to relax some of those conditions. It was just totally onerous. It was ridiculous, actually. Had to put a park in there. You have to build a park. Then you got to donate it to the city. You got to have 200 and some odd trees brought in to plant. Oh, you got to be kidding me. No way. Wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole. Or it's in a poor location. Location counts. Location counts. First thing I see is a map. I want to see the property on a map, but I want to see what's around that property. I want the Google map that shows the actual commercial buildings around the property. I want to see where the closest Walmart is. That's one of the questions. I want to see if there's a subdivision beside it or behind it or across the street. What's around it will tell me what I think the highest and best use is going to be. How much road frontage does it have? And that's commercial, but is there a market for the commercial? If I look on this map and I don't see any commercial buildings and I'm out in the middle of nowhere, then I got a poor location. That doesn't mean I can't find something to do with that poor location, but it does mean it's probably not going to be commercial. So, what's plan two? We don't have a plan two. We move on. Not low-hanging fruit. So pre-screening is very important. And so in that light, I just happen to have an all-day course on just that subject alone, pre-screening commercial properties. And I'm going to give you that if you register for this boot camp. And we were selling it. Now, this course is 10 years old, but I want you to know something. I just listened to every word in it. I mean, I listened to myself for 5 hours, and I was impressed. I was impressed, okay? This stuff is not changed a bit, except the numbers, okay? So when you get this course, not only it's got all the forms in it and all the checklists and all of that, but it goes into every different type of property, because we have a different checklist for each type of property. I mean, a different property information sheet, and it'll help you pre-screen leads. Now, that's important because you're going to bring leads to the boot camp, and we're going to do live deals while you watch, just like we do house deals. Okay, I'll call an agent, I'll call a few agents, and we literally will work on deals. And I'll tell you, this is the good, the bad, and the ugly, and here's why. And I want your participation in that. So I want students bringing in prospects. And boy, that exercise alone is worth its weight in gold to you. We used to sell that for $1,500 just for that course. If you got to do it within 30 minutes, so that's a bonus that you only get within. By the way, we'll send you that right away. Boot camp's not till a month or two away, but the bonus you're going to get right away, so you can be playing around with these things while you're waiting. Now, the biggest misconception about commercial property is that people think you got to have a lot of money, or you got to have a great credit, or you got to have a big financial statement. And that's only true if you're going to the bank and borrow money. Okay, that's the last resort that I'm going to teach you to do. If you're going to the bank, you absolutely have to raise the top 20 to 25% of your purchase price. And we do that with private equity or other people's money. But going to the bank is my very last thing on my list. It's structuring the offer so that you know how to raise the money. That's important. And that's what I happen to be very, very good at. That's why I will not structure offers to where I don't know where the money's coming from. Or, what good is that? So it's fake news. You do not have to be wealthy. You do not have to have a bunch of money. You do not have to have good credit. In fact, I don't even want you using your credit. On the first day alone, I'm going to show you how to buy 14 different ways to buy real estate with no money down in the commercial world. 14 different ways, no money down. And I told you I'm going to work on all kinds of properties. I'm going to go through properties that are easy to find. You're going to learn how to find them, that's for sure. And it literally will be a deal-a-thon. And I am looking forward to students bringing in different types of properties. I want some apartment complexes. I want some mobile home parks. I'll take some vacant land. In fact, going into this thing, I want everybody to understand that I don't want all land. I want some income-producing properties in the mix. So I'm going to spend a lot of time on locating them. And trust me, you're going to have more websites than you'll ever use locating these properties, because that's where most of them come from, right off of websites. And we got a whole list of them, a whole page long for you to use. And to help you learn how to pre-screening, these five all-day seminars I'm throwing in for you, and I definitely want you to listen to them before you arrive. Due diligence. This is very important that you learn this, because if you don't know what due diligence to do before you buy, you're headed for an absolute certain seminar in the world of commercial. And incidentally, in the world of commercial, it's caveat emptor. There's no government agency going to protect you against lies and thieves. Trust me, you're on your own. So better learn how to do that due diligence. I got a whole list of it there for you based on the type of property that you're buying. Due diligence means prove stuff. Take no one's word for anything. The whole world is full of crap. I mean, I just proved that day before yesterday. The realtor who brought me the property forgot to leave out all that information about there ain't nobody gonna build on this property, but go find that out on your own, and hopefully you don't, and close. Looking for a greater fool. Well, that wasn't us. This time. Okay. Constructing offers. Probably one of the most important parts of the event, where I take the facts and I figure out how we can buy this thing and construct the offer accordingly. And I showed you the 3 ways that I buy, but you got to have it in your head here, because if you don't know how to construct the offer, you're not going to get very far, because you just won't be able to put together the deal. But constructing the offer so it can get closed is different than just getting a contract on a property and get out of it later. And by the way, and people ask me, well, can't I put these under contract and flip them? Well, yeah, you can. But remember, the due diligence period on a commercial property is a lot longer. I mean, minimum of 2 months. So as long as your seller is willing to wait all that time, yeah, you can put it under contract and flip it. But that is not what I want you to do, because your success rate is a lot lower that way, unless you have your buyers already built in. Now, there's buyers out there for every type of commercial property. Apartments are hot right now. Anything that produces income is hot right now. So if you got your buyers lined up first, and now you want to go out and put stuff under contract, knowing their parameters, I got nothing wrong with that. In fact, you'll see there's a lot of commercial properties that are bought that way. In fact, you probably don't know this, but you know, all your fast food chains have people out there scouting for locations for them, and they put them under contract and sell them to the fast food chains. That's actually a whole industry. All right, presenting offers. Hi. Wished I had one here for you, but I don't. It's a letter of intent or a letter of interest. So all we do is figure out what we're going to offer. And Tish has probably created about 100 of those here in the last 3 months. And it's a very short, simple, here's what I can pay, here's how I'm going to pay it, here's my due diligence, here's my deposit, and here's when I want to close. So the LOI goes to the agent, and then we go back and forth with whether they can accept those conditions or not. And on the ones that we get together on, now the agent compares the contract. We don't prepare contracts, the agents do, because it's listed. So they send us the contract, but based on the information we have on the LOI, I just signed one this morning, actually. Got a piece of property up in Ohio under contract. God, something like 30 some odd acres for $225,000 right beside the university. I mean, that's just too hard to turn down. So contract is signed by a seller and me. So I'll be looking next week. We'll be working on doing that due diligence. So presenting the offer is easy. You don't even talk to the seller. Well, if it's a FSBO, you do. But even then, you turn in an LOI. So in other words, we don't go creating contracts and sending them in until we have an oral agreement. Then when we have an oral agreement, we convert it to here's a simple understanding. There's no commitment on an LOI. But now we want to agree on that. Then we go fill out a contract. Now, I got contracts. I got some great contracts. They're in your system. You never see them anywhere else. I know, because I spent thousands of dollars writing them. But if the property's listed, we're not using mine, we're using theirs. So now it's just a matter of you looking for, does this fit what we agreed upon? And you know what? It surprises me. Once we get an LOI accepted, I mean, these realtors do a really good job of writing these contracts to match what we agreed upon. And sometimes they put cool stuff in there I didn't even ask for. So I have no problem working with these agents. How am I doing on time, guys? Oh, okay. Geez, I got a half an hour according to my sheet, but I won't need it. Okay. All right. Now, talking to agents. I find it very easy myself. I probably talk to 10 or 15 of them a week at least. And by the way, tomorrow's Saturday. I'll be talking to some tomorrow. And you know they work on Saturday. And right now, all of them are working from their home. They're pretty easy to get on the phone. But my students get me their cell phone number anyway. I'm going to send you at least 10 recordings of me talking to agents. And in fact, I'm going to send you more than that. I'm going to ask Tish just to download my conversations in the last month or so. And you're going to enjoy those. Some of those are really, really cool conversations. I've discussed all kinds of structuring, include my development agreement on those calls. So you'll hear them and you'll find, well, that wasn't that hard. I just went down a list that you'll get and asked the questions. No, I didn't really go down the list. I bounced around all over the list in the order by which the realtor brought up stuff. But I had that list in front of me the whole time. And then I got the answers that were applicable. And I just wrote them down. And then I said to the realtor, well, I'll be back with you shortly. We'll figure out if we can work with this or not, and I'll let you know. Now, when I get back with the realtor shortly, guess what I send them? An LOI, letter of intent, and then we go from there. I got a whole stack of them right now in the works. And some of them are going to turn into contracts. All right, financing. Frankly, for you to understand and learn the financing of commercial property is worth your whole trip here. First, there's some terms you're going to learn. You're going to learn what DCR means. You're going to learn what NOI means. You're going to learn what cap rate is. You're going to learn how to look at a property in poor shape and project its future value by taking the numbers, applying the math, and then applying simple formulas that all commercial properties are used to buy and sell on, so you can project the future value of the property before you ever make the first offer on it. I always want people to know, what is the ARV before we make the offer, residential or commercial? Well, you can, anything that's income producing, you learn the ARV by applying math. You don't need an appraisal. You learn it by applying the math, but that math changes type of property from type of property. And it changes from city by city. So you have to learn what these things mean so that you can use them for the rest of your life. They will serve you well. And I'm going to cover all of that for you. Literally, you can take anything the realtor puts online, take the facts that are there, take the numbers that are there, and project out not only what that thing would sell for when you get it turned around, but also what you can borrow on it. Because you see, there's a bunch of cool loans out there where you can borrow up to 90%. Sometimes there's 100% loans, non-recourse, meaning no personal guarantee, up to 40 years financing. And non-recourse is nice. That means you're never going to guarantee the debt. However, these loans, most of them, not all of them, are going to require the property to be turned around and stabilized. So you use those to refinance with, pull a bunch of cash out, and keep the property or sell it. We're going to talk about a lot of exit strategies as well. So financing is a very important part of this event. So you need to learn how to finance it going in, because the same financing you use to go in to fix it and turn it around is not your permanent financing. There's temporary and then there's permanent. Permanent is only after it's stabilized. However, there are even loans available to you to buy and renovate apartment complexes. And they are based on the future value used by the same formulas I'm going to teach you to use. And then there's how much can you borrow. I'll teach you how to determine how much you can borrow after it's turned around before you even make the offer to buy it, based on applying math. Very important session. And then we will talk about exit strategies, because to tell you the truth, I'm going to do whatever I can to keep you from selling the property if it's income producing. Folks, you're not, it's like selling houses. I can go wholesale a house and get a check, or I can go rehab it and renovate it and I can get a check. But what am I missing? Did you hear Dixie Decker talk about residual income? Okay, you don't get any of that by flipping. You just get a check. And if you're not careful, it's short-term capital gains, maximum taxes on it. All right. There's more to life than just getting the checks. Right? There's other way to get the checks without killing the golden goose. So I'm going to go to the trouble of turning a property around and stabilizing it. I'm going to look very, very hard as to selling it. Because if I stabilize it, I'm going to finance it for probably 80, 90% of its value. Why on earth would I want to sell it when I already got most of the cash out of it? Probably got all the cash out of it. because selling it will eat up whatever equity is left in it. So if I got a nice positive cash flow, which I wouldn't, they're not gonna let you close the loan if you don't, then where's the wealth gonna come from if you just sell it? Okay, there's big checks there. I'll grant you that. But there's big checks in it without selling it, just like there are in houses. So we got to discuss these exit strategies. Now, there's one thing about land. There's a whole ton of them. Look, I'm converting the land and selling the land as is. Well, I have 7 projects where I actually put in the horizontal structure. So I could have put in the horizontal structure, meaning roads, water, sewer, and electric, and I could have sold them off by the lot. Or I could sell them all to a developer. Or I could put the horizontal in and build something on it, which is what I was doing in 2008. I wish I would have sold them off in their horizontally structured status and let somebody else take the hit when there was no more building. And then, of course, now I build something on it, residential or commercial. Now I got to decide, do I want to sell it or do I want to keep it? Well, you'll find the wealthiest people in real estate didn't sell it. They kept it. Think of Donald Trump. Okay. Can you imagine the enormous cash flow he has on these buildings? All right. He's not a flipper. He's a keeper. Also, when you're making a lot more money with this stuff, you got to learn how to keep more of it. So I got some really neat tax reduction things that I've learned the hard way over the years, and I want to share those with you. And by the way, think about the depreciation involved in commercial projects. Okay, you got a $1, $2, $3, $4, $5 million project. That's a lot of depreciation, and that alone helps you knock those taxes way, way, way down. So remember, there's income before taxes, and there's income after taxes. The income after taxes is the only one that counts. So we got to keep more, and you're not going to keep more unless you get smarter and understand what you can and cannot do. And then, of course, I am going to do a raw land session, and I'll show you my projects, and there will be students in the room. Not all of my members will be there. There'll be some members there, and we'll go over their projects, the ones I have under contract or we're working on. But we're going to start with the projects that you guys bring in, make sure we get through all of them. I'm going to make sure we devote enough time to get through all the projects that you guys bring in, and I'll have help there as well, analyzing them. Okay, there's the dates again. Write them down. June 30th, July 2nd, Jacksonville, Florida. And we will be in a hotel live. All right. But what if we're still quarantined? But please, I don't even want to think about that. Okay. But if we are, we will schedule another live event later, because no, I am not going to do this event virtual. We're going to do this event live, or I'm not going to do it at all. But I will do it. I just can't imagine us. We're already open in Jacksonville. There would be no reason to quarantine us. I've already got one scheduled for November the 5th through the 7th, but we're going to do one prior to that. So worst case, we have to notify you and tell you we're going to move it back a little bit. I don't see that happening. Yes, you may bring parent, child, spouse, significant other, or somebody in your business. As usual, no charge. And right now, today only, you can bring a second guest at no charge. I hope they know that over at the call center. That's a $500 gift. $500 gift. Okay, so now you want to know how much. You know, honestly, what difference does it make? How much? But I suspect you want to know that. So here's the deal. $39.95, and I'm going to give you a $1,000 travel discount, which brings it down to $29.95. Plus, you can use Gold Club points for up to half of that. So now, if you happen to have 1,500 points, you're already down to $1,500. And heck, whatever you're down to, you can make 3 equal payments of that. We'll finance you in-house, 3 equal payments. No, you do not have to have it paid off before you come to the live event. I'm not going to pull your credit. So third, and a third at whatever your balance is. So you start at $29.95. You take off, you take off your Gold Club points, and And whatever that comes out to, then you spread that into 3 payments. Now, if you pay it in full, I'm going to give you 10% of that number off. Now, that's 10% after you applied the Gold Club points. Whatever that is, you get 10% off. Now, if you want to, you can finance it on your Vive card. Most of you know, it used to be a help card. If you don't have a Vive card or you've never applied for one, when you pick up the phone and call that number on your screen, they can take your application and it goes up to $15,000 credit line, and there's no interest for the first 6 months if you pay it off within 6 months. So if you use that, you don't need any money. And frankly, you're only going to need that for what's left after you apply your Gold Club points. All right. And then if you want to pay by check or wire, you can take another $200 off, because we either give it to you or we give it to the merchant account company. We'd rather give it to you. Now, if you're going to order and you want to pay by check or wire, you need to call now, because they can't do that online, can they, Nick? All right. So you got to call right now. In fact, you need to call right now anyway to make sure you get all those bonuses. And of course, we take credit cards. So if we take a credit card for the full amount, that's paid in full to us. So you get the 10% discount. All right. Check or wire. That means you call, you give us a deposit, and you guys figure it out. And it'll be Monday before we can handle it now. All right. You got until June the 20th to totally cancel and or postpone if you can't make the one here in July. And yes, it is tax deductible. That means whatever your balance is, whatever your travel costs are, whatever your hotel, whatever your gas, whatever your airplane ticket or whatever, you write it off. It's a business expense, and let Uncle Sam pay 20, 25, 30% of it for you. And don't let this virus stop you from coming out into the public. Look around you. Public is full already. A lot of people are wearing masks. Doesn't stop them. It doesn't stop them. And now, this is assuming that you're not susceptible to getting this thing and that you're not a prime target. And I'm sure if you're watching television, you know exactly what that means. Some underlying ailment or so forth. And look, if you don't feel comfortable coming, don't come. Because frankly, I don't want you there. And if you got a fever, don't come. Because we'll probably turn you away anyway. If you're sick, don't come. But if you're not all of that, come on. Time for you to get out as well. I can't wait to get out back in the rooms where we can have a bunch of fun and get some serious learning done. If getting on a plane bothers you, drive. There's always the vehicle, you know. And if you're going to come down to Jacksonville, might as well hang around a while. St. Augustine is about 20 miles from here. It's the oldest city in the country. And you can spend days right there alone. And don't forget, we're only 2 hours north of Disney World, assuming it's open by then, and I can promise you it will be. So here it is in a nutshell. You get everything on that board there for whatever it is after you take out your Gold Club points, and after you take out your discounts, and after you take out your paid in full discount, and after you take out your check or wire discount. Pretty soon I'll be writing you a check. And masters. Ooh, if you are already a master and you signed up after 2015, your cost is a big fat zero to come, but you do have to put up $100 per person deposit. And I'm going to let you bring one guest, but you can add a second guest. In this case, it is going to cost $500 for the second guest. So let's say there were 3 of you. We need $700 of your money, and $200 of it is refundable if you show up. So we know if you're a master, just call in, tell us you're a master, but it has to be after 2015. Now, because the only reason is because when you and I discussed masters, I told you to come back to all of our events for free. But that's when I started offering that, and that was after 2015. So if you're a master prior to 2015, call in, tell them, and they'll cut you a huge discount just because you are a master. In fact, you already get 10% off, but we're going to even do better than that today. So you got to call. If you're paying by check or wire, they don't have to call to get the 10%, do they, Nick? Huh? No. Okay, you can go online and get the 10%. But if you're a master, you got to call. Of course, if you have questions. Okay, so you got 30 minutes to get all those goodies. All right, Nick, do I have questions?
Yes, you do.
I do. Imagine that.
All right. So first question is from Bill. With a JV and development agreement, did you need power of attorney to get zoning changes?
No, we need complete cooperation from the seller, and that's a discussion you have going in because they're going to have to sign some stuff to even take it to the city and whatever else. I mean, if I got a seller that doesn't convince me that they're going to cooperate fully and know clearly what my intention is, I'm not going to work with them. I have better things to do. I'll tell them that point blank.
Bill has another question. If you attended commercial boot camp in November of 19, is there a reduced price for coming back to the boot camp?
Yeah. What is it? I don't remember. I think they can come back for $500, can't they? Okay, well, you can now. All right. So if you were in November 19, you can re-up. Just call in and tell it's $500 for a repeat. Either way, if they want it, even if they want it, I'm not penalizing them because they got lucky. It's still $500 for a repeat. We're looking.
Somebody said, "What are you smoking?" I don't.
What am I smoking?
I don't know if they were talking to you or somebody else, but I just figured I'd pop that question up there. I thought it was funny. Okay.
Good cigars, if you want to know the answer.
All right. I think that's. Sorry, trying to get down the bottom. We got a lot of comments here, but no questions.
Do you do deal structuring at the commercial property with commercial deals?
Absolutely. That's all we do is commercial deals at Commercial Property Boot Camp that you guys bring in, sure. And we're going to tell you what to bring in before the event even takes place. Plus, we're delivering you the pre-screening 5-hour online virtual training.
Right. When buying with owner financing and the seller won't sell with nothing down, ideally what percentage for a down payment?
I don't even offer nothing down in the world of commercial, especially if there's a realtor involved. You're insulting them. There's got to be enough money down to cover the real estate commission. Well, not always. Sometimes I ask them to participate on the back end. But no, this is not the game where you're going to play with nothing down, at least the way I'm buying these land projects. Now, there's ways to do them with nothing down, but if I'm offering owner financing, they're going to want a down payment, especially if it's listed. I mean, I'm going to show you all kinds of ways to buy with nothing down. By meaning that, I mean not using your money. I'll show you some projects that I did with not using any of my money.
All right, Francis says, what is a master?
I'm not going to. A master is someone who has got all of our inclusive package. You got a degree in real estate investing when they graduate. Includes all of our events, includes mentoring, includes a commercial boot camp as well as a bonus and several other things. If you want to know what a master is, call the number on your screen and tell them, would you explain to me what a master's is, and give yourself 15 minutes because it's got so much stuff in it. It'll take that long to even tell you what it consists of.
All right. Does this apply to Houston market? Because there's no zoning down here.
Sure. I mean, so in other words, are there buildings on land in Houston? Yeah. Well, it all used to be land, of course. In fact, I got a couple of things working in Texas. I don't think I have anything in Houston.
All right. On a lease option, if a seller doesn't want to set a purchase price but insists on making the purchase price whatever the market value is at the time of sale, how do we handle this?
We whack them and go find somebody that wants to work with you. That's how we handle it. I'm not gonna work with anybody that can't give me a fixed price and wants all the goodies without doing any of the work. So in other words, they want the appreciation as long as I'm doing out of here. I'm picking low-hanging fruit, guys, residential or commercial.
All right. David says, what is the difference between what you offer in commercial and what Lance Edwards offers?
Lance Edwards deals in small apartments, for crying out loud. I mean, that's about that much of what I'm doing here. I'm dealing with all kinds of commercial properties and all kinds of sizes. And by the way, we're not going to do these great big gazillion dollar properties, because I know you ain't gonna get your head around that. So we're gonna work on smaller projects, and maybe you can stair step them up. That's what most people do. They start smaller and they stair step them up. Lance would be a good, we can talk about multifamily, but if you want to do multifamily small, pretty soon you want to do an apartment complex. Okay, you learn the ropes, you're ready to do an apartment complex. I wouldn't want you to go out and buy a 200-unit apartment complex right now if you don't have any idea what you're doing. Give it a little time, get trained, get a little experience, and you'll quickly see where you can go once you get it in your head what you can do, and out of your head what you can't do. In fact, we had Tim Bratz on here at our summit, our last summit. There's a guy that started with absolutely nothing, and now he's got over 3,500 apartment units. Well, look at Dixie. She's making a killing. And I was there when she started. I know she started with nothing.
Joe says, do you allow only one student per area?
No, I don't really care. No, there's no area exclusivity on these projects. One has nothing to do with the other. I think so. That's what I'm taking it. No. In fact, most of my students are sending me stuff out of their area anyway.
All right, I'm trying to see if I got anything else. I don't see anything else.
All right. So you guys want to take a break? Uh-oh. No. Have you got all the names? Can you put them all up there? Okay. 2 of you claimed your Gold Club points. Well, I don't know. I don't care. You want to draw for the other 3? It doesn't matter to me. All right, do it. When you come back. All right, as soon as we come back from the break, we're going to draw 3 more names out of there for 500 Gold Club points each. All right. So let's come back at, what's our next scheduled event? The Wolves at 3:15. Let's come back at 3:15. That's time to go to the restroom. We'll stay on target here. All right. 7 deals to do this afternoon. Now, you still got time to get your questions posted. I'll answer them before I leave today if you do. Assuming we can find them in all these hundreds, if not thousands of comments we got here. And we'll try to answer them Monday if we miss them today. All right, next up is the Wolf couple. Do we have them? Huh? Oh, we're going to do a drawing first? Okay. Go ahead and do the drawing. I'm going to draw 3 more.
All right. First winner. Ronald Ubando in Hawaii.
Wow. Ronald. All right.
Let's pull up a second one. Okay. Harold Chisholm, California.
Harold.
Okay. One more. Edward Aness from Florida.
Pompano Beach. All right. California to Florida. From Hawaii to California to Florida. That was quite a journey. All right.
Okay, and so a reminder, you 3 that just got called, you have to email drawing@ronthegrand.com by the end of the day today to claim your 500 Gold Club points.
That's right. Okay. Don't forget the Monday event too, guys. Get signed up. It's free, 9 to 5. How I did it. Okay. Wolf couple coming up next. There they are.
Hello. Hi, Ron. How's it going?
Hey, everybody.
Doing good.
Long time no see.
Okay, shortly. So you guys are going to tell us today how to get some free leads from buyers and sellers on the internet, correct?
Yes.
That's right.
Okay.
Sellers and buyers.
And you pick the top 6.
The top
Right.
6 that we're going to focus on.
Okay. In case you guys don't know this couple, they are a legend, certainly in their house. And they've been with me now for 16 years, I believe.
Yeah.
And they have helped me side by side change a lot of lives. They're at every one of my quick start schools. They call live sellers there, and then they call sellers outside of the room the whole time they're there. And they help teach selling houses fast. So they're, and also they're mentors, of course. In fact, you are our oldest mentors, aren't you?
Yes, we were the original mentors.
In tenure, that is. Yeah, okay. All right, well, I'm going to turn you loose, and then I'll go ahead and tell them everything you know. And that probably won't take an hour, but go for it.
Ron.
It's going to be great.
Thank you,
I
Ron.
love you, Ron.
We owe you everything.
Our personal mentor and great friend, Ron LeGrand. We love seeing Ron. It's been too long since we've seen Ron. We are addicted to Ron. We're used to seeing him at least like twice a month. And like I said, we go on vacations with Ron and everything, and now we kind of miss him. So
Kinda. I totally miss him.
Yeah, we're jonesing for Ron.
Yeah,
Ron.
we actually met Ron. You met him in 2002, and I met him in 2003. And man, he just changed our life forever.
Yep.
Such a blessing. And you know, we really owe Ron everything.
Yeah.
So
Actually, we're going to talk about that a little bit. So let's go talk about today, guys. Free social media marketing is what we're going to talk about. And let's get into it. Let's jump right in. We have about an hour with you, so let's take advantage of every second. So what are we looking for? What's the goals of free social media marketing? Free quality leads. Do you want to be all outbound calls? No, you don't want to just be calling people. You want them to be calling you.
you want the seller to be calling you because
Yes.
they're so much more motivated when the seller calls you.
That's right. You want them calling you. You don't want to be calling them. So you want every call, every time, I would say exponentially increases the quality of that lead. If that seller is seeking you out, and especially if they are seeking you out in a favorable mood, if they are favorably disposed to you because you have a great message. So if you have a great message that really grabbed them and they're actually excited about calling you and they're motivated, and they say, wow, this person really seems like they're going to help me, and they're predisposed to liking you. And that's part of your building a favorable image. And that's part of your Facebook page and part of your social media presence. And that's what's so cool. And that's the second thing we're talking about here. And that's the business building. It's not just these great leads that are coming to you and that seller and buyer leads. It's your business building, because you're building, you're going to get somebody from Fiverr to get you a cool little logo, and it's going to cost you probably $20. And you're going to have a little presence on Facebook, and you're going to have a cover page, they call it. And it's going to be a neat little Facebook page. And guess what? It's so easy to do some of these simple things. And you really can actually build your presence as a business. Now, guys, if you were just some local business, and serious, not that long ago, 20 years ago, probably, this really wasn't available for you to build a huge social media presence, because not that many people were on social media. And, how could you build a local presence 20 years ago? Okay, put signs out, maybe buy a little corner unit on a busy corner and put up some signs there, and, have a storefront, and, put a bunch of newspaper ads out there and try to build your brand locally. And it wasn't really so available. Now, how do you do it?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. I mean, you do these social media branding, just like what we're going to talk about, but you can do a ton through just Facebook and these other social medias that we're going to talk about. And you can actually build a presence locally where people really get to know you, even through like Nextdoor. Isn't that so true, honey?
So we are going to teach you how to get motivated sellers and buyers for free.
Yes.
Who wants to get motivated sellers and buyers for free? If you want to, go ahead and type free now. Free
leads.
So we're going to be teaching the next hour. So take really good notes. Okay.
Yes. Take great notes. Guys, we're huge believers in notes. As Ron said, we've taught at Ron's Quick Start Real Estate School for the last, there you go. We've been investors before we met Ron. And then when we met Ron, it really revolutionized our methodology. We turned into the Pretty House couple. So we do a lot of Pretty House couple. Do a lot of Pretty House deals. We've been top national trainers since we met Ron and started training with them. And we used to teach Ron's Pretty House boot camp. So, of course, we are the Pretty House folks, and we have a video production company. We're going to show you some training clips here, videos that will be helpful to you as you're learning social media.
Because I'm really visual. That's how I learn. I'm really visual. So with the age of technology, everything's digital. All of these videos are digital. So
right. You know what? How do people learn nowadays? They like to watch videos and go on YouTube and that. And honestly, it's really the way most people can learn the quickest, is watching videos, and processing information that way is really, it's the easiest way. Now, we got successful students all across the USA. And we, like Ron said, guys, we started with Ron's mentoring program. When he decided to do the mentoring program, he just looked at his successful students and he said, hey, that's where I'm going to start. Have my successful students lead the charge.
That's right. We actually mentored Dixie. I remember when she first came, we were mentoring her.
You guys just got to meet her.
You just saw her.
Yeah.
She actually just did ugly houses, and then she actually did what we told her to do.
Yeah, and guys, that's the cool thing, is that when people really take hold in this business, what do you need? Right now, you need leads, and that's the main thing. Once you can learn Ron's techniques like we did, and that's in the Pretty House, Ugly House, and all the different methods. Now, all these different methods work, and I'll tell you what, now with the new marketplace that we're seeing out there, all these different methods and even short sales and everything is coming back into play.
Yeah.
Some things that you haven't even seen as available possibly in the past are now coming back. So I really want you guys to be able to execute every kind of deal, because you're going to be seeing every kind of deal coming down the pike.
That's
and
right.
I want you to be able to find all these kind of sellers. And the way you're going to be able to find these, and now that everybody is out there on social media, and now that so many people are stuck at home, what are they doing? Where are people going when they can't go anywhere? They're going on the internet.
That's right.
And so they're exploring all these, there's new ones launching all the time. So this is our book, our number one Amazon bestseller.
The flip side of flipping, the easier way to get rich in real estate. And that's actually number one on Amazon. And you can listen to the audio. Ron LeGrand wrote some chapters in the forward. I like to listen to books. That's how I like to read them.
Ron actually, we got Ron to sit down and actually record the audio book. And so that's really cool. So you can get that. That's neat. So let's get into the social
dive right
medias.
in. All right.
Now here, what do these social medias represent, guys? Here's how I like to think about this. So take this note, guys. What are you doing when you're pursuing social media and getting good at this? You are the connection. Okay, so here's what you got. You got a seller, and you got a buyer, and you got a house. Okay, this house, it's time for that seller to sell. So you got a seller who needs to sell, and there's a house that needs to be sold. You got a buyer out there who needs to buy a house. Okay, and what are you? You are the electronic connection.
I like that.
in between. And
Yeah.
so how are you making this connection? You're making this connection through the right messaging on social media. Okay, now
write that down. The right messaging on social media.
Yeah,
That's
you are
a
the
key.
electronic connection between seller and buyer through the right messaging on social media. Okay, so that's the way I think about it. You're the electronic connection.
I love that.
Between the seller and the buyer through the right messaging on social media. Now, where do you get the right messaging? We're going to give you some of the right messaging
Right
up here. And you just got to get the right messaging between those two things. You got to get enough of it out there.
So if you're taking a screenshot, you can go ahead and do a screenshot. Did you know that all of your computers, a lot of you guys are actually on a real computer,
Yes.
you can do a screenshot right on your computer. I'm going to teach you that later. Actually, we're doing Lynette's top phone tips. And I'm going to tell you a lot of those really cool secrets that you can be doing for free that you didn't know.
Okay, now Facebook is number one on these social media because Facebook is number one. Facebook is, in terms of real estate, you've got to put your properties, every property is going to go on Zillow. So, we put Zillow number 4 in terms of social media, building your business and everything. Facebook is a no-brainer. Everybody's got to be on Facebook.
So number 1, Facebook pages, that's your Facebook fan page. That's your Facebook business page.
Right.
We buy and sell houses. It's free.
Okay.
And you should all have one.
Now, who's got a Facebook? Can we see the chat? So who's got a Facebook
Can't see the chat.
page? And if you guys have a Facebook page, type in, hey, I have a Facebook page. So if you have a Facebook page, say, I have a Facebook page. Now you're halfway there if you've got your own personal Facebook page set up. Okay. Now, but if you don't, guys, it's very, very simple. And we lay it all out for you. You guys know that there's additional resources available on our talk here. And so we're going to go through as much as we can, and we're going to show you some stuff, including a really cool way to organize this on your phone. And we're going to try to train you up on how to do that right now in this session as much as we can. But we're going to have more training for you that you can get at the end of this. So, we're going to show you exactly how to set up your Facebook page and show you step by step. Okay, this is what I do. This is what I do. And we're going to show you how to do that on video and audio and in the book too, and in the manual. And in the manual, it's going to have all the arrows pointing and everything. So we're going to show you, if you have your Facebook page set up, you know that it wasn't that many clicks. Okay, it's all, this whole business is you click this, then click this and click this, right?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
And so, and ads aren't free. We talk about free social media, and that's about the only thing that's not free or mostly free. And then groups. So those are all things that you can do on Facebook. And then there's another whole thing, we gave it its own category, and that's Facebook Marketplace. Facebook,
huge.
Yeah. That's a huge category. That's like, a garage sale, Facebook garage sale. So that's a big thing, and you're going to post all your properties for sure on Marketplace.
That's right. We're going to show you a couple of key things about Marketplace, by the way. Things are always changing on that. And I found some new techniques and tips that are hot off the press that we're going to be going over right now today.
Yes. Now, number 3 is Nextdoor.
And what that is, Nextdoor is basically your neighborhood Facebook. Okay.
You might be surprised Nextdoor is that highly rated, but guys, you really make a lot of connection, and there's amazing amount of people you can reach through Nextdoor, and you'll see it. We'll show you that in a second. Now, number 4 is Zillow. Zillow is just, you got to understand Zillow and know Zillow because that's your primary research site. We'll get to that. Just write primary research site. You're going to be able to learn the most about your properties. It's like MLS for everybody. Okay, it used to be that only agents could really find out a lot of information about properties. Now it's like everybody can find out a ton about properties by just understanding how to use Zillow.
That's right.
Okay, now Craigslist Craigslist is just the big bad daddy, and you're just gonna use Craigslist.
We have some new things on Craigslist, by the way, that I'm going to go over with you.
If you're in a big city, you know some techniques to use Craigslist effectively, and YouTube. Now you can be good on YouTube, and you may not realize how you can monetize YouTube, but there's a lot of ways that you can do it. Okay, and you can find sellers and buyers, which you may not realize on YouTube.
That's right.
Okay, now Ron wanted us to focus on these 6 social medias, right? But guys, he knows, and he even told you that there's 12, and there is 12, and we cannot completely give these others short shrift. So we're going to just blow through these. we don't have time to really sink our teeth into these, but I'm not going to not tell you about these. These are really important because these are where the whole social media is going. And it's easy. You know how easy it is to just get on all these? And every house that you have is going on these. So, it's number 7, offer up, honey.
Yeah, number 8 is let go.
Number 9, 5 miles.
Put a star by number 9 because 5 miles is best when it comes to getting motivated sellers calling you for free.
Okay. 10, Instagram.
11 is LinkedIn.
And 12 is Meetup.
Meetup.
Okay, so I know one of our students, Alton, who was mentored with us, Alton Jones out in LA, he uses Meetup like crazy. He's in like 3 Meetup groups. I think he even started, I don't know if he started all of them, but started one of them or something.
Yeah.
So guys, you can make local connections with Meetup people. So all those are very worthy. And if you want to take a quick picture of that, those are worthy. And we're going to just brush over those very quickly.
That's right.
Okay, so now this is that social media app, easy organization I want you to understand.
Yes.
And this is how you're going to do it.
So go ahead and grab your phone.
Yeah, grab your phone. There's a cooler, if you guys can see this, can you do the thing
you want
here?
me to do the bigger? Yeah, sure.
If you can make it bigger on that, can you?
Sure. I
can
do it bigger. Actually.
Or no, you can't.
I can't.
Oh, there.
Oh, there.
Okay, so now you guys can see that a little better. And this is the steps, and it's pretty. This is how it's more visual this way. This is how the end result is going to look on your phone.
So everybody get your phone. Ready?
These are the steps of how you're gonna. Because I'm telling you right now that half of the problem of learning any of this stuff, even if you want to implement some system that you think is fantastic and it's going to really help you in your investing. Some of these things never get out of the box because it's so complicated that you can't get it to work, and it's just too complicated. This is so easy. This is these 5 steps, okay? And so but if you don't set it up this way, it will be too complicated and you won't get it done right. So it's so simple if you do it right now. And so first of all, you're going to create a folder.
Step number 1, create social media folder on your iPhone.
And it's just one folder. Okay, and so you just create the folder, you press and hold any app.
So we're gonna press and hold any app right here, and then everything's wiggling.
And you hit edit home screen.
Edit home screen. Do you see edit home screen?
That's now you're gonna create that, and you're gonna create a new folder on your phone. We can't go through this whole thing because it's gonna be a little involved. But then you're gonna download the apps from the store.
Yes. Now,
so you got to go to your.
If you actually have an Android, you go to the Play Store, download all of these social media apps that are free. And if you have an iPhone, you go to the App Store and download all the apps.
Right.
So like Brian said right there, now the icons are all wiggling. You just press and hold and drag it into the folder.
Yeah, so you move the apps into the social media folder. So you move them in there when they're wiggling. Then number 4, you can always, anytime after they're all in there, you just open that folder. Anytime you want to go in there and access your social medias, go in there and open the folder, and you can open up any one of them at any time.
And you won't miss an important step on all these free social media.
Now remember, there's 9 of them will fit in the box at once. And so basically that's what it's going to look like. When you got it all done in your phone, it's pretty much going to look just like that.
That's right.
So see, that's so easy. So, but if you don't do it right, and if all these social medias are scattered all over your phone, it's going to be a nightmare. So if you're saying, oh no, where's my next door? Oh no, I got to look up something on Zillow. Oh, where is it? Or my Facebook ads or something, anything, it's going to be a nightmare. So just get it right once.
That's right.
All right. So keep going, hon.
Okay.
So that's good.
I'm going the wrong way.
Yeah, you're going the wrong way. All right. So let's keep going. We got to keep moving.
Okay, keep moving. All right.
Moving.
Number 1, let's talk about Facebook. Okay.
So that's the monster, guys. It's the largest social media. And this is a no-brainer. You need to be on Facebook. And I'll tell you, when you tell people check out our website, when you're saying check out our website, you should pretty much be always following that up with and our friendly Facebook page. And pretty much your Facebook page should be whatever the heck your website is, whatever your, abchomes.com, and your Facebook should be facebook.com/ABC Homes. Okay. And you should pretty much include your Facebook page in there anytime you do your website. Now, your Facebook page is a lot more friendly for people. Some people don't want to see your website, and your website doesn't have this nice interactive feature. It doesn't have the last time you went live, and it's not so friendly. It doesn't have testimonials that are sort of easily accessible.
That's right.
And a lot of people just like Facebook, and they're familiar with it, and you can have some following on there. Now, listen, you're not going to have a huge following right in the beginning, but just get your friends and your family to go on there. Get about 20 people to follow you, early on, 10 or 20 people, and that's fine. Nobody is expecting you to be some huge corporate giant. 10 or 20 people following you is a decent, small local business. So that's fine. And that's going to start to build and brand your business.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, and you're going to buy and sell houses. This is awesome. So now remember, Facebook has 4 methods.
Okay,
right?
number 1, the fan page. I already talked about that.
Right.
And it's really easy, and you can create multiple fan pages, business pages.
Right.
We buy and sell houses, easy, you name it, anything you want. And it's awesome.
Right. And then your groups. And so, guys, we are not going to get into groups. There's a whole section about that, and groups are great, and you can really promote and connect with a lot of people, networking. And number 3 is ads. Now, listen, if you are going to do that, and you can do ads for like $5 a day or something, you can be pretty frugal with an ad spend.
Oh, absolutely.
And you can find some really quality people. And we've done some great ad spends. But the thing is, if you're going to do an ad spend, you want the perfect words in there. So don't worry, the perfect words are all in, the materials here. So I don't want you to have one word wrong. And so we actually categorize these words under who you're looking for. So if you're looking for a pretty house seller, use these words. If you're looking for an ugly house seller, use these words. If you're looking for a pretty house buyer, which would be a lease purchase buyer, you use these words. So depending on what you're advertising. So if you're advertising this particular house for sale and you're looking for a long-term lease purchase buyer, this is the terminology, the USPs, the unique selling propositions that you use.
That's right.
Yeah.
USP.
Okay. And that's the ads to market for buying and selling. So you want to use exactly the right ads.
Now, Facebook Marketplace, that is actually, if all of these Facebooks are affiliated with a Facebook account. Now, a lot of people ask me, Lynette, Brian, we don't want to have our personal Facebook account with our family with all these business fan pages and marketplace and so forth. You can actually create a dummy account, okay, on Facebook, because you have to link all of these these 4 methods have to be linked to a personal Facebook account. So if you don't want to use your own real name, I'm going to show you how to do a dummy account. Okay?
Right. So if you understood that, fine. If you didn't get that, that's fine. It's just that, if you want some privacy, this doesn't have to trace back to you, your business account.
Exactly.
Okay. So
I'm going to show you a quick video here.
Okay. Now this
I
is,
hope you guys can
before
hear
you play this.
Okay.
Now guys, this is when we're going to take you through, like I told you guys, there's videos that are going to take you through this. This is free social media marketing. So we want to make sure that you understand how to do all this. And I want to make sure that you're not kind of left trying to understand how to do it. So the cool thing about videos are that you can watch it over and over. And so you watch it once and you're not going to understand exactly all the clicks, but then you can watch it again and you got about half the clicks that time. Okay, now I watched it again. Oh, I got all 3/4 of the clicks that one. Okay, now I got it all. Okay. So you can watch the videos, or if you like to learn from the manual, you can just sit there and go page by page and
along with the video.
Yeah, along with the videos. Actually, that's the best way to do it, is just watch the videos and sit there and click the manual along. So you can do this on your phone. Most of you guys are going to be using your phone and your computer at some point. Yeah, and so but you could do the whole thing on your phone if you want. And we have it both ways in the system. So you take a look at this. This is a sample click This is a sample video from the system showing you a little bit about using Facebook.
Let's see if you guys can hear this.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going into our social media, and that's right, the first one, Facebook. And you go into Marketplace, it's about halfway down there. So you select that one. And now actually you go down to create a new listing, homes for sale or rent. We're going pretty fast there. Did you see that? And then you go homes, right in the center there, homes for listing. And now you're picking a picture. A lot of these, and we've already talked about these start with a picture. Hey guys, there's some really cool pictures there of our house. Look at those. That's the house we live in, a bunch of those. Oh, look at that. Guys, did you know that's our house? Now, homes for sale or rent, and then you have to pick what you're doing with the house. Now, sometimes we put houses, depending on what our plan is, we'll have a house for sale or rent, or sometimes we'll actually get it in there for sale and for rent. Right, honey?
That's right. For
Yeah.
sale and for rent.
Okay, so that actually was a clip that,
Oopsie.
okay. So now that actually takes you through, so you can watch it on video and you can listen to, now all these are also available on audio, and you can go through it in the book. Now, can you click through these? You
Sure.
can make us big again, hon.
Okay.
Okay, so these are, we can be big again.
Okay.
Okay, so now you can also click through these in the book, but we can be big.
Nick does it, not me.
Oh, okay. Okay. Can we be big again?
Here we go.
Okay. So and so guys, we'll just take you through, but guys, you can see how you can go through the different clicks, and now either way that you want to do it, you can learn it, it's in the manuals, and now you're going to go through and learn how to do the different things. Now, for putting your picture in, our little tip on that is put a dog in there if you can. That's why I have an arrow pointing
dog
to
or
our
a baby.
dogs. That's right.
That's
And
what
you know
Ron
what?
says.
And this is the thing about Facebook, is that you do kind of want to build a friendly presence. And so that's what's nice, that it's different from your website. And that's what I like about social media, is that it allows you a little bit of room to kind of build more of a friendly presence.
Personal.
Yeah, and be more personal. And that's for sure the same thing with Nextdoor and a lot of these other ones, is that it allows you a little bit more room to be yourself, and and let more of your personality out, and people will connect with you in different ways. And that's especially true when you're doing other stuff on Facebook, like the groups and that, and sometimes when you're putting in your personal information. Now, whenever you do your bio, now this is really important too, and I've got a whole section in the manual about writing your real estate investor bio, because then every single one of these, every single one of the media, you're going to have to put in about me. Sometimes it's the About Me tab or whatever, and every single one of these, people are going to research that. They're going to say, well, now, who is this person that I'm looking at and thinking about possibly selling my house to?
Have you ever been on the phone with the seller and the seller says, who are you? That's the real estate investor bio. You buy and sell houses all around the area.
Yeah, can we shrink this down, Nick, and make us big again?
Van right now. Van?
Oh, okay. So guys, now you're
there.
going to go through, and it's going to show you how to click through and it shows all the arrows. And that's the thing, if you're nervous about just being able to click through, they make it pretty easy. And so we're going to show you, though, you can follow it through page by page in the manual. You can watch it on the videos. And that's a nice thing about having the videos, is you can just watch it over and over. And like I said, we don't want to get too involved with that. And really, it's just a process of doing it once or twice, and then it's relatively simple.
Yeah,
right?
it really
and
is.
each one of these
good.
things is pretty much the same. They're not, once you've learned the process for one of them, like Nextdoor.
Yeah,
once
let
you
go,
learn,
offer up. They're all very similar.
yeah. Once you learn it once, then pretty much you got it.
So let me talk about Nextdoor. All right. First of all, when you do the deal meeting with the seller, make sure to add these two things to your checklist on the deal meeting. Okay. Number one, and the deal meeting is you go to the seller's house and you get the initial on the paperwork, right? We don't say sign contract. It's initial authorization. Okay, that's paperwork. So when you go to the seller's house, the deal meeting, number one, make sure you get next door neighbor turned over to you. Now, the seller might have a next door, or the seller might not have a next door. Either way, you need to get that accomplished at the deal meeting. Okay, I'm going to explain that. Number two, get Zillow turned over. So you want to get possession of the Zillow. There's 2 really important steps. You don't want to miss one step on getting the Zillow turned over from your seller, because that's going to be detrimental in holding you up on the open house, the virtual open house that we do. So
right. So guys, Nextdoor is really it's ranked high because it's surprising to me that I ranked it this high, but I'll tell you, it's one of these that you get emails from constantly, but I never delete them. I actually find myself opening and reading these emails. It's because it's like posts from your neighborhood. It's like suspicious vehicle or lost dog, or, you know, it's just like people in your neighborhood posting stuff. And so when you post stuff like open house and that, people open your stuff too. So that's what it is. It's a local hub to connect and share. It's like a neighborhood Facebook. You really exchange recommendations and people learn about your local events. So it's really good for local events. It's great for virtual open houses and open houses. And I really like Nextdoor a lot.
We just had a student actually, Danielle, she actually posted on Nextdoor, like we told her to. The ad said, we're looking for a single story home in this neighborhood, whatever your next door neighborhood is called. And she actually got a call from a seller on a house that she's going to go buy because she posted that on the mainstream of the Nextdoor. Now, we've bought and sold lots of houses because of our Nextdoor. We have so many Nextdoor. Every time you buy a house, you want to get the Nextdoor possession.
And this is how you do it. You get this code, and the code is actually sent to you while you're actually in the deal meeting.
Let me tell you something about this 4-digit code. So whether the seller already had Nextdoor or not, Nextdoor knows what cell phone bill is being mailed to that address. Okay, so that's why you want the seller there, because they're the ones that are going to get the code on their cell phone, because their bill is being mailed to that address.
No, I talked about your profile, wherever it is on Nextdoor or wherever, it's going to be a different, you're going to have to know your profile. So that's what important.
Yeah, let him take a quick screenshot of that. That's a great profile.
Yeah. So guys, that's going to be important. Now, here's the key thing about Nextdoor. And Lynette, do you want to, actually, we have a video of you explaining this. But check this out, guys. This is the cool thing about Nextdoor is not only do you have access wherever the home you own is. Now, that's the thing. You own a bunch of different properties. As you buy more and more properties, you're going to have properties in many, many different neighborhoods. And all these different neighborhoods has a Nextdoor. So you're not only going to own your Nextdoor, but here, check this video out.
Wait, okay, here, let me do this.
Yeah, and you can check this video out here, and we're talking about it.
When you go to buy a house from the seller, it's imperative that you take possession of their next door neighborhood, because when you're doing that 1 hour open house, it's very important that you have all the surrounding neighborhoods. So we're going to show you exactly how to do that. So here's an important step on that Nextdoor.
Right, and you can see on this slide right here that I was trying to go back. Whoops, I'm in the wrong box. Sorry. I was trying to show the prior slide to that before the video there. Yeah, there you go. Before that.
That's one?
Yeah, that.
Okay.
So you can see in that Los Andes house, there was 3, you tell, honey.
Yeah, so actually there was 3,738 neighbors in the Los Andes neighborhood, but we clicked, when we go on the main post or we're posting an open house, which is under special event, we post all surrounding next door neighborhoods. So all of a sudden that number went up to 12,138. Is that incredible or what?
Right. So that's the thing with Nextdoor is you access all the people in that neighborhood and you can instant message people and they're all accessing that main feed. So if you put a post on the main feed about an event.
This is 12,138 people that can actually, you can instant message, you can see their names, see where they live. I mean, this is incredible that you can contact these people for free. And I was telling Brian the other day, we just bought another house because of that next door neighborhood that we bought a house. We had the open house a couple weekends ago. You guys saw that virtual. Well, we posted on that next door neighborhood where we had just bought that house. And we said, we're looking for a house for our mom and dad. And we got another sale of another house because of the next door. So we're going to show you that ad.
Okay, so that's a great thing. Nextdoor is a powerful one, and
I love Nextdoor.
Just make sure you're getting Nextdoor on every single one of your properties.
Let's talk about Zillow.
Zillow is great. Now, Zillow is the one that everybody needs to understand, and it's the #1 research and marketing website for all investors. And if you're not on Zillow pretty much every day with a fair degree of understanding, you're really missing the boat. So Zillow, we go through the whole process of you guys understanding Zillow. I've got a crash course in here on Zillow where we just go through the entire, how to use Zillow, how to go through and use these 8 areas of Zillow. And, right here is sort of an overview of Zillow. And the most important thing, the things that people miss the most on Zillow is the tabs over on the right. Once you open up Zillow, everybody kind of, can go on Zillow and say, okay, I look at the pictures and I look at the square footage and the bedrooms and bathrooms, and everybody can sort of evaluate a property based on that. But what they don't generally understand is going over on the side. I want you to go under where it says home value. There's a couple of tabs over there. There's one called price/tax history. Okay, I want you to open that one up, and I want you to find out when the house sold last and what it sold for. Okay, this is one of the best tips on Zillow. And once you find that out, that tells you so much about the story of that house. If that person bought that house for $200,000 a year and a half ago, that's so much different than if the person bought the house for $125,000 10 years ago. Okay, so that's 2 whole different stories of that house and 2 different sellers. And so that's really important to know. And then another thing that's important to know is going over under there and checking out the comps and going under home value. And there's so much under that Zestimate description and under the home value and the comps pictures and that. So there's a wealth of information in that crash course on Zillow.
Absolutely.
Okay, we're not going to go into all that, but Zillow is so full of incredible information. Now, we're going to take you, this is a really important part. You don't even know this about Zillow. Even if you know a lot about Zillow, I'm telling you, you probably don't know this, that you should be signing up. You should be signed up as a community pillar. Do you even know what that means? Now, who knows what that means? If you know what that means, say, I am a community pillar. If you are signed up, no, we won't get anybody.
Maybe a handful.
If you say, I don't know what that means, say, I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna educate you. All of us should be signed up under Zillow as 2 things. Number 1, you're an industry professional. Okay, that's the number 1. I am a landlord or industry professional. Number 1, all of you guys should be signed up as that. Number 2, your bio should be in there, which I teach you how to write a great bio. And in fact, I write you a template. There's a template for your bio in the system where all you do is kind of plug in a couple of things. Even if you have 0 real estate experience, you just plug in a couple of things and use that. And then you're going to say you're a community pillar, which means that you are very forgiving about people's credit situations or other issues. So, which is exactly what we're looking for.
Yeah.
We're looking for people who have bad credit. We advertise bad credit okay in the pretty house world. So that's exactly the customer we're looking for. Other people who are landlords and only want people with perfect credit, that they can't check this. So this is a huge plus for us, and it makes us look good. So when you are signing up as a industry professional and signing up under Zillow, boy, if you haven't done this yet, I'm going to take you through this process. And actually, Kale, our son, is going to take you through this, and he actually has some video in here where he takes you through this. Here, check this video out. This is a really cool video with our son, Kale.
Step 4, post your home for sale by owner. Hover over the Sell tab located at the top of the navigation bar to see options on how to sell your house. We want to post a home for sale, so we select the For Sale by Owner link. An important part about creating an industry professional profile, as we just did, is that anybody on Zillow will see your contact information displayed when they view a property you have listed. This is a great way to build your reputation as an investor, and even more important, build your buyers lists. It happens organically because you'll just start receiving contacts from interested clients. That's why you want to include your cell phone and your email so that they can contact you in the way that they're most comfortable. Then, if it turns out they don't want the specific home they were looking at, or if you already sold it, you just add them to your buyers list. You get their contact information and try to find a house just for them for an easy slam dunk deal.
All right, I love that.
All right, that's awesome information.
Deal.
Yeah,
Thank
so Kale actually
Step 4, post your home.
So Kale actually takes you through Zillow, including setting up your industry professional profile and listing everything on Zillow. So all great information on Zillow there. And guys, you got to understand Zillow. Zillow is really I'm going to tell you, it's your greatest tool as a real estate investor right now in terms of listing your properties, connecting with buyers, and you're going to tell everybody, just go look on Zillow. Go look at my Zillow listing, and that's really where you're going to connect with the most people, and where you're going to find every listing, and where you're going to go. Almost everybody where you're going to go look at properties is going to be on Zillow. So Zillow is a massive tool and really, really important to you.
And it's free.
Yeah, get great on Zillow and get great as fast as you can. Okay, Craigslist is the same thing. You know, you got to get good at Craigslist because it's a must. 20 billion page views a month, top classified advertising site, you know, and you can target it to specific areas. If you live in a big city, you can narrow it down. Like with us, there's like 4 different areas, but you have to repost sometimes.
Now on Craigslist, you can actually have multiple Craigslist accounts, and what we do is we have different IP addresses. And what's really cool is when you're on Craigslist, or we're going to show you how you go under also real estate wanted.
Yeah,
okay,
there's
that's
a
not
real
up
estate
here.
wanted,
but I do want you guys to jot this down really fast. It's a great way to get sellers on Craigslist. When you go under real estate wanted, okay, and you put young couple looking for a 4-bedroom home in this school district, must have a swimming pool, be as specific as you can. We have some really cool ads that are proven to work with Craigslist.
Yeah, guys, the only reason
sellers.
I even put these clicks and stuff and arrows in here is just to show you how easy it is. It's just, is it just really a matter of just clicking through? Yeah, it's just a matter of following the clicks. And so all social media can be mastered by simply following the right instructions and taking it one step at a time, one click at a time. And they're trying to make it easy.
Yeah.
I mean, they want you to use their stuff. So if people get too frustrated, they're not going to use it again. So if Craigslist is impossible to use, how many people do you think, okay, any of these services, like all the new stuff, all the like Nextdoor, OfferUp, all those, if you go on OfferUp the first time and it's really hard to, you know, to post a house, or it's, you know, if it's impossible, you know what they all do now? They put a camera on there. Most of them just say, they put a camera and they say, push this camera,
Upload
and then
pictures.
either take a picture or just upload a picture, and everything just starts with that. So you upload the picture and then it says, okay, put in the information, put in the address, put in the description, and then post. I mean, it pretty much is like that. So all social media, they're trying to make it easy because they know if they don't make it easy, you're not coming back.
That's
And they
right.
want you to use it. So they're really trying to make it easy. So we're going to try to make it easy too. So number 6, guys, YouTube. #1 national video sharing site. Google actually bought them in 2006 for 1.65 billion. You might not have known that. Now you guys can share, view, stream. Now if you're doing live streaming, like we're going to teach you how to do, and there's a whole section in the manual and in the system teaching you how to do live streaming, and you're going to be using really awesome.
That's right. We have StreamYard, and StreamYard, actually what happens is you can use 5 different social media platforms simultaneously. So what that means is if you're doing a Facebook Live, it goes on all 5 of these platforms live simultaneously. So it's not like you need 5 different cameras. You're just doing it once and it goes to all 5.
Yes, and obviously one of those is Facebook Live. One of those is YouTube, and then you're going to use LinkedIn and a bunch of other ones. We're going to get to that in a second. So you can stream and you can use videos in that. And you know, you'll be surprised that you can build a following. You can actually find sellers and buyers on YouTube, and you'll be surprised, especially with live streaming, how this is going to be a part of your marketing
Actually,
plan.
one of our students, Esther, does really well with We Buy and Sell Houses on YouTube.
Yeah. And you can always refer people to your YouTube clips, and that's going to be a big source for you, and you'll be surprised how that works for you. So guys, at this point, you're probably saying, okay, I get it. Social media marketing is where it's at. It is the upcoming thing. It's where, I mean, not only is it where it's at in terms of business, let's face it, I mean, it's where it's at with, I mean, just to stay in touch with your grandkids and everything. I mean, it's really where the market is going.
It's where it's at.
And socially and business-wise. So it's where it's at right now. So, but wolves, I just can't see myself getting good at social media. And I know some of you guys are not tech savvy. And because a lot of you guys, we talked about this system at the first summit, and we know this is our second summit back, and some of you guys did not see us at the last one, and so you're new and you're seeing us for the first time. And some of the folks who got the system at the first summit, I'll be deadly honest with you, they are not tech savvy. They're the opposite, and they couldn't see themselves getting good.
Incredible
And they
the
have
results
been
they're
doing
getting.
amazing.
We're going to show you
incredible.
some.
And because we taught them that all they needed was a social media me.
All right, who
right.
wants to be social media me?
Yeah,
I want everybody to type that right now.
Yes, type social media me.
Because guess
Yes.
what? We talk about roles, role control, and
Yes.
you have certain roles. We want you guys to be social media me.
Yes, everybody can have this role because it's a vital role for the future, guys. Over the next 10 years, how much social media me are you going to be in? You're going to be in social media me a lot.
So who wants to be
every day.
social media me? Type that in.
Yeah, social media me. So who is social media me? Let's define who this is.
Okay.
Social media me, number one.
Owns a smartphone.
Okay, so you guys better own a smartphone because social media me definitely owns a smartphone, uses their smartphone smartly, right? And that's really
right.
good on her smartphone for sure.
Number two.
And you got to approach this with confidence. You can't be thinking, oh, I'll never be a good social media me. You got to say, hey, I know I can learn these. And it's not too much. It's usually just pressing a few buttons and they're trying to make it easy. And you guys can learn anything. You're smart. I mean, the human brain is capable of learning just about anything. And this is easy in just a few buttons. So confident, and you expect success. Now, if you had no system, if somebody just said here, and they just threw a phone at you and said, and a list, if they said, here's 12 things, 12 social medias, and here's a phone, go learn these. Okay, maybe I wouldn't be so confident. But if you have the system and you have the phone, you have everything described and all the steps and videos to watch, how do you not be confident?
Step by step.
Yeah. Okay. And then here's the key though. You schedule a 30-minute session to learn each of the methods. So let's say there's 6 methods that we've gone over. So a 30-minute session for each thing. How long is that going to take? It will take 3 hours. Is that so much of your life? 3 hours? You guys used to go to, 3-day boot camps. Guys, 3 hours to learn these 3 medias, to get all signed up, put your bio in there, put your about me, and you're going to be all set up and really on your path. Okay. Now, here's the thing too, patient. You have to be a little patient. Now, some people aren't really that good at patience, but Lynette can do it. Hey, if Lynette can do it, if she can sit still long enough to learn these things, I think you can do it too.
That's right.
Lynette is like a squirrel on speed. So
I'm not on anything.
No. She's not, but she's very hyper.
I don't even drink coffee.
No,
I stay away from coffee.
Right.
No caffeine.
I never thought of that saying before, but that's about right. No, but you have to be a little patient, but the patience comes from the schedule.
Yeah.
So make the schedule commitment. Say, I'm going to sit here for 30 minutes and I'm not going to give up too early. Okay?
That's right.
So, and then number 5, have the wolves on your team. So
yes.
If we're on the team, I know that
we're on your
a
team.
great social media.
The wolves are on your team. Yeah.
Right. So commit to getting a social media me, and then you'll be fine. You're going to have a social media me as part of you over the future from now on.
That's
on
right.
An ongoing
This is your
basis.
new future.
Yes. The new future, the new you includes a social media me. Okay. No, I shouldn't even give you this out, but okay. For some of you guys, if you're really rich and you just don't care, I don't care. Hire your own social media me. I don't know. But you could just get our social media marketing system that we're talking about today. And you could find a social media assistant who just wanted a little bit of money for a little bit of time. And it's not going to take that long to stay on top of this. And then make sure they have confidence and patience in their ability to do social media. And then just give them the system.
Just
and
hand
turn
this
them
over
loose.
to a 10-year-old kid.
Okay, I don't know about that, because they do have to have a little writing ability, but remember, all the ads and everything is in the manual.
Yeah,
so they just have to copy what's in the manual. So, they don't have to really be able to write, but they have to be able to say hello and all that. So use wolves as the ultimate authorities. So turn over the system, turn them loose. And you know what? They can be on the consulting calls. So if you are going to do it this way, put them on the consulting calls. You get 2 consulting calls with this system. So, okay, but wolves.
But wolves.
I can't afford it. Hey, it's free.
It's
How
free.
How can you not afford it? And it's the future. It is the future, guys. So you really can't afford not to understand social media. At
Yeah,
some
it's
point, you're
true.
going to just commit, At some point, you're just going to, if it's not now, when are you going to just say, I've got to understand Facebook. I've got to understand Zillow. I've got to understand Nextdoor. I've got to understand all this stuff. I've just got to take the plunge and understand all this stuff once and for all. Who better to teach you guys than us on how to understand this stuff? So just make the commitment. If you guys know us or have known us at all, you know that I'm the thinker brain of the world, and that I'm going to give you a great detailed system. An A+ student, I graduated summa cum laude. I thought this stuff out. We know that this is a great way of, you're going to understand this after you watch the system, and you're going to be great at it. And Lynette's going to give you great consulting. Just, Lynette's time, just 2 hours, just the hour, the two half-hour consulting calls for the price of this. That's worth the whole thing, and plus you get the system. So.
Yes, I'm going to talk about that in a second.
Yes, so you can't afford not to understand this, guys. It applies to every single business, and it applies to your future social life. So, like I said, you're going to be using these techniques and these platforms for the rest of your life, and we're going to teach how to use them. Okay, so if you know you need it. Now we're not quite to the end yet, but
we want to teach you some more. But go ahead.
We're still teaching, so don't think this is the end. We still got another by 10-15 minutes here. But if you know you need, you can call right now. Get in early, because I think we might have to cut off those consulting calls if we can't do.
Yeah, because actually, I was going to talk about those consulting calls. Brian and I do them, and what happens is we can actually do a Zoom. I don't know if you guys know this, but with Zoom, you can actually, I can go in and play with your own computer. You can share your computer with me. So even if you don't know how to do it, I'll go in there and do it for you.
This is really cool.
It's really cool.
If you guys don't understand that, Lynette can actually go on, or I can go on, and we can actually click the right buttons for you on your computer during the consulting call.
Yes.
So if you're so inept on the computer,
no,
sometimes complicated. So,
it is.
But if you can't quite get it, we can help you with that. So
it's so powerful.
Yeah, but now, so that's okay. And now, so guys, if you
know
you need,
I think we're
you
only
can call
gonna do it
that
for
number,
like 10 people
800-567. We might only be able to do the first 10
or 12
because we do this personally.
Ourselves.
Yes, this is us personally. This is not, we're not shunting this. We really care about you guys. I'm not going to just ban you. And this is a new system. We're making sure everybody gets on board with this, is having great success. So, so definitely get on board with this. We're going to take care of you personally. So we're going to hold your hand. So make sure you get on board. 800-567-6128. You can call right now, or you can go on ronlegrand.com/social media. Okay, now we got a couple of other things I still want to go. The live streaming, that's going to drive future commerce. And it already is with these virtual 1-hour sales that we're doing. Now, here's the live streaming services that you're going to be using. The top 5 is what we use when we go on. And here's what you want to do. StreamYard is the service that we use. And actually, a lot of people use the StreamYard service. They're a very good service.
We'll show you how to get signed up. It's really easy.
We'll show you how to get signed up, and we'll help you on that. And it goes out on Facebook Live, YouTube, LinkedIn, Periscope, and Twitch. Now, sometimes it's not automatic. You got to make sure you're signed up with everybody and all set up with everybody. And Instagram, they don't play nice with others. So you got to actually kind of not, they won't go live with everybody at the same time. So you got to go live with them right afterwards, basically, so, or have a separate camera sitting right next to that one. That's the only one, but I definitely want you guys on Instagram. If you can do something live, definitely go live on Instagram, but we'll show you how to do all that. So those are those 6 social media that, we took you guys through so far. Now, these are those plus 6. And I'm telling you, I'd love to take you through those as much as we can, but we really don't have the time, and I don't want to make you dizzy. But if you want to take a couple of pictures, I will.
Number 7, offer up. Just go ahead and snap a picture.
If you just want to take a couple pictures, offer up is one that we like, and they are, a good one to look at, and they do have a real estate setup. So see, some of these don't have a special real estate section. So when you go in there, sometimes you have to put it under general if you're listing a house. So we do like the fact that OfferUp has a real estate area, which is nice. That's a real estate listing there. Let Go is another one, okay? And some of these they're really easy to use. They're cute, they're fast.
And they're all free.
Yeah, and a lot of them really push the fact that they're easy to use and fun. And some of them, here's the thing, you got to check out your area. And that's the thing, like with 5 miles. Some of these are pretty localized, and some of them might sort of be in your area, and some of them might not. So you got to see. Now, 5 miles might be huge in your area. You might hit that, and you might be able to find all kinds of sellers and buyers.
5 miles is one of my favorite, honey.
Yeah, so if you go on there and you look up houses for sale in your area, you might find 20 properties for sale, or you might find 0. And so that's the whole key. But these are properties that nobody.
I'm glad you brought that up. Make a note, you guys. These 12 social medias, you're using them in all different neighborhoods, because every time you buy a house, that opens up to all those 12 social medias around that house. You understand that? So when you have hundreds of houses, imagine multiplying that with all these social medias. We're going to show you how to keep it separate.
Yes, but guys, if you buy a new house, I'm telling you, it's going to take you about, once you get good at this or even halfway decent, take about an hour to put it up on all of the social medias, and that's how, how many times you're going to buy a new house. Hopefully you're buying between 1 and 4 houses a month. And so to put them on across all social medias, it doesn't take very long.
No.
Now, Instagram, you're going to underestimate what Instagram can do for you. But we're going to show you, you're going to see when we talk about it in the system and that it does a lot more for you than you might be able to.
Yes.
And you're going to put a lot of customer testimonials. Just write that under Instagram. You're taking notes, write Instagram. You want to put customer testimonials, and you might even, once you get going a little bit, you might even want to put customer testimonial contests up there.
Yeah,
okay.
That's
LinkedIn is good, and networking is really good on LinkedIn. So I want you to be aware of that. And Meetup, the same. Meetup is also extremely good for networking and can connect you with other local investors.
By the way, Meetup's gotten even better than when it first came out. When you guys first heard about it, it's way better now.
And good for finding private lenders too. So not even just private lenders and other investors, if that's part of your model. So those are the 6 social media, and the other 6.
Oh wait, I'm going to show a quick video.
And this media,
we'll be taking you through the entire world of social media marketing for home sellers and home buyers.
We'll comprehensively cover every vital point to getting results through the 12 social media marketing methods. We'll personally show you on videos so you can watch over and over the precise steps to implement the most effective social media marketing strategies.
The complete steps are also on the audios and in the manuals.
Now you follow these steps exactly as we demonstrate, and soon you'll have
tons of motivated sellers and buyers. Here you go.
All right.
So you guys can see that right there. This is awesome.
Okay, so guys, just some of the students have already been doing it. They're thanking us for the amazing.
Donovan.
He likes the ad copy, which is great. These are just some of the, we got some really good guys, but we got so much in here. It's a really good program to support Ron's training, because guys, as good as you get with Ron's training, you need leads. And so this is an awesome way to generate leads all across the board, both buyers and sellers, sellers and buyers across the board. I love Richard. He's so impressed. This was a fantastic system. Couldn't come at a better time to get his business going to the next level.
Oh, this is my favorite right here.
Yeah.
Being of an age that I didn't grow up using or understanding online social media, you provided information that I can easily use and understand. So
right.
Larry and Michelle, how old are they? No, just kidding. They're a little bit older like us.
Yeah, and that's really a common refrain that we heard over and over, that most of these folks just a little older, didn't really understand it.
Grow up
but
with
this,
them.
Yeah, but this enabled them to really learn it and understand it. So guys, we want to get this for the program for you guys. It's a how-to for all 12 social media. Very step-by-step manual, takes you through every step with all the arrows pointing to where you want to click. Videos, we showed you little clips of the videos and audios, all online. So those are code accessible. You'll be able to access those right away. All the ads.
Yeah, it's all digital.
Yeah, it's all digital. So all the ads are written for you. And we got some powerful bonuses.
Look at this.
Yep, we're going to show you the bonuses in a sec.
Okay.
So guys, the whole thing, we're doing it at a crazy, normally it's going to be $14.97, but we're doing it for a really low introductory price because we just brought the system out, and we're going to do it for only $9.97.
$9.97. Yes, awesome.
And
Here, now I can show this. This is brand new. Here we go.
Top tips and techniques for smartphones.
This is incredible, you guys.
Yeah, so
right
that's
here.
really cool.
This is
her
brand
phone
new,
tips.
hot off the press, and there's some really cool stuff that you're not utilizing that's free with your phone. That's going to make you money.
Yes, and now that's probably the biggest bonus of all, guys.
This is it.
Is you get these consulting calls.
We can do this for about 12 people.
Yeah, and so call in now, guys. You got that phone number before. Get the consulting calls. It's the free social media marketing introductory price only $9.97.
Wow.
You got the 2 consulting calls with us and the smartphone system. It's a 30-day unconditional money back guarantee.
Because we know that you're going to get the digital, you're going to download it and look at all these videos and audios and love it.
This is going to be
30-day money back guarantee.
It's going to be a game changer for you guys. You're going to get great at the internet. You're going to be, your grandkids are going to be so impressed. It's going to be like, wow, you are so good all of a sudden. Oh, yeah, and this is so great. Not only that, guys, we're going to make it so easy. For 90 days, we want you to do a deal. We're just invested. Guys, we have done so well. We've been so blessed since we met Ron. And now we just want to be a blessing. All this is to get you guys going. We're set. We want you to be set. We want to do whatever we can do for you. And so we're just looking for a way to get you going, to give you your money back. So go out there and do any kind of deal. Show us you did a deal. Send us proof you did a deal. And we'll give you your money back if you show it over the next 90 days. And you know what? We already got a rebate just from the first summit, which was only a few weeks ago.
Oh my goodness.
And
we are so excited for Debbie. Debbie
actually
just got her rebate. We just gave her deposit back, the $997.
She had this house for sale for 8 months, no serious offers. They had a first virtual open house on April 25th and had 14,000 Facebook views in 1 week, and did 2 private showings to get a contract, plus got a deal on the buyer's house. So she got her bonus or rebate check back, and so she got the system for free. And plus, she's got all this incredible knowledge, and she's got her Facebook all set up.
We're so excited for you, Debbie.
So
we want that to be you guys.
Yeah.
Okay. So we can do that. The first 12 people we said.
Yep. So guys, that's the number.
Oh, now you can use the help card or the Vive. So if you don't know what that is, the help card or the Vive is the new name. It's basically deferred interest. So you can get this system.
That's financing.
Financing. And if you don't do it, just call Global, the 800 number right here.
Yep.
800-567-6128. Or you can go to the website, of course.
Yes, we want to get you going, guys. We want to get you so many leads that you get, it's a guaranteed slam dunk that you'll get enough deals. So we want you doing between 1 and 4 deals a month. And how many leads do you need to get? If you have 10 to 20 people calling you, sellers calling you every month, then you are absolutely going to be closing that kind of business or more, way more. So this is the new wave, and this is the way that you can set this up on automation so that you're just generating this kind of lead flow all the time. And you are the electric connection, the social media connection with the right messaging between the sellers and the buyers. And you're just putting the messaging out there in an automated way and reaping the rewards and helping people, helping those sellers and helping those buyers.
So get on board. I would take action right now.
Yes.
If you want to get the whole system, $997.
You got 90 days to do any kind of a deal, either sell a house, buy a house, any kind of a deal. Show us proof you did it and you get your whole money back.
Yes.
Yes.
That's what we want for you.
Yeah. So call 800-567-6128 to get the system right now, or you can get it on thegrand.com/social media.
Hey, Ron.
Hey, thank you.
We're right on
welcome.
time. Are you impressed?
I'm sorry I had to make you put so much in a measly hour, but by the way, we got to clear up something here. Already got comments. You keep using the word free. All right. Your system is not free. The media is free. So let's make sure that's clear.
Yeah.
Well, the system is free. All they have to do is do a deal in 90 days, just like Debbie did, and they'll get their money back.
All right. But
yes,
it's not
yes,
free.
no,
It's a good deal.
Yes,
Okay.
our system is not free. It's $997, $997. And the free social media marketing is when you start to put your advertising out there, your marketing out there in the field.
You know what? I think you ought to change that title to Social Media Marketing Free. That way we won't mislead people. All right.
Okay. All right. Let's do that. Social
All right.
media marketing free.
All right.
Lynette, I got first deal up here is yours. if you
Oh,
wanna
that's
hang on.
right.
Oh, yeah, we have deal structuring.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, you've done that before, haven't you?
Many, many times over the years
Yeah.
with you,
You
Ron.
guys have called thousands of these things for us over the years.
Yes.
So the first one up is Tiffany.
Oh, Tiffany. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me grab it. Okay.
Tiffany Narango from San Antonio, Texas. So just hang around here and
Do you have any questions about the social media, Ron?
Huh?
We'll take it after. If they have questions on the social media.
No. We, well, I don't know. Do we have questions about social media? I could take a couple, or they could. Do we have-
I'm there, Brian and Ron.
Hey.
Hi. Oh, wait, we got both people on? There's a total of 3. Are we gonna do Tiffany first, or are we gonna do
Yeah,
Donovan?
Tiffany and husband.
Tiffany first.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Hey, Ron, I saw one question earlier. They want to know if you can be taught to do social media within a day.
Who's trying to teach you within a day?
Well, you personally, Ron.
you personally.
No, they're not.
No, but they mentioned, of course, you can also hire an
Well,
assistant.
It takes a day to explain it to you. It don't take a day to implement all of it. Crap. No, I can't be taught anything in a day. I don't try to learn anything in a day.
And Ron, your virtual assistants, your VAs can do a lot of this free social media.
Yes, that's a really good
don't-
point.
Okay, I don't do any of the stuff. All right, so let's be clear. I delegate everything. But, I have somebody to delegate to. I suggest you guys do the same thing, but first you got to know what to delegate.
Yeah.
We have all kinds of social media going on, but that doesn't mean that I personally get on the computer to do it, but I'm probably not going to be like you.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I do want to make that point, though, guys, that the VAs, Ron's awesome VA service, part of what they will do is post your
they do
social
the
media
stuff.
and respond to your social media. So part of this automation, part of the system they can work with you is helping you with that. So that will
That's
help
fact.
you automate. Yep.
All right. Thank you.
You bet.
All right. Let's get to work here. We got 7 deals we got to get through. Or at
Yes.
least I do. All right. So that doesn't look like Tiffany on my screen there.
It's her husband.
Hey,
That's Tiffany's husband.
All right.
I
Well,
got Tiffany right here.
I guess that's a good second choice.
No, she's the best.
Tiffany's on her cell phone.
All right. Lynette, this is your deal out in San Antonio. Looks like
Yes.
a $2 million house.
Yes. The house is worth right around
2.3 million.
Yeah.
Okay. And you know this because
We actually, out in San Antonio, we have a real estate agent who was able to check some MLS comps for us on this.
okay. And they only owe 600 on it, but they got a $2,500 payment. That's the key.
Or 7,500, yeah. 7,500. They're asking 1.9 million. I mean, 1.999.
Yeah.
But they're very
3 million.
flexible. They'll definitely come off that price, Ron.
All right. And this is another yes lead. Okay. What's import mean? That means what, Ralph? Oh, Guillermo? Okay.
Guillermo was a husband.
Somebody wrote Ralph up here. All right,
That's
Guillermo.
Oh, Ralph is our mentor.
Mentor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. And yet Lynette called it.
Yes.
Right? All right.
And Tiffany was on the phone call when I called it. She was blown away.
All right. Yeah. Well, you blow away everybody. Okay. So $600,000 first, $7,500, which is pretty good payment for a $2 million house.
It sure is.
Right.
And that's PITI, right? Yep. Or is it?
Yes. Ron,
yeah,
that's
okay.
PITI. Yes, it is.
All right. And needs no repairs. And they still live in it. It's a 5-bedroom, 6-bath, 7,600 square foot house. And we don't know if there's any dues. And it's got a 5-car garage. All right.
On 3 acres, Ron.
On 3 acres. Perfect. Okay. So what terms did you negotiate down here? Can you read it?
Yes. We negotiated. I said we usually put nothing down.
Yep.
And they came back and wanted something down. We went back and forth. Finally, the seller offered us the number of $60,000 down.
Okay, which is
The seller makes us the offer, Ron.
which is normally a very, very low down payment for a $2 million house, isn't it?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. In fact, you guys live in a $2 million house. What did you put up for a down payment?
We had to do 10% down.
Okay. So you did a better negotiating job on this than you did your own house. Is that what you're trying to say, Lynette?
Thanks for drawing attention to it, but Brian fell in love. He was emotional on this house. You don't want to get emotional. It's all about the numbers. The math comes first.
All right, now, Guillermo.
Yes, sir.
I know this one scares the crap out of you.
Yes, it does.
$700, $7,500 a month is a lot of money for a payment. There's no doubt about it. So, is this deal too big for you?
Well, I would need to partner on this one.
Well, okay, we'll partner on it if we need to, and if you want to, and if there's enough money in it to make it worthwhile. So, you got to go back to the house.
Yeah, we have an appointment this Saturday at noon.
Oh, that's tomorrow.
Yes.
Right. Okay, here's the problem areas. Number one, we're not putting 60 down. We got to get that down payment down. Number two, I want to get the price down. Now, I know we're not going to get the payment down, but I can tell you right now, that payment is not going to, at least 3 months after they're out of the house before we start making that payment.
Okay.
And I'm not flexible on any of these. And here's why I'm telling you. If we don't buy their house, there will be a long time selling this house. This is a very high-priced house. And especially in this economy that we're in right now with this mess going on. So we're going to do it the way we feel real comfortable about. And in fact, I might even insist that we do not start making that payment until we get somebody in the house with maybe a 6-month maximum term.
Yeah, I would agree.
Plenty of time. Now I'll go ahead and buy the house because in Texas, closing costs are almost nothing.
Right.
But down payment, no way I'm putting up 60 grand. Okay. Might put up 25.
Okay.
So when you get in that house, you say, listen, we usually buy with nothing down. 60 is more we're going to put up, especially on this house, right price range house, because you know as well as we do, it's very, that's going to take a while for us to get rid of, even with terms. And they already know that. So again, price, down, and up to 6 months. I do not mind start making payments when I find somebody that I want to put in this house, but I do mind making them on a vacant house at $7,500 a month. Man, that eats up the profit pretty quick. I'll make the payment. Don't get me wrong. Okay. And I'll give you your normal 5% of this deal. You don't have anything to say about that?
That was good, Ron.
I just did you were making. All right. I don't know if Ralph's listening to this call right now, though.
He is. He's listening to the call.
Okay. Well, Ralph, you've got to be on the phone with him and just point out to him that we're maximum going down to 25. So you just tell them that if you want. We're not paying more than 25 down. We know we got to cover your payment. We want up to 6 months before we start. And now we got to do something about that price. What's the least you could take based on what we just said? And then, of course, what? Is that the best you can do? And then figure out when they want to close. And by the way, that 6 months starts after they're out of the house, not after we close. And I don't really care how long it takes them to move out because I'm not making the payment. So 6 months after they're out. So Ralph, you see what you can do with that. So let's see what the back end is. I'll bet you can get that price down to about 1.8 easy.
Okay.
Easy. So well, you can't lease option in Texas. So you're going to do an owner financing. You're going to buy it with owner financing, and you're going to sell it with owner financing, which is good. Because frankly, selling it with owner financing is a little easier than doing a lease purchase because people know they're buying the house and they're accustomed to that in Texas. So you're going to sell it on an AITD, which is an all-inclusive trust deed, which is a wraparound deed of trust. All right.
Okay.
By the way, we're going to get this one appraised before we close on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So let's say that we get it for even 1.9, and we give them 25 down. Let's first we put a tenant buyer in there. See, I don't know what it's worth. You guys say 2.3. Let's say you're correct. 2,299,000, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, what kind of a down payment would you expect to get on that? That's the good part.
At least 230,000.
You're going to get $250,000 down, Guillermo.
Okay.
250. Why? How much would they need if they went to the bank?
500.
$500,000. Nobody's looking at a $2 million house that's broke, believe me. Okay, so there's plenty of money out there, and if we put somebody in this house, we're going to get it. All right, so that leaves $2,050,000 that they owe us, and let's say we owe out $1,009,000 minus 25, $1,875,000. Okay. Okay, you'd give up 25 up here, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
And only get 2.25.
Oh, bummer.
You know, to people watching this, it's totally unbelievable, and they know we're all full of crap, right? Right, Lynette? This can't possibly happen. Most certainly can't possibly happen to me. That's because you're not dealing with $2 million houses. All right.
That's right.
It'll be 175. That's $225,000 on the back end at least, and 225 on the front end. I kind of like this deal. All right. But I have no idea what this thing would rent for, but the market will tell us, won't it?
Yes.
Okay. I am guessing. Geez, look at the size of this house. 7,600 square foot house. That's big. I'm guessing it'd be at least $9,000. It'd be at least $1,500 a month. By the way, if they go down to the bank and they finance this, their payment's going to be bigger than $7,500. Just so you'll know, because they're financing a lot more than this guy owes. All right. You know what to do?
I want to give you a quick little tip when you got a second.
All right.
Not you, the students. So you'll see that the seller would not give the mortgage payment. If you look at the property information lead sheet, it says the mortgage is $600,000 and unsure on the payment. The way I got that payment, you guys want to know how I got the payment?
Yes.
So what I did was I said, so Mr. Seller, we were talking to Jim. I said, Jim, so we're going to buy your house and we can talk about the price when we get out there, somewhere within that price range. And the way we normally do it is we'll go ahead and cover your monthly payment, including the property taxes, insurance, and everything. So since we're going to be covering that payment for you, how much is that?
Perfect.
Ta-da!
Ta-da.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. Well, boy, I hope you get it. I know it's scary, but hey, what are you scared of? Yeah. Remember now, you want to go in the tall grass, run with the big dogs. You got to get off the porch. So,
yes, sir.
All right.
I'm ready.
Okay. Can you imagine what life's going to be like if you pull this deal off, man?
It'll be very different.
Yeah. So you better be looking around for larger rings for Tiffany.
Oh yeah, she's already looking.
All right. I'm trying to take care of you, Tiffany. All right. Do we have another one for? Thank you, sir. Got to go.
Thank you, Ron.
Yeah, they just have one.
Thank you,
You're
Lynette.
welcome.
Thank you, Ryan.
You got
Do I have Kristen or Donovan? Okay.
Who do we got?
Christos. I can't hardly read these things. All right.
Okay.
Christos.
All right. So, Crystal, guess what? Ron, he's in
Hey,
Arizona.
guys.
Hi.
Oh.
Hey,
So is
how
this
are
now?
you?
Are you at home, Christos?
No, I'm in my car actually.
Okay. Is somebody in there with you?
No, just me.
Okay. Well, why are you wearing a mask?
What?
Huh?
I'm not wearing a mask.
Oh, okay. So I
Oh,
thought
it
that
looks
was.
like a white.
Doesn't it look like he's wearing a mask?
It's just the lighting.
Got a white.
It's just the
shadow.
lighting. Yeah.
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
right.
I don't wear masks. We're good.
Yeah.
Just
All
the
right.
lighting.
So let's get to work on this one. What we got here, Lynette?
Okay, so the seller was asking $272,000, but
Right.
it's flexible. And Real Estate ABC has it at 325. 325. Now, Ron, this was a no turn to yes, because we're going to show you how we turn no leads into yeses when you explain it to the seller, which
Okay.
is really exciting.
All right.
It's free and clear, and it's 3-bedroom, 3-bath, 2267 square feet. And we're very familiar with this neighborhood. This is actually in Queen Creek. This is one of our farm areas.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. Well, okay. So what are the terms?
The terms are nothing down. And he wanted, by the time we went back and forth, the seller ended up with, he wants $1,400 a month. I did not agree to anything. I said, that's within the range. We'll talk about that when we come see the house. Though $1,400 is a very low payment for this house.
That's a very low payment. Yeah.
And he's flexible to give us time, meaning years, not months. He understands that concept as well.
Okay. So what's left to negotiate here, Christos?
Everything. Price.
Well, yeah, I remember now.
Especially the down payment.
Hey, I wouldn't mess around with a payment, to be honest with you.
All right.
And by the way, he's taking 0 down, so I wouldn't mess around with that either. And so all you got left is price and term, from what I see, correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
And he's already given you $50,000 worth of equity.
Yes.
I wouldn't really push too hard on the price. But Lynette, I do have to know why the man's giving away so much equity. I got to know why. I can't stand it. Did you ask him why?
No, Ron.
But why? I don't get it. Why? All right. So tell us how you turned this no into yes.
Okay, so the way we turned the no into the yes was first off, and I know that you have that incredible no script, Ron, but sometimes what we do is we do the assumable. I just assume it was a yes lead, even though it was a no. So I just explained this is how we do it. It's a common way. I push the benefits. I explain the deal, and they just said, okay.
Yeah, just act like
you used the yes script, but you went over the benefits before you asked them to respond back to you.
That's correct. That's exactly
in the no
what I did.
script. Right.
Yes.
I got it. All right. It's not, if you think about this, all you listeners out there, a no simply means that when the seller was asked by the VA, would you consider taking a monthly payment? They said no. It's a natural reaction. They may not even know what that meant, or they may caught them by surprise. Now, when you get on the phone with them and explain all the benefits, some of them will turn to yeses, and that's exactly what's happened here. Now, I'm going to tell you, most real estate investors won't even call this lead because it says no right there. What a waste.
There's also
What a
a couple
shame.
points.
Yeah.
A couple
All right.
points that I saw over there. She was saying that she's ready to move on. So I say maybe
Perfect.
she's ready now to move on.
Perfect. You're going to help her,
That's right.
Exactly.
aren't you? So, in fact, you have an appointment?
Yes. Actually, we had to call back for a time. We don't have an
Okay.
appointment yet.
You got a mentor?
I do not.
You going to fix that?
Well, probably we're gonna go to the Wolves, since they're over here in Phoenix. You know,
Well, they ain't cheap, you know.
they ain't cheap. Well, I guess we'll figure it out, but
Well, you better get on the phone, man, because you're about out of time.
they might give me some coronavirus deal.
All right.
Well, this one deal right here, Christos, would make you, this is an awesome deal. We see a lot of deals, and this is a great deal. And honestly, this is about, Ron, it's about 10 miles from where we live. And I love this deal.
So, Christos, if you don't want the house, they'll buy it from you.
Yes.
But I'm going to tell you right now, you're gonna blow
Maybe
it.
we can partner. Maybe we can partner together.
Yeah.
You don't need a partner. You either need to get in or get out. You don't need a partner to put up nothing down.
That's true.
Yeah. I will go for it for sure. So
well,
I already sent an agreement to them. So
you sent an agreement to them?
Application?
Oh my God.
Seller?
You sent an agreement to the seller before you even went to the house.
This seller here, one of them was out of state, wasn't it? Richard.
Well, she had to talk with her brother. She had to talk with her brother first to see what he's gonna say. You remember?
Yes.
I don't care. We do not send agreements to houses we haven't even been to. We do not go firing out offers when we don't even know what we're offering. And now your chances of getting this deal done are very slim. I'm going to tell you that right up front. You destroyed your own deal because you don't have any help. Okay. All you did was give them a reason to ask you a million questions. You come to an oral agreement before we have a written agreement. Okay. And you can't come to an oral agreement till you see the house. So anyway, don't get a mentor. Keep making these stupid mistakes. All right. I'm telling you, man, you need to quit worrying about what they cost and get one, because you just blew enough to pay for one 3 or 4 times.
We're going to get this deal, Ron. Come on, be a little more positive.
Well, you're going to get it if you guys get involved in it, but I guarantee you he's going to screw it up if you don't have any help. I can just imagine what that contract looks like.
Well, it's not too late. We can save it.
Yes.
All right. Well, you go save it. Can I get a bottle of water, John? All right.
And then I'm doing a follow-up on one of yours too, by the way.
Christos.
I have a good follow-up on one of his leads.
All right.
Yeah, you got some good leads. You turned in some good leads, so that was a good job.
He actually turned in the most leads from your VA, Ron.
Who did?
Christos.
I don't have another one from him.
No, I mean, but he turned in a lot.
So I called. Yeah, me and
I
Brian
only have one here that you got a hold of. Do you know how many you actually reached and how many you actually called, Lynette?
Yeah, right here, Ron.
I don't mean anything to me. How many did you call?
Okay. So I did 69 total dials. Okay. 19 were no answer. 17 were not interested.
So you had 2/3 of them pick up the phone.
Right.
That's pretty good.
25 of them were either listed with a real estate agent or sold. 2 follow-ups that are looking real good, and 5 deals. I know we're only going through 3, but I have 5.
You got 5 deals?
Yeah, we only have time to go through the 3, but I have 5. They're all
out of 40.
They're all no money down
calls.
deals except the 60,000.
All right. Well, you got 5 potential deals.
Yeah.
But
right. Possible deals.
You don't get some help, you got 0 deals. All right. Well, that's pretty good odds.
There's always a 0 before there's a 1, 2, 3. It always starts with 0.
Yes.
All right. I choose not to fence with you today. Okay.
Thank you, Chris.
Let me get the next one up here.
Okay, thank you.
So, Ron, that's pretty good because I spoke to how many people? Let's see.
It is good.
To get 5 potential deals and to speak to total 69 dials, 19 no answer.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. 10%,
right.
50.
Yeah, 10%.
10%.
You talked to,
that was 10%.
Okay, now you guys know he's going to try to call you and get you to help him with these deals without registering for mentoring, right?
No, he cannot do it. No.
You might as well just tell him right now. Save him the time.
Yeah.
All right, we got to get to the next one.
Yep.
Okay.
Keep going.
Donovan.
Donovan. Yay, Donovan.
All right, he's not on.
Donovan's not on?
Who do we got?
What? Oh, this is oh, you love this price range. It's
$1
in
million house,
Seattle.
too.
It's $1 million house, zero money down in Seattle. Out of those 5 potential deals,
Oh, we
4
got
of
to
them
do
were
this
0
deal.
money down.
Maybe he's watching.
Okay.
Huh?
Yeah, let's do
Oh,
it next.
I'll text
Do
him.
we have someone else on?
Should I text him?
Is there someone
Okay,
else on?
our spots are full, so we'll put him at the end of the pile.
Okay.
Okay.
So that means you guys are done for the moment.
Okay. Thanks, Ron.
Don't go
Okay,
anywhere.
well, we're here.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
we're here if we come back around.
All right. So Steve is up next. Huh? Well, I got with John Jasso. Got 2 deals.
Sorry,
for
you can't
John.
double book me. Oh wait, I gotta go.
Hey, Steve.
Hey, there we are.
That's
What's
Steve
happening?
Sumengale from Erie, Pennsylvania, one of our mentors, right? All right, so we got John on here.
Yes, sir. Yep.
John, you look like you're wearing a mask about ready to rob a bank. You do. You look like you got hoods over your head. You're big black globs.
I think we're backlit.
Can you put some light in front of you?
Hold on a second. I think that's it. I think that's it.
So you intentionally don't want us to see your face, huh? Okay.
We're sparing you all. We're sparing you all.
Maybe that's a blessing. All right. So we're in New Jersey. And you got a house that has an asking of how much? $499,900. I'm working on that one.
Okay.
Okay.
The bean. Yeah,
I don't see the ARV though. Oh yeah,
We have
dude.
an appraisal of $530,000.
Okay, so they're asking $499,000, and they owe $170,000, and the payment is $3,400. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and the reason for that is, ladies and gentlemen, is the taxes. This is PITI. Taxes are very high there, right, guys?
Oh yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'll do it.
All right, and it's a yes lead, and it came from our website. Our VAs did it. It's no repairs, 4-bedroom, 3.5 bath. Man, it's hard for me to read these. 3,200 square feet, occupied. All right, what's the terms, Steve?
Well, you have to call this one back. They are. It's a strong maybe. I would say yes, but a little bit of sales skills, you'll be able to land it. I have it all set up for you. They want to move down to North Carolina, and they're okay with you paying $3,400 just to take it over. And he was hung up on like when he was going to get the remaining balance. So as long as you could work that out, somewhere flexible, 3 to 5 years, he would sign off on it. He was really easy to talk to, and
well, why didn't you just get it done while you were on the phone?
Well, he kept on going back and forth.
All right. Well, I can't do anything with it till you get me this answer in this box right here. Down monthly. The monthly is going to be what he owes. We know that. Okay. Did you talk about the down payment?
Correct. He's okay with nothing down.
Okay. Well, we got that far anyway, didn't we? All right.
Yeah. His only hold up was that money was going to get the other money. So
okay.
That was
all that's left is the price and the term. Did you guys have an appointment?
The 5 years.
Huh? What'd you say?
Who mentioned the 5 years, Steve? Well, did he
Well,
ask
he
for the
said he
5,
has
or was that?
He said he has a 2-year window to move, and so
move.
Right, he put this on the market because he wasn't sure like when he was going to move to North Carolina.
Okay.
And he'd just like to get down there.
Well, guys, that's a benefit to you, whether you know it or not, because ain't nobody else going to let him sell them the house and then he stay in it until he gets ready to move. But you can with nothing down. Yeah, if it's me, I'd go ahead and buy the house. But you do have to determine when he's going to move at the time you do the contract, but you can build flexibility into it. You know, give him a maximum time he wants to stay in the house. So you ask him that, well, what time do you need? Let him answer it. And then you say, okay, well, we'll put that in the agreement. Let's say he needs to be in there 6 months. No problem, as long as it's clear that his payment starts in the 3rd month after he vacates the house.
Right.
All you'll have in it is closing cost. By the way, you get to depreciate it as soon as you buy it. All right. Well, I can't do anything else with this till you fill in those blanks. Well, I do know that if it's nothing down, we're going to put it back on the market for about $500. You're looking at a minimum of $50,000, $60,000 back. That's the important part up front, isn't it? Probably are not going to get a monthly spread on it with that payment that high, but that's okay.
What was the amount? He's asking. He's asking $499.
Right. I'm talking about the payment.
Right.
Paying out
that.
He said he's going to put it up at $499.
What
you're not. You're probably not going to be able to rent it for much more than what you're paying out.
Right. But the sale price.
The sale price is
his
five something.
It's $499.9 and it's appraised at $530.
Okay, well then it's $539 or $549.9. Depending on
I'd probably go $549.9.
Yeah, it's a 3,200 square foot house. It might go $549.9.
Steve, was he flexible on the price?
Not that much. If he was going to give you time, it didn't sound like it. He said it was benefit to him if he got to have his price.
I don't care.
I'll give him one more time with the script.
Okay.
You're giving him debt relief and peace of mind, guys. He'll come down on that price.
Okay.
All right. So your exit is simple. Big check up front. Turn it into a golden goose. Okay.
So the next one's a deal, though.
This one's John's too.
Yeah. John's hitting home runs over there. Couldn't believe it.
Yeah, we had a couple the other day from you, didn't we, John?
Yeah.
All right.
Yes, sir. There's my son Anthony on here also.
This is the best one that I got.
And this came from Zillow as well. All right. And it's in New Jersey. Where is it? New Jersey. Okay. The asking is $550.
Yes.
The ARV is
$550.
$550. All right.
So he's pretty adamant on that $550. However, this guy was like super easy to deal with, like one of the ones that you could tell the sky's falling and still get this thing signed. I'm telling you, this is a deal. He just wants to go to Florida. Sounds like he has money. Just wants to be done. He said $3,200 a month. Okay. Nothing down. Okay. He was talking about giving you 5 years, and he only owes $200,000 on it. And so I set up 2 appointments for you. So all you have to do is call him, and the next one's going to be Saturday at noon, just to confirm it.
We've already said it.
So
did you talk to him today?
Yes, we did. The appointment is set for tomorrow at noon.
Awesome.
All right, now, guys, you got to get that price down. And I'm not giving you the option of doing it. I'm telling you, you got to get it down or you don't buy this house.
Okay.
And here's why. All right, let's say it's worth $550 and you're paying him $550. Okay, what are you going to put it on the market for? I mean, say you punch it up to $569. You realize that's all you can make on it is that $19,000 or $14,000 spread.
Yeah.
That's all you can make. Well, that ain't enough. It ain't enough. So every dollar you get him down is a dollar going right in your pocket. So you just got to point blank tell him, and you got to be firm about it. I can't pay you $550. That's every dime this house is worth. If you listed with a realtor, you'd give up $35,000. Plus, I'm paying your closing costs. By the way, if you are paying his closing costs, he has got to come down substantially. So I don't care what he says to you. I don't care if he says he's adamant on that price. You need to be just as adamant on your price. And the max he's going to get is $530. And you should be willing to walk out the door if he doesn't want to go down that far. And he needs to know it right up front. No begging in your voice. If you show weakness, it's going to smell all over you, and he's going to take advantage of it. I got a feeling this kind and gentle, easy to get along guy is a shrewd negotiator, and he's playing you like a fiddle. All right. So you go in there with your exit. In fact, you should go into this house assuming you're not going to buy it and be ready to walk. If you're not ready to walk, you're not going to like the end result. In fact, I'd call him up before I went and point blank tell him, look, I can tell you right now, we're very close on terms, but I cannot give you $550. Should I come look?
Okay.
Got it? Got to get him down. And he will come down.
Yes.
So you be ready to write down on a pad what you can do and hand it to him and walk out the door and say, well, look, call me if things change. Boy, I'm really an asshole this afternoon, ain't I, Steve?
You guys have that purchase and sale agreement filled out already, right? And let John and Scott look at it?
John and Scott, your mentors?
Negative.
Who is?
They are.
Yes.
Who?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Well, good. I'm not sure. Yeah, Scott's coming up here in a minute. All right. Well, good. I'm glad you got these guys because they're pretty good negotiators. Just make sure that Scott's on the telephone with you when you go in the house. And I know he's watching right now. So he got the message.
There he is.
Hey.
What's up, Scott?
Yeah.
Can't hear you.
Audio.
All right.
There we go. I said I'm going to
There
go
we
out
go.
with everything I have. All
All
right.
right. Okay.
Oh,
All
good.
right, guys. Good
Bye,
luck with
guys.
that.
Bye.
See you,
Let me know
Ron.
when- All right. Scott, you gotta get this contract for them before they go to that house tomorrow.
All right.
They gotta.
I'll
okay.
give them a call here after we're done. I'm going to just call them so we can connect, and then John and I will actually.
You have the lead sheet, Scott.
Huh?
I'd make
that lead sheet.
I got the lead sheet, I think.
Okay. I'd make that call even before I went. Maybe you don't need to write a contract yet.
Good point. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'd rather.
Remember now, they write the contract, you fix it.
Yes, sir. That's what we do.
And you will be fixing this one. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Scott, who have I got, guys? I got Wendy and Wendy. All right.
Wendy and Samara. Yeah, it's two of them together. Hey, Steve, you look pretty good there on this screen. You're a handsome guy over there. Look at you. You put on. You're looking great.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Miss you too, Scott.
No comment on Ron.
All right, well, I'm off then, right?
Yeah. By the way, these two guys are in my real estate mastermind group right here. So they're on each other's case all the time. All right. What do we got here?
You're looking at the one that's the 350. So do we have Wendy? Have we?
Yeah, we got Wendy on here. Wendy?
Oh. I think they're on mute. I can see their mute buttons on. There we go.
There we go.
Hey.
All right.
So Wendy, where do you live?
Over in the Seattle area.
Okay, where the house is, huh? All right. So we got such a big gap here. What is it? You say they got an asking price of $340, but it's worth $550?
Yeah, this is really a rehab. This is an ugly house. It's really a cosmetic rehab, Ron. That's all the notes up top. But the biggest issue is the septic. This guy just got a bid though for $20,000, so of course we'd want to see that. This would not be something though that Wendy and Samara would want to rehab themselves. They're looking at wholesaling. I think they could probably flip this paper, and we'll see what you think. But I think they could get 20 or 30 grand to flip paper on this. I think.
What do you think the rehab would cost? 'Cause, I mean, what is it besides the septic?
Yeah, so that's what I've listed out, and on the right-hand side, you'll see that. I mean, I'm estimating based on what he told me, it could be around 40 grand.
Do you think I can read this? Chicken scratching?
Yeah, so all right, so it's listed out. So the biggest thing was the septic, and then he said some hardwood floors would probably need to be refinished. That's pretty cheap.
Some windows. And
some windows, replace some door frames, a little
So we
electric
need
work.
40 grand.
40 grand
Right.
is what we're thinking.
Okay.
that doesn't include the septic, right?
Yeah.
No, actually, the septic's 20, and I had 20 for the other cosmetic work that would need to be done.
And Wendy,
Yes.
you got a bid for 20 grand, right? Right? On the septic?
On the septic, yeah.
Okay. I want you to get 2 more because it don't cost 20 grand to put in a septic. You hear me? Yeah, you're getting the guy who wants to take advantage of you because he thinks you don't know anything about repairs.
Okay.
All right. Now your question is, well, first of all, what's the terms here? Look, they only owe 310. I'm sure they'll sell it for what they owe.
Well, yeah. So we went round and round on that. His, I'm hoping to get him still lower than that 340. When I say 340, I think he would move there to the 340. But his emotional trigger is that he pulled 10 grand out of his retirement. I don't know if you remember, he said that, Wendy.
Mm-hmm.
He wants that 10 grand back.
Well, then give it to him.
To feel good.
Wendy, tell him you'll give him $10,000, pay his closing costs, and take over his debt.
Yep.
He'll snatch it up. Now you're buying it for 320.
Okay.
Yeah. You have an appointment on this?
Tomorrow at 1.
Yeah.
Pacific time.
Okay. Now that's one offer you can give him. And if he wants that one, that's the one you want to take.
Okay.
And you need to know what closing costs are in Washington now. And I think they're a little on the high side, but I don't know.
Yep. 3 to 5%.
No, they're not that high. I think your, what do you call your transfer tax? I forgot. What is 1 point something for transfer tax?
I'll look that up.
All right. Okay.
2 to 5%. Excuse me.
I don't even believe it. I don't think it's going to get anywhere near 5%. Okay, so what we got here, 1.28. We just looked it up. God bless Google.
1.28%.
That's the transfer tax now, not necessarily all your closing costs. In fact, it isn't. You're going to have attorney's fees involved. All right. You, what do we got here? We got a 2,000 square foot house, 3 bedroom, 2 bath, 2-car garage.
Yeah.
And on an acre and a half.
Yeah.
All right. And vacant. That's the good part. It's vacant.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And look, it says here they'll sell for what they owe, Scott.
Well, yeah, but notice I crossed out that 350. He said, so when we started talking, he said, when I inquired about that 350, what I found out was his mortgage balance, 310. He was trying to make an extra 40 grand.
All right. So Wendy.
Yes.
Let's say you got 320 in it, which means only 10 in cash and closing costs.
Okay.
And you put another 40 in it. Okay, you'll have 360 in it.
Okay.
But if this thing is really worth $550,000, I'd do that work and put it on the market with a realtor and let them cash you out of it.
Okay.
That's a lot. That's a lot of gap between. Now, I want you to get this thing appraised before you close on it. Appraised in good shape. Remember, you've been to Quick Start School?
Yes.
Yes. Appraised
Yes.
after repaired. Okay. New septic tank and new whatever the heck it needs. And incidentally, it don't make any difference. It costs $40,000 or $50,000 or whatever. The repair costs are not the big factor here. That's that big gap that you have been given if it's worth $550. All right.
Okay.
So look at that. Are you kidding me? You got a $190,000 gap there if it's worth $550. You want to cash out of that,
Okay.
don't you? All right. Now, of course, you got real estate commissions coming out of that. You're probably going to have to make a few payments out of that and so forth. But that still, to me, says you want to cash out of it. Now, where are you going to get this 40 or 50 or whatever it is? Probably 50 time you pay closing costs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where are you going to get that?
I'll have to figure that out.
Are you in mentoring now?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Scott's our mentor. Scott and John.
That is?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you know what? You can't figure it out on your own. Tell him you want a partner.
Okay.
Okay. But again, we're not closing on this thing. We do due diligence on it. And the biggest thing is that appraisal. We need appraisal. We need a repair estimate for everything that needs repairs. And it would be up to you to go through that house and take photographs of everything in it and make a complete list of what you got to have to sell it to somebody for that $500,000, because it's got to be in good shape if you expect the realtor to sell it. Okay. And I got a feeling you're going to be in it for more than 40. But the spread is big enough to get us interested, as long as we verify the facts. Isn't it, Scott?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Because Scott's putting up the money.
You'll make it work.
Okay. So look, if I were you, I'd try to raise the money on my own instead of giving up 75%. So let's talk about private lender for a minute.
Okay.
Wendy, you should not have any problem at all getting somebody to loan you $50,000 on a second mortgage on this house. Private lender, private individual, somebody you know, somebody's IRA. Because look, now you're only in it for $310. That's what's owed, plus the $50 you borrow. That's $360. $360 compared to $550 is a very low loan to value ratio. Make sense?
Yes.
Whatever it is, I don't know. Somebody divide 360 by 550. That's about 60%. 60, 65%. That's an easy second mortgage to get from somebody you know with 50 grand. Make sense?
60.
And then you borrow the 50 grand at 7 or 8% accruing interest. You don't make payments on it. You pay the principal and the interest at the time the realtor cashes you out of the house. And you want to make sure you borrow enough to make some payments if you need to. What is the payment? Doesn't say. Can't be that much. It's only $310,000 loan balance. Didn't ask, Scott.
Okay, so Ron, so you're suggesting then have him hold the mortgage open. We just
no, there is no mortgage
on terms.
Scott, you're taking over his debt and giving him 10 grand. He's done. He's out of here. We don't know him anymore.
Yeah.
Look, he's only asking for 340. You told me that he wants his 10 back. So give him his 10 back and don't make him come to closing with a check because you're paying the closing costs, and get him out of there. He's going to take it.
Yeah.
I'll bet you the biggest lobster in Seattle, he's going to take it. They got some big lobsters in Seattle. All right. So Wendy, you know what to do?
Yes.
All right. Well, first of all, we got to get a contract on it. So you got an appointment. So really, if he won't take the 310 plus the 10, then you're going to find out. I'd really rather see you write a check and take over his debt than do any wraparound mortgage and all that stuff. You can do this one subject to if you want, but it's better you do a wrap around the 310 anyway. But I got a feeling this guy's motivated more about getting that check than he is price. Because think about this. Who else is he going to sell it to? He can't sell it to an owner-occupant. The bank will never approve the loan unless he comes up with the money to fix it.
Yeah, and he's had a guy that was stringing him along, Wendy, if you remember, that just kept extending the contract, So he's done. So yeah, I
He's
think
even more motivated now.
Yeah.
All right. So you get Scott on the telephone because you got a lot of money in this house, and I don't want you to blow it now.
Okay.
I mean, a lot of money in this house. And this is one of those deals that come along about once a month if you're out there in the arena. So, gosh sakes, whatever it takes to get him out, even if you have to give him the 340 on a wraparound mortgage. And even if you have to give him 340 with 10 down, there's so much equity in this thing. Just do it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Got it.
All right.
Thanks, Ron.
You're welcome. All right,
Thanks,
Scott,
Scott.
who else?
Yep. Second one. No, we're back with Wendy. Wendy dropped the call. She should be back on.
Back on,
good.
Wendy.
I'm glad you came back, Wendy. Thought I lost you.
Colorado Springs. Now, how did we get there from Seattle?
That was my question.
I was living there for a while, so
All right.
we got these.
So we got an asking price of 780 and an R of 780.
Well, yeah, I mean that was his original asking price. We went round and round. I think he's somewhere now. We still got to wrestle, but we're between 740, 750. He is pretty tough. But that's where he's at right now. But by the way, Ron, this was a no lead.
Yeah, I see that.
So easily turned into a yes lead. I was amazed how quickly it turned into a yes. As we
Really?
started talking. It was so stinking easy. Yeah.
All right. It's free and clear.
Yeah.
He wants real close to market value.
Yeah.
You know, you think you can get it for a little bit less. All right.
Yeah.
And it's a 3-bedroom, 3.5 bath, 4,400 square foot house, needs no repairs.
Beautiful.
3-car garage.
Yeah.
And it's on 2 acres.
Yeah.
Okay. The terms. You want 15 down?
Yeah. Look at that monthly.
Yeah, 1,500 a month. That's sweet. That's sweet. And he's talking 2 years. Okay.
Yeah. Well, we're still trying to get more, but I tried to anchor him as much as 5. So we're still going back and forth. That's why I put a plus there. We might get another year or 2. We'll see.
So you can get a minimum of 5.
That's what I'm hoping.
So you want to work on the price, Wendy.
Okay.
You do not want to mess with the payment. Wouldn't hurt to try to mess with a down some, but the term, we got to get that term. Just remember, if you want this to be a golden goose, that term is probably one of the most important things because that means you keep on collecting payments longer.
Yeah.
Rather than, I'm telling you, I wouldn't do it for 2 years. To be honest with you, I just wouldn't do it. Why should I put myself under that kind of pressure when I don't have to? You know, it's him that needs to sell the house 20 times more than I need to buy it. So I just point blank tell him, I can't do it for 2 years. That's a deal killer for me. We sometimes get 30. I haven't done one less than 10 years since I can remember. And let him respond. You think the rent comp's at $3,500? Wow, I hope so. With a $1,500.
Well, it's a sweet house. Ron, I'm thinking that thing would go. I'm pretty solid on the comps, by the way, at 775. That's pretty solid. I'm thinking, this would be on the market for $799. I think.
In Colorado Springs, it'd probably be a great Airbnb too.
Yeah. Well, good point.
Yeah, it probably could go a lot higher. 779, 780, somewhere in there.
Yeah. I think 3,500 shouldn't be too bad for a house at that level.
So when's your appointment?
Actually, we're going to be calling him back, and hopefully we can do it this weekend. It's going to be a virtual
It's
tour.
tomorrow.
That's
Virtual
right.
tour?
It's tomorrow at 4:00 Eastern time.
Okay, good.
Right?
No, that's Mike. That's the one in Everett.
Oh, okay. Maybe I didn't see the email then on this one.
I just got off the phone with the lady.
Oh, you did. Okay. We can talk after.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you know the routine, Wendy. Get the best terms on it you can with him helping you. Right back on the market. And this is a no lead. That's really cool.
Oh yeah, it was
All
sweet.
right.
Yeah. Both
Thank
of
you,
us
Scott.
club. These
Thank
were
you,
both
Wendy.
club leads, so it's good.
Thanks, Ron.
Okay.
All right, Ron.
Thanks, Scott.
See you, man. We'll talk.
Let me
soon.
know what happens, Scott.
I sure will.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. See ya. Let's get out of this thing here.
All right, we're back to Lynette. One more. We're running late, but so what?
Hi.
Hey.
Hey.
Hello.
Lynette Donovan.
Oh,
Where's Donovan?
they are expensive, but you get 2 for 1.
Yeah. But not necessarily good, but yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
When you don't like the answer of one, you go to the other one.
Yeah. All right. I miss picking on them. So today's the day. All right. Looks like we got a $1.1 million house here, and they want $979, and they're flexible, right?
Yeah, they're flexible on the 979. We said, is that the best you can do? And they said, no, we're flexible.
Good.
Yep.
Okay.
He's relocating. I haven't figured out what yet.
And it's worth 1.1 million. This is a great area in Seattle. Donovan can vouch for that. Here's another example of where there was no mortgage information, like the tip I just gave a couple minutes ago. If you guys didn't get that tip, how to get the mortgage information. And the payment is $3,300 PITI. They're relocating. And so they're actually going to be moving soon. 4-bedroom, 3-bath, 1,800 square feet. The note said that the seller was skeptical, but I thought he was quite friendly. Didn't you think so, Donovan?
Yeah. And he said five years on the term.
Oh, yes, in 5 years. So we have nothing down. And
you and your nothing down.
We said the nothing down because the closing costs are so high here. We just say that it's not that our closing costs, if we pay you anything down, it couldn't be letter financing.
I know that's your line, but we just found out it's only 1.28% for transfer tax.
Yeah, I'm glad it actually went down.
What do you call transfer tax there? I can't remember.
Excise tax.
Excise tax. Yeah. Okay.
It was 1.8 plus all the other fees, so it went down.
Yeah, but you got some other taxes there, so it's higher than 1.8, but I think it's county by county.
Yeah, I budgeted 3% just to be on the safe side.
Well, that's a lot of money on this house, man.
That's why it's zero down. It's easy to get zero down that way.
I hear you, but 3% of this puppy's 30 grand.
Yep.
So you need to know what it is before you go volunteering to pay it all.
Yeah.
Don't forget. It's not required by law that you actually buy this house. When you got $30,000 worth of closing costs, you can choose to lease it with an option to buy with zero cost. Except you don't even have attorney's fees.
Yep.
And then you can put it out there and sell it. Okay, you got to put the seller and the buyer together when you get the buyer and all of that. And you don't own the house, you can't depreciate it. You also don't have 30 grand in it. And remember, with these numbers, if you were to take control of this house by buying it, and then you decided, I don't want to mess with this house, I want to give it back to the seller, now somebody's got to pay that 30 grand all over again.
Yeah, or do the land trust thing, right?
Yeah, it might be just as easy to lease option this one.
Okay.
A lot less risk. So now if you lease option it in your LLC and you see that it's not going to go forward, you can just call up the seller and say, listen, I cannot continue this forward. And so I want to cancel this lease agreement. That's always your exit strategy. So if you're leasing it in an LLC, you make sure that LLC don't own anything else, because they can sue your LLC for the payments.
I'm just starting, so I have one LLC, so we're good.
Well, that's fine, but my point is, put yourself in a position, because you understand a little bit about entity structuring, to where worst case scenario, it's not going to affect you personally.
Yeah, we teach 7 reasons why to lease purchase instead of taking ownership. Generally, it's get the deed or get the door, because depreciation is one of the main reasons. But in a case like this, taking on a huge closing cost like your guys' excise taxes is one reason that you might want to just lease purchase, as opposed to taking on a $30,000, incurring that kind of cost up front.
Yeah. And you want to make sure you get this thing appraised before you even, well, you need to get a lease purchase agreement.
Can I defer the taxes when I do that?
Can you defer what?
The taxes on the non-refundable option deposit when I do that?
If you lease purchase it, there are no taxes. You don't own the house. You don't even have to insure the house.
Right.
Not your house.
But like the income taxes.
There is no income.
Okay. Until it gets
until you put a tenant buyer in there and their deposit is not taxable yet till they default or buy.
Yep.
Now, when they buy, you'll have taxes and it'll be short-term capital gain because you don't own the house.
Okay.
All right. However, let's say it is 1.1 million. Let's say you sell it for 1 million, and this is a pretty hot area, isn't it?
Yeah, Ballard.
Okay, probably get 1.199. All right. The good news is that's a minimum of $100,000 down, and probably more. And that's why you're in this game. So they still owe you 1.1, and you owe out 979. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. And here's another good thing about paying out $3,300. Any idea what this thing would bring in a month?
At least 45 to 5.
I'd say probably $5,000. So you probably got $1,700 a month. And for those of you watching, all the repairs get passed on to your tenant buyer as well.
I have to say these ones are easier. These people are easier to talk to too. We get them in the Gold Club.
And I'll bet you they would prefer a lease purchase. And that also eliminates anything about due on sale clause. Title hasn't transferred yet.
Yep.
All right. So, by the way, when you go in that house with that lease purchase agreement and you come out with it signed, you're done. There is no further closing until your tenant buyer wants to go get a loan in the future.
Okay.
But still, you should tell them, I'm going to get the house appraised, and if I have an issue, I'm going to come back and let you know.
Okay.
Okay. And who's your mentor?
Lynette.
And Brian.
All right. I'm glad they're listening. That's the way I'd approach this one.
Yes.
Okay.
I agree.
That was a Gold Club lead, by the way.
I see that. All these are Gold Club leads.
I just started doing Facebook advertising paid, but I haven't gotten results from it yet. But still getting them to call Zillow and Gold Club, your VAs.
Okay. All right. I don't know, man. That Gold Club $59 a month. I'm not sure you can afford it. With this deal, we can pay for it a long time, can't we?
Oh, yeah.
Great job, Donovan.
All right. Well, thank you, Donovan.
Hey, Ron, I just want to say one more time how much we love you, and you changed our life forever.
Yes.
Seriously.
Thank you so much. For everybody who's been on the broadcast for the whole 3 days, I'm sure would like to say thank you to Ron.
Well, that's what we do here. And you got a crew behind the scenes that, people don't see. They're doing all the work. I'm just doing all the talking. And of course, a lot of work goes into this thing before we even assemble in this room. So
thanks to you and everybody at Global for all their work over all the years.
You're welcome, sir. And I hope everybody enjoyed the last 3 days. Guys, is there any announcements I need to make before we end this? Huh? Oh, okay. ronlegrand.com/students. Get registered for Monday. I'll be interviewing students all day, and it's free. Starts at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Okay? Did all of our prize winners show up?
I believe we had only 3 out of 5.
That'll teach you to tune out when I'm on the screen. Just cost them $500 each. All right. I'm getting a little grouchy this afternoon, so I'm going to say goodbye for now. And I'll see you next time. And it looks like it won't be but a couple days away.